I was trying to throw you up
I
there.
saw it. I saw it come down. Welcome everybody to day 4 of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm your co-host Larry Pancho Brown, and want to introduce you to our hostess with the mostest,
Welcome.
with Sunday energy, Miss Louise Cutler.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We are at day 3, Poncho.
Is it day 3 or is it
Day 4. Day 4. Day
Okay,
4.
it's day 4.
We are at day 4. So grateful for all those that were following us and just hanging out with us and participating. This has been a ride. I tell you, I know we did this last year, but this has been a ride.
Well, when you put more apples in the barrel,
I tell you,
you had a lot more apples in the barrel this year.
We had a lot more apples in the barrel and storms and all kinds of catastrophes.
Exactly. We had real weather contingencies. Imagine us going virtual and having to still be concerned with weather.
Exactly. It's like that was the point. I mean, granted, a tent wasn't flying away.
No, a tent was not flying away. But that thing we know as Wi-Fi has become a very important word.
I know, exactly. This has been such a learning experience, even like stuff that behind the scenes that you guys will never know.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of small moving parts, but I will tell you this: the lady to my right is she's a bit of a genius in that she figured out this format and found an easy way to bring this to you. You don't have to know about all the things that happen behind, because there's always more than you see that's in play. So just know. This is year 2, and we tried a lot of new things this year. Some things worked, some things may not have worked, but we are crafting it forward.
That's right.
Our brick and mortar show turned out very, very well. Actually, that was where we started last year. Tell them a little bit about how you started last year before COVID hit.
Yes, we literally started with a brick and mortar. It was supposed to be a brick and mortar show. It was actually supposed to be a festival an indoor festival where artists came to Fort Collins and set up booths and everything. I had this beautiful area that started off with the cultural center, and then it moved to the Gallery Opera, which was phenomenal space. But everything closed. Everything was like every time something would happen, it's like, oh, that closed. Oh, we're closing. And then it got till August. August shows happening September, first week of September, and mid-August, the last facility called and says, oh, we hate to inform you, but we're closing. I was like,
yeah. And so, with that, she had to create within a short span of time a virtual representation of that.
And it was this, and I'm grateful to Poncho, the artists that were all involved. I'm grateful because Poncho jumped right on everything with me. And then for the artists that had to be trained, I am so great for them that they were open for that, to be able to be trained, because it was some serious learning curves happening. But I'm so grateful. And I'm so happy to see Craig hanging in there with us again this year. Because Craig was like, hey, rescue me. But he's in here holding his own. And I tell you, out of all the people that have been here with us, to see Craig constantly coming back and forth and then sharing all this information that he has. So it has been quite the journey. And when I decided to add this brick and mortar back, it was, I just felt that it was a needed add to the show. And I'm just looking for like 2023, just be ready, Poncho. It's like,
Hey, you know, a lot can happen in 12 months.
It's like, be ready, because I don't, it's like sometimes you just start thinking and be like, oh yeah.
Well, when we're having a personal conversation now, y'all, but when we say that, it's because there's so many factors that change. For instance, going live on Facebook has changed drastically
Oh
in the
yes.
last year and a half. So we're constantly having to learn the updates, what can happen, the limitations,
What you can use, what you
what you can
can't
use, what you
use.
can't use. So there's 1,000 things you can incorporate, but then you got to learn how all of them work and how they work in tandem. So without boring you with all the background
All of
stuff,
that background stuff.
that's what we're dealing with here. But I think we're doing a fairly good job for
Oh
what
yeah.
for what we set out to do.
Oh
So
yeah.
how was yesterday?
Yesterday was fun. It was like the whole girl thing. And so I was like, you know what, we're just gonna do the girl thing. We're just gonna, enjoy that, since we don't have punching buttons for us. So of course, buttons were missed. Because conversation was going on and like, oh, so we didn't play as many of our commercials as we could.
Okay.
And then and then we had we had the usual call in. Can I switch my time? Can I do this? And then we had a few missing cogs on the wheel,
Okay.
but we did get True Africa in.
Okay. Good.
Manipulating some time changes. And so we got True Africa in, and then we had one of our sponsors come in, which was beautiful. She's a massage therapist here in town, and she got to come in and talk about this whole water thing she puts you in, and and it's great for artists, and it's this whole releasing and allowing yourself to float in the water, which was awesome. I will be taking advantage of that at some point.
I sure hope so. So folks are logging in early. Hey, how you doing, Felicia? I know that's one of our humble volunteers.
Hey, Felicia.
It's a shame we haven't had a live shot of Felicia yet.
We have to get you on, Felicia.
Yeah, Felicia's got to crash a camera or two somewhere.
Right. We're gonna send you. I got to send Felicia a link. Felicia's got to get on.
And Karen Clark is up early.
Hey, Karen.
Karen's gonna be up early anyway. That's just who she is.
There goes Kabibi and came in the room. Hey, Kabibi. So we got some folks in the house. We got
Everybody's some folks trying to get logged. So how's our schedule looking? Are we tight on the schedule today?
I think we are. I'm hold on. I'm trying to reach your interviewee. He's at the gallery.
Okay. So how's the gallery doing? Give us an update on the gallery.
Okay. Well, I wasn't able to go to the gallery yesterday, but I had two people there yesterday. My son was there, and I'm not sure if Namina was there, but I try to keep my folks in there. Got to have some bodies in there. LaShawn was there that morning, and Felicia? What does Felicia say? That you clicked on it too? Okay, I'm not gonna click on it. You click.
Hey, all that means is we're being attentive. That's all. Go ahead.
Every time I click on it, you click. Okay, you clicked Felicia. Oh, they're at the gallery. Oh, okay, we got some. All right, sell, Felicia. Sell.
Good. Well, that's good to hear.
So we got some folks at the gallery. We're going to do some live shots from the gallery too, so you guys will get the chance to see Felicia. They have just been phenomenal. I have a handful of them, but they have just been there kind of holding things down for me. And let's have a look at the schedule, since I call her our schedule girl, is resting and preparing herself for today to be beautiful. And so
we got Thomas Lockhart coming up first, I think. We got some. How did Patricia Kabor do yesterday?
Oh my gosh! We love Patricia. Okay, good. Patricia made us all feel like Mama was home.
Well, that's who she is. She is Big Mama,
and that she just made us all feel like Mama was home. And we just loved what she, her talking and all of that kind of stuff. And she just sat in her little chair and she pulled out her little pieces and shared them with us. And we all wanted one.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
she
good.
did wonderful. She did wonderful. So I'll just go through. Okay, so yeah, Thomas is up at 11:30, and you know Thomas is a trooper, so we got a solid Thomas. And then Patricia comes up right after Thomas, and then we have Diana Shannon Young. I haven't heard back from Diana, so we'll see. If Diana's coming in, so I'm assuming she is because I haven't heard anything. And then that interview with you and on NFTs, that's going to be exciting because so many people are asking me about it. And then it looks like I come up, and then Corinthia, and then it looks like we were supposed to have at 2:30, so we'll see if that happens. That interview with LaShawn. It's supposed to go in that 2:30 slot, and then we just have that row: Deborah Shedrick, Karen Clark, Virginia Kabibi, and then you come in at 5 o'clock. You know, I'm looking for something. You got to make up for a day because I don't.
Hey, girl, you know I always got something keyed up.
You were supposed to send me something.
That's all right. I decided to take the whole vacation. Yeah.
Corinthia said, Pancho send you something? I said no.
Mental health day. That's what I had.
That's what I kind of figured. Yeah. And that's why I brought in our sponsor and let her take that time and speak to us and share with us, because I want to do that more when we do these things, allow our sponsors to come in and chat.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, so that was supporting. Exactly. So that was good. So we were able to fill that big gap that Pancho left me.
Hey, that's nice to know that I was missed for a little teeny bit.
You were missed. And if you out there and you missed Pancho, you can give him a shout out and say, we missed you, Pancho.
Well, I'm here. No need for all of that. So we got an after party going on. What you got in mind for the after party this year?
You know, we got to have our after party, people.
How we going to do that this year?
I think we're going to do it the same way. We're going to send out links on the we're just going to send out links and people can come in. So, you know, and it's like whoever fits in gets in, you know, that's how we're going to say it. Whoever fits in gets in. And then, but check your mics. Cause I remember last year we had, I forgot his name and we could never hear him. He was just, you know.
That's one of the wonderful challenges we have to face.
So we check your mics, make sure you can be heard, because we would love to have you come in, share your thoughts, share what you felt, you know, how this has been a blessing to you, or what you got out of it. We would love to have you here. And I got some new things that I want to try today. You know, it's just kind of playing around with some stuff.
Hey, I mean that's what we're always doing, trying to cram all of this content and move things around, and
exactly
part of the deal.
So we'll be putting up some new things, because there's a few things that I discovered and I was like, ooh, I'm gonna try that today. So if you see something pop up over there, Facebook folks, if you see something pop up, just go ahead and be like, oh, okay, all right, I'll definitely answer that or something like that, just because it'll pop up on the Facebook post. So I decided to just have a little fun with our Facebook fans. There's some interesting questions that's going to pop up for you guys, so definitely pay attention to those questions that are going to pop up, and they're all about the artists that are in the show.
So look, Louise, why don't you go ahead and give them for those of them just tuning in today that didn't get to see the other days, we're going to explain to you a little bit about how ordering works, and Louise will go over that real quick with you.
Yes. Okay. So we want you to go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And by the way, we did get some orders this morning. Thank you so much for those of you that came through and ordered some stuff this morning. We are always excited about orders. You know, when I click on my email address and it's like, you have an order, I'm like, hey, I'm very excited. So thank you so much for those of you that are going to the website, clicking on things, going through the stores and buying things from our artists, our artists. And so definitely go ahead and click on some more. Click, 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 click. All of you all are out there. This is our last live stream day. Now, the gallery will be open for 3 more days, but this is our last live stream day. So grab up some of that good stuff that's on there. Now, the website will still be up, so you can definitely buy from the website. So we're going to share our screen, and I'm going to show you. All you have to do is click on, type in Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and I'll throw it in the comment section. I'm always throwing it in the comment section, so you can just click on it. I'm trying to make your life easier. But if you don't get that, go ahead and type in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. It will take you directly to our store page. No hop, skipping, and jumping. It'll take you directly to our store page. You can scroll down and you'll be able to find all of the artists. All of their stores will be open to you. You just click on which one you want to see their work, and it will open, and you will be able to make your purchase. You can buy some nice LaShawn Bill pieces. You can buy some Karen Clark pieces, Philip Cutler pieces, Kabibi pieces. It'll click, and then you just click on these images, and it will take you to the shopping cart page, and you click on add. Now, one of the things I do want to tell you, because some of you all are kind of pretending that you don't know what a scroll is, so I'm going to show you. So sometimes some of the images that we have, there might be more than one of the image, and I'm actually going to take you to the Karen Clark page, because Karen has cups, and she has a lot of cups, and some of you guys have been having some problems or issues with Karen's page. So we're going to go to Karen's page, and we're going to have a look at her cups. So Karen has cups right here, which is her ancestral mugs, and she also has there's two areas for cups for Karen. They're the mugs. And so you have to see she has some mugs here as well. So don't be too afraid to push that load more button down at the bottom, because sometimes the page is full, and so you have to click the load more button down at the bottom so that you can get the rest of it. Now, if you click on Karen's mugs, her ancestral mugs, what you do is you're going to come up here, and you see where it says select. That means that there's more than one mug. And then if you scroll a little bit, you'll see all of those beautiful Karen Clark mugs right at the bottom. And you can just scroll through and find that mug that you really like and the one that you want. And her mugs are numbered. So once you find the mug that you want, you just go ahead, because this is, if that's the one you want, and you just go ahead and click add to cart, and that's the mug that will be added to the cart. So that's basically, it's a drop down menu, because there's a lot of different mugs. Find the mug you want and add that mug to the cart. There's a couple of people that may have that select area on theirs. Karen has great views. She has lots of different views on her particular one. So click and have a look at them. You can see them in different views so that you can really enjoy and go ahead and shop for some awesome, awesome, awesome pieces by Karen Clark. And you can see she has several amazing people. If you go to the Travelers are another one that you have a select button on, and then all of their names are here. So once you find which one you want, you can go ahead and click on it, and then that particular one, and add it to your cart. So that's how we do. You'll be doing people like Karen Clark and anyone else that has a select button. You just go to it and select what you want. One of the things I want to talk about is our store. Now, another way to get to their stores is to just hover over the store, and the drop down menu will come up, and all of the artists are all in the drop down menu as well. So, and then you can just click on store, and that'll give you that first page. But I want to go over here to our Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show store page. Everything that you buy on this page goes directly to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And as you can see here, we have our amazing, amazing poster, which Pancho will be showing you our poster video right after this. So this is our amazing poster. This poster right now, signed by the artist LaShawn Bill, is only $20. It will not be $20 forever. just to let you know. So if you want one of these posters, it's best to get it now during the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. While we still have it available, we'll still have it available $20, probably till the end of the year, but I'm not sure. We'll let you know if it's going to be $20 to the end of the year, but it is $20 right now. So I would definitely grab it up. It's absolutely phenomenal. We also have a smaller size. If you say, I just have a little room, Louis. So we do have a smaller size as well. And we have these amazing, amazing, amazing t-shirts that says, you are beautiful. I am beautiful. We are beautiful. This message is a phenomenal message and something you want to carry throughout the year. So this right here is an absolutely amazing shirt. We started these shirts last year and we're just going to keep going with them. It's $27. And then we also have a mug. If you would like to get the mug is, I think, the mug is $18, and that's a steal for a mug. And we have some other things down at the bottom. So go and visit our page so that you can purchase some of the items on that page. Did I make it clear enough? What do you think?
I think you were very clear, and I think that that's a good help for everybody that's out there trying to figure out the easiest way to purchase these items. Also, we have another feature this year that you can also look at, and that's the top of our Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show Facebook page. You have a sample of that you can show them so they can.
I don't think I have a sample, but you know what I will do? While you're talking, I'll go over here and I'll pull something up. And then while you're talking, I can pull it up.
Okay, so last year we had predominantly our website where you could purchase. And this year we tried to add a new feature where you can actually see some of our items in the store on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show Facebook page. So you have two places you can go. They all end up at the same destination, but we're trying to give you as many different options to locate.
While you're talking, I'll pull something up.
So you have two places you can go. They all end up at the same destination, but we're trying to give you as many different options to.
Sorry.
Louise is playing off of the page, so she's confusing things a little bit.
I know.
In case you're wondering why I'm she went to the page, so y'all were hearing a delayed version of the live show. But in any event, that's another feature we added this year to kind of streamline and smooth out the sales a little bit, so you can have another place where you can locate pieces. Also, if you happen to be here in Fort Collins and you get a chance to go to to see the exhibition, you can make purchases directly from there through the QR codes we have at the bottom of the piece. That will also take you back to our store. So we're trying to streamline sales to make things easier for you and your purchases.
All right, so I think the screen is up. Can we see? Okay, there we go. So, hey, Pancho, I see you over there. You're on the screen too. So, as you can see over here on the screen, if you look to your, what am I looking to my right? Okay, so when you're on Facebook, oh, now it's doing
the infinity move.
Infinity mode. But that's okay. We're just going to be infinity. So if you look right over here to the right of your screen, because that's where it is for me. If you look to the right of your screen, you'll see the website that's already popped up. All you have to do is click on that and it'll take you directly to our page. It'll take you directly to our product page. Once you click on that, and it'll take you right there. The other thing is every now and then you will see me add a product, or one of the artists will be talking, and then you will see me add one of their products to the page. You can just go right there and purchase that. I'm going to add one of Pancho's pieces to the page. And when you see that pop up, all you have to do is click on that. It'll be right there on the screen. And when you click on that, you can purchase it. So as you can see right here on the screen, can we see it? Oh, this screen is just going crazy. So when you see that pop up, you can literally just click right on that and it'll say view the website. So if you see it on your, well, the screen looks really nice with all of those,
Yeah, it's gonna keep on replicating them. It's taking it straight on back.
I see. It's like it's going on forever. So just to let you know, but you could see that when that pops up, you could literally just click on that image and it will take you from out of that screen and it will take you to our store. And so you can see it'll take you right to the store and you can purchase Poncho's you could purchase Poncho's image. I don't think it took me to, and so I'll show you where it took me because that's not showing you.
Yeah, that was taking us into another zone,
another dimension. It's like, okay, you've taken me to another dimension. And so that will take you literally right to Poncho's page. And that's basically what it did. It took us right here. So when you click on those images that we put up during that time, if you see an image pop up, that's what it's for. You can click on it and you can go directly to the website and it'll take you right to that page and you can purchase that item. We're trying to take all of the hassle out of it. And so we want you to be able to have the most convenient shopping experience that you could possibly have and to get your work as quick as possible so you can enjoy it in your home.
That's right, y'all. We do mail things out quickly and efficiently too. So all in our goal was to try to streamline sales this year. So hopefully that would be a big contribution and be able to help you out with finding
well
items.
I must say when I went and checked when I went to check the how it was doing, we have had a lot of product clicks. Good. From showing it on the screen. So we had a lot of product clicks.
Fantastic. And I've been watching the shares. Thank you all for those of you that have been sharing the show. I think today's show was shared by 112 people.
Wow. Yeah, we've had a lot of shares, shares. Make sure you go and like the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show Facebook page. That is the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And make sure you subscribe. If you are on our YouTube channel, we had quite a few YouTubers yesterday. So if you're on our YouTube channel, definitely click that subscribe button. Now, if you are a spammer, don't. But if you're not, click that subscribe button.
Now you stirred them up. You were better off not mentioning them.
I know, because we got spammed yesterday, and I was like, "Stop it, spam!"
That's okay.
But if you're out there, go ahead and click that YouTube channel and click subscribe. Click that bell too. Click our bell. You can ring my. Okay.
And with that, we will remind you of our official poster. And there you go. Now we're about to get the party started. Our first presenter for today,
Mr. Thomas
Elias Lockhart III.
In the house.
He is the man. He is. How you doing, Thomas?
Man, I'm blessed and highly
favored. I saw you were in the gallery, just signing people's T-shirts and arms and stuff. That's when you know you're large, man. They start giving you arms to sign.
I was telling them that I was Poncho Larry Brown. They're like, you are.
So how you feeling today, man?
Oh man, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling thankful.
Good.
Thankful
well, this is your last go round, so we're going to give you the floor so you can go ahead and give your final presentation for today.
Okay.
And this is Mr. Thomas Elias Lockhart III.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this wonderful Sunday morning, wherever you're at. Just thankful to be alive in the midst of all the craziness that's going on in the world. Um, just thankful to be awake and in the living, and the people that are out there. And if you're on Twitter, if you're on Facebook, if you're on YouTube, and many other platforms, from StreamYard, just thankful to have you all here, just supporting us as artists, because there's so many times that, especially artists of color, don't get the type of support that many other people get. So we're really thankful and really honored that you would come and spend this time out of your day with us, and look at our work and purchase our work, which is one of the most desired thing that, and most honor that we would be, for you to have something of our creation in your home. So my name is Thomas Elias Lockhart III, and I am grateful to be among some of these other absolutely amazing artists. And the host, I just want to say thank you again to Miss Louise Cutler for being the visionary of this particular show, for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and for the wonderful, amazing artist, Larry Poncho Brown, and for his vision, his aspect. I don't know if you've been looking, just seeing the videos that they've put together. I've just been absolutely amazed of how all those things are put in place. And for Miss Corinthia Peoples, for her a wonderful artwork that she does, and for her hosting this too as well. And if we had any hosts that were a part of the event, that signed up as volunteers, thank you guys so much. If you get a chance, please, if you are in the city, in Colorado, get down to Fort Collins and check out the amazing work that you can actually tangibly see in front of you, at the Merchant Room there at 22 Walnut Street, or Walnut Creek, I believe. That's there in Fort Collins. Come see some of our work. And then online at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com has many of our works there too. Under mine, you could see a number of pieces that I have. And I'm going to talk to you guys about 3 pieces today, and just give you some insight of where I come up with my stuff and the inspiration, and those particular aspects. So thank you so much for being here and sharing your time with me. So I'm going to get into the very first piece, and I'm going to share my screen so I could show you this particular image. All right. Let's see, it should be coming up in just a moment. All right. All right. So this first piece is called Defeating Your Giants. And it should be coming up here shortly. All right. Defeating Your Giants is one of my favorite pieces. Took a little while to complete this piece. And I was in the process of just doing some research on David in the Bible, and about how he came about, where he came from. And I was looking at a lot of the pieces and images that I could find that had been done historically, on David and Goliath in their fight that they had. And I was, most of the images look the same. And to me, they, as we look at the Bible, we're not finding out that there's so much inaccuracy, especially in the depiction of people in the Bible, that I wanted to do something different. Now, I know that David was probably about 13 to 15 years old, so he may not have looked as strong as this, but at this particular time of fighting Goliath, he had already fought a bear and he had already fought a lion. He killed them both. And so Goliath was a Philistine and he was a giant. So there were giants in the land, and he was probably the biggest of his brothers. And they lived in this land, and the Philistines, the Israelites were extremely scared of the Philistines because of the bigness and the girth of these people, and how horrible that they were to the societies and the cultures and citizens around them. So David went to Saul, who was the king at the time, as young as he was, and he says, I want to go up against this Philistine. And I don't know pretty much the aspects of everything that Saul was feeling in that particular time, but he convinced him enough to say, you can go, and I'm gonna give you some garments and stuff to fight this man. And David knew and was fully convinced that he could take him down using God and to fight his battles. So he goes to this battle to fight Goliath. The Philistines come out. So Goliath is there. David comes with 5 stones. So he brings 5 stones. He went 5 stones. And as he's going to fight Goliath, Goliath is there knowing he's going to fight somebody from the Israelites. So he has a sword and he's expecting to use his sword in a fight, in a battle, to kill whoever this is. He sees David, probably laughs at him, seeing this scrawny boy. David doesn't use the clothes that Saul has given him. And David talks to God and says, hey, by your power that you give me to be able to take this Philistine down. So Goliath has no idea. David brings a slingshot, and the slingshots of those times, the ones we have now, you pull them back in like a rubber band string. But these were like, they would carry stones in them, probably in some like a leather pouch. And he slung that as hard as he could, and he hit Goliath in his head, right in his head, and the stone stuck into his head. And finding out that David had brought more than one stone, he was planning to kill all of Goliath's brothers. But when Goliath fell, it scared the Philistines, and many of them ran, and they were in awe of this young boy that was able to slay this giant Goliath that everybody was afraid of. So Goliath falls, and David picks up Goliath's sword. I don't know what his sword would have looked like. He picks his sword up and he decapitates him. He takes his head off. And so in this particular picture, this is a scene. And like I said, I've seen other pictures of some of the Renaissance artists' depiction. And I wanted to do something else, what I call this a piece of stepping outside the box. And so this is a 2-part image. And as I mentioned before, when I do my pieces, doing the research and finding about the aspects of the land and the place of where they were to be. One of the men had mentioned in the reception a couple of days ago, he said he loved the image, one, for the fact that I didn't make it look modern, that I still kept it kind of true to the area, the clothes, the different times and stuff that they had been in many years ago. And in the background, if you look into the scene, if you get to blow that up some, when you go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, you can blow up the scene and see that that's an actual scene area, would have been in Israel, and to the far right would have been where Goliath and his family came from. So the connection to both of them, and in the valley of where they would have fought. So I try to take the scene in the area of depiction of where they possibly had fought together, not just a beautiful background scene, but actually the landscape and the breaking of the land. I decided to do that. And then, like I said, I wanted to step outside the box with this particular piece and do David on a canvas. And then I did Goliath in a circle canvas. And then these 2 pieces are that make the one piece. And so this is David at the time holding Goliath's head up as he is taking it off. And so that was just one of the things that I wanted to do in portraying this particular piece and giving it a story. The piece is called Defeating Your Giants. And in that premise is like, there's different things that we deal with and we go through in life, and we see these obstacles and these things that get in our way as blocking or stones, and we want to use them as stepping stones so we can defeat those things that we feel that we can't go across, whether they be people, whether it be our jobs, whether it be just society and stuff that we have to deal with, that we still press on. And for me, being a man of faith, I'm not trying to push myself on anybody or any of these stories, because they may believe that these stories are just part of a book or just part of history. To me, I believe they are factual. I wanted to give him my own depiction and try to look at where David's lineage would have came from, if he came down the lineage of Adam, and then through Abraham through Moses, and then Moses through Jacob, Isaac, and the connection from where he came back, and then Jesus at the end of it coming down from David's lineage and the depiction of what they would have looked like, and then also the connection to what the biblical scriptures talk about as David being fair back then, representing, very good looking. They said he had more of a reddish hair. He has a little bit of red in his particular hair in this depiction. And then also, I have no idea exactly how David's body was at the time, but I wanted to use this as a part of like, your giants can be something that can be conquered. Sometimes they be like bullies for people who think that, or folks that have had traumatizations and they feel like they have to take their issues out on somebody else. And so instead of doing that, taking those issues out on somebody else, we look at the fact that we can move and we can rise above those particular types of things. So in this particular piece, I start this piece off completely black. I sketch my images. And then from there, I take from the images and I add color, which would be a white color first. So painting a black background canvas, adding my white color, and then on top of that, then I start painting the highlights and darks, and then bringing the other images into this piece. So like the shirt that David is wearing is all individual collage pieces. So there's about 15 individual pieces of paper that I use to make his shirt that he's wearing. And then I go back and then I add colors and designs to give it that folding look of clothes. And so David's head wrap that he has is holding his hair back, the portion of the sword, and also in Goliath too as well, his band that he has over his head. Those are all collage elements. Also, David's slingshot, it's made of actual leather that I used to make. And I initially was actually going to get a rock and chop it in half and add it into that space, but I decided what I drew was good enough, at that time for the particular piece. So thank you guys for sharing this time with me and being able to kind of explain a little bit about this piece. So I'm going to show a real quick video of my next piece right before it starts, and then we'll get into the next piece that I'm going to be showing, and that one is called The Body of Christ. So I'm going to add this here and show this image. Let's see.
He gave his life so we could live more abundantly. Beyond religion, it's a relationship. No longer bound, but spirit.
All right. I'm going to start this over again real quick, and then I'll get this up. Let me share my screen again so I can get that for you guys. All right. Here we go. Start it again.
He gave his life so we could live more abundantly. Beyond religion, it's a relationship. No longer bound, but spirit free. My name is Thomas Lockhart. Please visit my website so you can find that special piece that brings life to any room. He gave his life.
All right, folks. Let me stop the share screen. So bring that back. So yeah, that's kind of a quick introduction to my next piece. I'm going to bring that piece up so I can show you the next piece that I have. And here, just a moment. All right. Thank you so much to my wonderful, to the wonderful co-hosts and hosts of the show for helping me out with this. So this next piece is called The Body of Christ. This particular piece I did about 2 years ago. This image too is in display display there at the show in Fort Collins, and here online where you can take a closer look at this particular piece. It's $4,800 for the original, and it is the size of the piece is 36 by 48, and it's framed too as well. So the concept behind this piece, some people ask, where do I get my inspiration from when I put my images together? So this particular piece was a conversation that I had with one of my good friends, and he initially had the concept for the image, but I had the vision that I believe was given to put it together and then come up with something different from what he had initially talked about to kind of make it a little bit more original of my own and putting these particular types of things together. So this is a cross using all different colors, creeds, cultures to make the cross together, saying that all are together in making the body. And so many people have seen the depiction of the cross. And so I decided to use hands in this particular aspect, and they're all holding on to each other. So biblically, the Bible talks about using the eye is no more important than the foot, or the mouth is no more important than the hand. And so all these things, our whole body makes us up who we are. If something ever hurts on us, it pretty much stops everything else, and we fully concentrate on that until everything is back normal, so we can actually use everything that we have. So very thankful for that. So in this particular piece, there are 14 hands and there are 2 feet. And in the piece, there's the 14 hands represent the disciples, the 12 disciples one represents Jesus, one of the hands represents us, and then the feet are the walk. So I look at it as a relationship and not as a religion or like a religious piece too as well. But it does have some depictions of, people have their own beliefs and thoughts. And then some people say, he was pierced in the hand. Other folks say it was in the wrist. Other people say he died on a cross. Other people say he died on a like a pole or some type of long thing with his hands up like this. So the only thing is, I look at it is that he gave his life for me. It doesn't really matter how all those things had happened, but I'm thankful that I have that. All right. So some other things I wanted to talk about on this particular piece. I used the hand at the very top to hold the thorns, and there are also the nails, but they're in a floating space around the image. And so people ask why I did that. It's because I wanted to take them out of the particular image and just show them in their own particular aspect that they were important to the image too, in the time of the scene that was actually created and it had happened at that time. And at the original piece, I don't know if it's maybe weird for some people, but you can, I say I make art that you can feel, that you can actually come up to and touch. But in the hands and in the feet, I use clay. So it's like a buildup. So it shows you can actually touch it and feel that there had been some marks that had happened in the hand and that had also happened in the feet. So that was pretty much the concept of that one. And so how I put these hands together, a lot of the hands are mine. I had some hands I used from my family members in different poses and different particular type of aspects to make it and give it that feel of something real and original with this particular piece. So I pray that this brings some type of inspiration to people in many different ways, even if it's not biblical, but it's something that it shows that all in together as we come together and try to work through these things, through the pandemic, through the evils and through the hates and through all this type of stuff that we have as humans against each other, that if we come in and join together, we can actually make the world, our cities, our states, our towns, our streets, our neighbors, a better place, and at the ultimate part, ourselves. So this is my piece called "The Body of Christ." And so we're going to go into the next one. I'm going to stop share screen so I can bring up my next small video so I can go into the last piece that I have. So again, please go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Please check out the artwork that not only that I have, that many of the other wonderful artists that are out there. You can see their work from jewelry to sculpture to pen and ink to paint, to all these other different concepts of all these wonderful artists that are out there that are connected to this show, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Thank you so much for everybody who's watching and listening. So I'm going to bring up my next image. Right.
No troubles, no weapons, no life pains. Through God, no obstacles formed against you shall prosper. It is written. My name is Thomas Lockhart. Please visit my website to find that special piece that brings light to any room. So we.
All right. Thank you for that. So just a quick image. So I'm going to share this next piece. I'm going to pull it up here in just a moment. The last piece that I'm going to talk about, the quick view of this image. All right. Here we go. All right. So this is the last piece that I'm going to talk about. Thank you again so much for being with me. This piece is called "I'll Send Down an Army." I completed this piece. It took about a year to get this piece done. It's a 48 by 48 inch piece. The piece is 10 grand. And I think you would love every bit of it. I had a friend who posed for this, for a lot of the angels in this image, and putting this concept together came very quickly, but it took a year to get it done. I didn't work on it for a full year. I worked on it bits and pieces while I was working on many other pieces, but I finished it at 1:30 a.m. On 2020, on the first day of the year, January 1st, 2020 at 1:30 a.m. I still remember that. I was like, I'm finally done with this piece. So this piece is called "I'll Send Down an Army." And I came up with the concept of this piece by listening to a song by this Christian artist by the name of Lauren Daigle. And she had a song called "Rescue." I was on my way to the gym to go work out, was hearing the song for the first time. And this image popped in my head of these angels coming down to rescue someone, and out of the sky, out of the clouds. And so all I had was a pen and the back of a white envelope. And so I drew some quick sketches. And then I later asked my friend to come do some posing for me. And from there, I started putting the concept of the piece together. So using the different elements, again, started this piece on a black background. Added the concepts, was starting to do some research on just other different artists that had done angels in the past, and different type of scalings and sizes, and the way that they looked, and really wanted to have a kind of like a old-fashioned but also new look to this particular piece. So the man down at the bottom, he is on the edge of a cliff, and this guy represents anybody who's been beaten, battered, and bruised, and broken in many different types of forms and of fashion, and they feel like, I'm about to fall off the edge. Right above him, there is a Roman soldier in his full gear with a sword, and his sword is about to be yielded on him and completely take him out. So this represents a man, a woman, whoever it could be. And then all of a sudden the sky opens up and God says, I'll send down an army for you. So you have these angels that are coming down to rescue him, and they're coming from all over and all places. They're on horses and chariots, and at the very top where the light is at the most, that just represents Christ at the top. And on the swords of the angels, they have words of truth and rescuer and warrior, and each one of their particular garments is completely different from the other. Their facial expressions, I had to use bags to separate the different collage elements from each one, numbering all these images of where they would go on each one of the pieces. The man at the bottom who is being rescued, his shirt is made of 13 different images. And then I collage those, and then I painted on those. His pants are like 3 different pieces of paper that I use, and painted those and add those into the particular scene. And the Roman soldier is about 27 different collage images, papers that I painted on, added color, and added different designs and stuff to them. The swords are all individual. Those are put on there. The bracelets and the wrists that all the angels that you see have, and the design and everything. So there's a lot of different elements that came together to make this piece. So as I was saying, that in the struggles, and I wanted to be an inspiration piece that people could really look at for many years, and see something different, and see something that maybe could relate to them in their life, because we all go through troubles and troubles and trials and stuff in our life, but we look at it as being able to come through it and be able to be victorious with our help and whatever that you're drawn to. So there's a lot of little hidden details into this piece and a lot of different meanings. So this piece here on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, you can look at this piece up close on the website. You can also come to the room where they have this, and so you can actually see the particular piece. I'm gonna plug my computer in before it dies. There we go. To see this piece up close, I would love for you to see it up close. If it's desired to you to have this piece, that would be an honor to me too as well, that it can be a part of your home and a part of your family, an investment to your future. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of your day and to show and display my artwork. I'm very thankful to be a part of all these wonderful and amazing artists, that they would give me this opportunity to show and share my artwork. And I believe that I really got some amazing stuff coming. So I'm going to be working and promoting to push those things coming at the rest part. Staying on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Please come, please support, please share, please like this. And they're going to be these videos again, so you can share these with other people, and so they can see this as it's been and share this over and over and over again. Last year it was all online. This year you can be online and you can come see the work. So thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of your day. I appreciate it. Please stay to see many of the other artists today. Hey, Poncho.
Microphone, Poncho.
Yeah, you know, we forget the important stuff, don't we?
Don't we? Yes, we do. I'm gonna try a little thing on Facebook. I'm gonna see if it pops up. We have I'm gonna see if it works. Remember, I said I was gonna try something new, and let's see. I'm gonna see if it pops up. I'm gonna activate. It's a poll, and we'll see if people can answer the question. But like I said, it's new. So on the poll, if you're on Facebook, it says, "What is artist Thomas' middle name?" And then you have to click on which one it is. So this is for Thomas. So you, if you're out there and you see this on your Facebook pop up, don't you answer it, Poncho, because I see you over there.
No, I'm just looking. Because I got that welded in my brain.
Okay.
I know.
So if you're out there and you know Thomas's middle name, you can click on it and let us know.
Yeah.
How
There
many
you go.
people-
There you go,
how
Thomas.
you clicking it,
Now you
Thomas?
don't remember it no more, Pancho.
So I put a lot of E's on there. So that's one that I'm trying out.
I don't see it. I'm looking
You
for
don't
it.
see it. Are you on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show?
Yeah.
Okay, because it popped up on mine. I'm on that one, and it popped up on mine, and it has it right in front of Thomas, and it says, "What is artist Thomas' middle name?" So if you're out there, let me know if you know what Thomas's middle name is. Do you see it, Thomas?
Oh, I'm looking. I see it's on here. Let's see.
You see it on there?
Let's see.
So, like I said, this is
this is modern technology at its best.
I know.
So if you don't, it's okay, because like I said, it's something I'm trying out. I got a couple of questions today, so we'll be popping some questions on here and there. It pops up the same as the product does. So,
and for those of you that are watching right now, as we have passed our first hour, if you have some special questions for Thomas on his last day concerning his work, this is the time to chime in.
Yeah.
Thomas.
Yes.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
You do a lot of biblical scenes. You do a lot of historical scenes. What's the first non-biblical or historical subject you would like to do that might be salacious that's coming up?
Oh, goodness gracious. I got some pieces that I'm doing on Africa. I got some stuff that I'm doing that just deals with the stuff that's going on.
What's the one subject you've been wanting to do that's completely outside of what you normally do?
Oh, probably be some abstract.
Okay.
And I got some abstract pieces that I did, and I was like, man, this kind of came out pretty cool.
Okay.
I'll play around it, because I think abstract to me for many years was one of those things where it's like, dang, I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. And being visual, saying like, okay, this is a body, this is a face, these are buildings, and I know what these things are. And when I was watching this one guy, I don't even know if I'm following him now, but he keeps popping up on my IG feed, and he's put these colors down, and then and then he covers them with this white thing, and then he takes a brush and he goes, woo, 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 woo. And then there's the piece.
Yeah,
and
well,
he sells it for $100,000.
I got you. It takes time it's going to take a little bit more time than that to get it. I've been tight and figurative for so long that trying to do abstract can be a bit of a challenge, but that's something that's on my list of things to do too.
Oh yeah, because some people think you could just throw pen to paper or paint the canvas, and then you're thinking, yeah, no. You didn't get it. You didn't get it. You didn't get it. It's not just throwing some paint on the page. I think Craig figured out how it works. You and Pancho might be a little behind in the time. Craig.
No, I've done a few abstracts. And funny, the abstracts that I have done are all sold. So it's just a concentrated thing for me to do.
Oh no, I was talking about Craig figured out how the poll worked. I think Craig actually probably was typing it in. You had two people. I'm gonna post it. Now you're down to one, because I think the other person might have thought they didn't know it, because originally two people had answered, and I think the other person might have taken theirs off, thinking maybe that's not right.
So look at the one that actually flows the best.
Right. So before you go off, I'll post the result. I got a couple of questions.
Okay, I see where it was now.
You see it? You gonna put your answer in?
Yeah, I had to put my answer in.
I'm gonna put my answer. I can't put an answer in because it's me. It won't.
I got one for you. What is Larry Pancho Brown's middle name?
But have you said it? Yeah, I don't think you told that.
You find that when you digging.
I don't think you told anybody during this show.
I have told it probably last year, not this year.
This year, right? I have to put it on there.
What is Larry Pancho Brown's real middle name?
How'd you like that? How you like that Paul at the bottom?
What you got?
Let's see who answered. Let's see what you got, Thomas. All right. It looks like you got. I'm going to show the results of it. Okay, guys, we're done. I'm just going to show the results of Thomas. You see it? You gonna put your answer in?
Yeah, I had to put my answer in.
I think the other person took theirs down because they were scared it wasn't right. So there you go. Elias at 100%.
That's it. That's it. I can pull it back up now. There we go.
There you go. You can pull it back up.
Yeah.
So there you go. You got your name. So I got a couple more of those in here, and we'll see. I can't add that one, but I don't think you said it at all. I was trying to add stuff.
Well, we gotta challenge folks to Google some stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna put that in there. What's Poncho's middle name? I'll put that. That'll be one of the polls. That'll be a poll that comes up when you come up. That'll be one of the polls.
Is it something like Eckerford or something like that?
Eckerford, you see. I think you probably, for all the times I've messed with you over the years, you are entitled to Eckerford.
I like that.
If that was the case, I'd shoot myself live on the show. But I can look. But I can say it's not too far away from it though.
But in order for you to put the poll in, you have to give me you have to give me the right answer and 2 other wrong answers.
Oh my
God. You'd have to send them to me in a text.
Oh, you can just make up something because it's going to be.
But I still have to have the right answer though.
Oh wow, you don't have the right. Oh, I'll send you the right answer.
That's what I'm saying. You have to send me the right answer, and then I'll make up some other stuff. So especially when you said Eckerford was close, so it's gonna be.
It's not that far away from it. That's what I can tell you.
Well, Thomas is proud of his middle.
Well, yeah, I had to come up with a name like Poncho. So what's next, Louise? I mean, we got an open schedule here. Thomas just gave a wonderful presentation.
He did.
We're waiting for some other artists to come into the studio.
Let's see who was supposed to. Hold on now. I think that was Miss Pat was supposed to come in today. Okay. All right. So Miss. Oh, I don't. I don't have.
Well, for those of you that are not sure about the artists that are on the show, we're going to give you an overview of all of the artists.
There you
Yeah, Thomas. So, how was your luck over at the gallery yesterday, man?
Oh, it was really cool. It was really cool getting to see, LaShawn and some of the other people, and just answering questions from people. It was really nice. So, I know there was some interest. So hopefully, someone will come back and do the do.
I had to tell you this. Kevin was there. And remember when I was like, I had no idea Kevin was that tall.
Yeah.
He stood next to LaShawn, and LaShawn was like, I had no idea he was that tall. Kevin's like this.
Yeah, Kevin's tall. Kevin Johnson's tall.
Well, she just popped in to give us a note on how tall Kevin was. So now we know what the dealio is.
Hilarious.
As we wait for more artists to load into the studio, this is a Sunday, so we got to give folks time to get their spiritual time together.
Yes.
And so you know what, man? I don't have a Thomas Lockhart piece in my collection. I don't know what we're going to do about that because you don't do small pieces.
I do. I have tons of small pieces.
Now, that's not what I heard. The word on the street is all your stuff is 4 feet by 5 feet.
Oh, I got stuff smaller than 8 by 10.
What you got this small? Where's all the small stuff at?
Oh,
I know we shouldn't be talking about dealing on a show. That's very selfish of us to do that.
Yeah.
But I need to have a Thomas Lockhart, the third piece in my collection, and I got a couple pieces we might be able to work something out.
Yeah, that would be.
Since Louise is off camera, she can't hear us making this deal. She ain't far though. She's not far. She probably right now just going to pop in and get in the middle of the deal. But so what's next, man? What's next for you?
Let's see. I have the Denver Arts Festival coming up here in Colorado. Show I was trying to get into a couple of years. It's just it's a festival out in the old Stapleton area district.
I did a Denver Arts Festival, Black Arts Festival years ago. Is that the same show that was around back then?
No, this one has artists. They come from all over the nation. Okay. And then after that, there's another one called Cheeseman Park Arts Festival, which is close to the Cherry Creek Arts Festival, which is actually going on this weekend. So that's a really big one. Hundreds of thousands of people go to that one. They got artists that are from all over the country in that particular one. Then I'm doing something in November, and then I'll be in Miami for Spectrum. So I'm excited.
So let me ask you this: how has COVID affected how you book your shows?
Hasn't affected it one bit. No, one bit. Yeah, everything is just still to step, because I think coming out of last year, there were so many, especially promoters and people who had shows and artists that, depended on being on circuits, were taken off of those and had to find other particular means of doing things. I just kind of kept moving things. You were one person who played some instrumental part in actually getting into some of the lives and stuff that we were doing. And it's like after I did my 4th live, I was planning to do the 5th, and you've done your 60th. I haven't been able to get back into it because I've been, I got busy with a bunch of things and not been able to work it in.
Yeah, well, busy is one of those words that we have to deal with every now and then. It's about making it as productive as possible.
Yes.
The shows have not quite gotten back to normal. I happened to cruise through the Capital Jazz Festival yesterday and saw they had 1/3 of the vendors they normally have for their event.
Okay.
So not only are the crowds not back to normal, but even the vendorships are lower than usual. So for all you artists out there that's fretting over schedules and shows that are happening across the country, because I'm Artscape, this is their 2nd or 3rd year canceling Artscape, and that's the largest art show in the region.
Wow.
That's one of the things we have to contend with is the viability of shows and what is going to be the new normal when it comes to exhibitions. So I'll commend you for staying in the mix. I personally am staying closer to home.
Yes. I hear. I mean,
it's like it's just I am taking this virus situation seriously. I'm also taking into account that no one is really back to normal yet, so I'm using this time to reset, regroup, get off the treadmill, and create some different ways of reaching my people. So
yes,
there's no right or wrong way. We just got to keep on trying to just survive in this new normal.
Yes.
I have a question.
That's true. That's true.
I
Yes.
have a question. So
Yes,
here's a question. The question is, how do artists communicate with each other? Like we all like each other's work, and you and Thomas did a little bit of that today. And why do artists buy other artists' work or want other artists' work? And then what are some of the avenues that they go to actually obtain each other's work?
Well, I can answer that one because I don't know if Mr. Thomas Laws Lockhart has had quite the storefront I had. I had a fire in 1995. And up to 1995, I probably had collected 200 or 300 small originals by various artists, and that's a mixture of having purchased them. I used to purposely go in and buy pieces that were $400 or less as part of my collection. And then I had a fire, lost all of that stuff. Worst
Oh
case
wow.
scenario, no real insurance coverage, so I pretty much had to start over. But even today, I still have about 400 small originals by other artists again because we trade. I got some artist friends that's real general. I love when Karen Clark come to visit the studio. And she gonna bring a box or two. Me and Charles, we've been stealing pieces from each other for 30 years now. If he sees something he likes when he comes to my studio, he snatches it. And I come to his house, I try to snatch it. He tries to block me. We have fun. So I think that's the ultimate compliment for an artist is to when we can fellowship in that kind of way. I mean, everybody's not into that. Trust and believe me. Some artists don't want to hear, I want to trade your stuff for my stuff. They get a little attitude with it. I personally welcome it. I personally welcome it. Now, I would say that at least 50% of the pieces that I have acquired have been through trades.
How important is it to collect other artists' works?
I think it's crucial. How can you be an artist and you're talking about your viability as an artist and the legacy aspect of your work, and you don't have anything that you collected?
Right.
I know. Yeah.
And that's it. Yeah.
It's like a guy that's he's into auto repair, and he's driving his beat up car, but he don't have a muscle car on the side. Just
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line, it should.
He didn't have a project. He's
exactly. He didn't have a how you not gonna have a project car, right?
And it's kind of like how can you say that you never were inspired by something that somebody else did, And so, that's really important. So I definitely want to do more of it. I have some pieces, but I want to be like, some of these guys because it's an investment. I mean,
let me tell you, man, one of the most impressive collections I've seen is of other artists' works is Charles Bibbs. He's got a collection that's pretty awesome. I mean, he can pretty much do an exhibition on other artists. Well, he's done it at the Riverside Museum where he just did a Black History Month exhibition that had 40 pieces by other artists.
Wow.
He's got work everywhere. So I love that. That inspires me.
Is that not Najee too? He's got a
well, Najee's another one that's been collecting a lot of artists' work too.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's one of those things that if you are an artist, you should entertain adding that as part of what you do.
Yeah.
Ultimately, like I have, like I say, I have to watch myself because I spend too much money on art.
I find that I collect things that are totally different from what I, totally different from what I do. So I find that I collect when I do see artwork that I like, I tend to collect different things that are totally different from what I do.
Yeah. And I collect things that are accessible or different from what I've seen the artists do. So I had Charles's first nude. For a long time, he wouldn't do nudes. I've since sold it, but that's the kind of stuff I would get. I would go to a booth, and normally if an artist has a booth set up and it's 10 by 10 space and they got to fill that, they're going to fill it with pieces from every price range. And you're going to be so sensitized to buying the bigger stuff that I'm going to walk in the booth and see that small sketch and grab that small sketch. Yeah. And that's how I do my collection. So yeah, I advise all artists, if you have not begun collecting the works of other artists, start soon.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, because there's just so much out there, and especially within our community too. It not being a big community, but it's growing, which is a blessing. And
But
then
it's a bigger thing that's happening. If you're just doing your work and selling your work, and it becomes just about you, and there's no other point of reference, I still think it affects how you create. It affects how you appreciate. I think it says something to some of those other things. Like
yeah,
I know artists that don't even fool with other artists' works. When you walk in their house, they don't have anybody else's work. I'm
yeah,
not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying that you'll find that the ones that are really appreciators of art have all kinds of stuff in their collections.
yeah. It's crazy that like you come into my house. Well, I have some of my pieces on the wall, a couple of them, but most of them are other people.
Yeah, and I have so many storylines from pieces that people have given me. It's just unbelievable. You never know what things are going to end up. Like I got this right here in the mail a couple weeks ago. I've been doing a fundraiser for my book,
Yes.
and you see who this envelope is from. This is from the great Frank Frazier.
Oh wow.
So where he didn't go online and do it, he
Uh-huh.
put an envelope in the mail and drew on the envelope.
Joanna, and that is amazing.
So this is the kind of stuff that will go in my stash. I have
Yeah,
these, little small pieces and trinkets that I've gotten from people over the years.
yeah. I
Um,
donated too. I donated.
yeah, and thank you, Thomas.
Yeah.
I had a lot of artist support. Thank you so much for that. I don't
Mm.
want to. We're just kind of
Yeah,
use
yeah,
some fill space, but
yeah,
I'll talk about my book a little bit more when my section comes up. But
yeah,
I want to thank you, my brother. We got two artists in the studio,
yeah.
and we're going to let them come on. And we appreciate you supporting us again this year,
Yes, absolutely.
and looking for all of the great things that come to you in the future.
Yes.
Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
All right.
Next up. Hello, Miss Patricia.
Hello, Mr. Pancho, and hello, Miss
How are you?
Louise.
Looking fabulous
Look
as
at you
usual.
looking all wonderful this morning.
She came to us yesterday in that little seat looking like mama everything.
That's all right. That's what we need.
All fabulous.
Well, see, not only do I make art, but I wear art too.
Mm.
Because I want to be like both of you when I grow up. In my
Well, we're going to turn the floor over to you, Pat, so you can do your segment, and Louise and Pat, do y'all thing.
Oh, Pat do her own thing. She do
And
not
Louise,
need me.
I'm going to leave enough time so that if there are any questions, we have time.
Okay, that sounds good. That sounds good because we have because we overlapped a little bit. So okay.
Okay. So hi, this is Pat Boy calling you from Packwood, South Carolina once again. And yesterday I talked a lot about process so that people can understand a little bit more about printmaking. And I'm going to segue just for a minute because I want to show you how prints are made, how a particular modality of prints are made. So yesterday I think I showed you grandma, the print grandma. And these are plates. And I hope you can see them good. They're plates carved out of linoleum. Okay. And then once you finished with them, you dust them off with a brush so that you can get any residue of linoleum left over. Then you ink them up and you do something called a PP, which is a printer's proof. So you want to see how your plate, and this is called a plate, how it prints. And I want to show you a plate that is in progress. And if you look at the top, you can see where I started to incise or cut out parts of the plate. And you can see the image. And then when I finish carving all the designs out, then I'm going to carve out all of the background, which is called negative space, so that only the parts that are carved will print and the rest of it will be blank. So, unlike yesterday, where I talked a lot about process, today I'm going to share with you some of my favorite pieces of work. And I want to start off with a small print, but it's kind of powerful because sometimes small prints are really as much work as a big print because the image takes a long time to get just right because you're working in small areas. And this is called Stone Sister. And I really like historical references. I love cave drawings. And so it has kind of like a double entendre. When I was a young person, if a really cute girl walked by, the brother would say, "She is a stone sister," okay, which meant that that was something good. And because it's important for people to have access to my work, I marked this very reasonably, uh, and it is $175. And what I did was I tried to replicate the colors of the caves, and also there's a shell at the top. Now, history has always played a real important role in my life from the time that I was a young girl. And I particularly uh, studied the enslavement of our folks. And this piece is called Wade in the Water because after the captive wardens, and I don't call them slave owners, I call them wardens, over the prison complex, which was the plantation. A lot of times slaves did not have a church of their own, although they were forced to go to the warden's church. Okay, so they would come down to the river and they would be baptized in the river. And this piece is called Wade in the Water. It's a linoleum cut. There's a limited edition. I think I only did 6 of these, and it's $700. I think I mentioned that when I was in Africa, I became really fascinated, with local artisans. And one of the things that I really loved was the indigo art. And actually, indigo fiber was my very first art form after I learned silk screening. And so what I've done is I have dyed paper in my indigo bed. I have an indigo bed on my front porch, and it keeps going all during the time that it's warm. And so what I did was I dyed paper in the indigo bed. Now, the really dark paper in the back, the longer you leave it in the dye vat, the darker it gets. And the lighter pieces, I just did a dip once. And the thing that's interesting about the art of indigo is that it is a oxygen less environment. In other words, if I put paper or I put fabric in the indigo vat, because there's no oxygen in it, it doesn't start to turn blue until I take it out and introduce it to air, or I can put it in water, and then it starts to get blue. And then if you want it to be darker, you wring it out and you very gently submerge it into the dye vat. I was really fortunate in that I was able to do a master's class with a living treasure from Japan who was an indigo artist, who was only permitted to leave Japan to teach, every few years. I told you that Ellen Natsu was one of my great influences in art. And along those lines, what I did was I took a print and I kept looking at it and looking at it. And I kept contemplating and contemplating. And so I cut it up and I rearranged it. And it's called Contemplation. And it's $500. And the objective of the print is to show that there may be dark days, there are going to be sunny days, there are going to be good days and bad days. But as long as we have life, life is golden. And so you'll see some gold interspersed throughout the work. I think I shared with you yesterday that one of the great influences in my work are women and her stories. And so consequently, I worked with women from Harlem to Watts in various community programs. Women whose stories made me cry, women whose stories inspired me, women who faced challenges and overcame them. And so I also thought about the women who worked on the prison plantations and how they survived through brutality, through overwork, through rape, through seeing their children's sold out from under them. And so I did 2 versions of this particular print, and I'll share the first one. And this is a black and white relief print that I carved out in linoleum. And for some of my work, I also write accompanying stories, because actually I was a writer before I started doing art. And this is called Auntie Sue. Her hips are wide for all the children that she birthed, many of whom were snatched away and sold out from under her, away from her, for her never to know where they went or how they were. Her breasts are big for the children that she nursed, and for the master warden's children that she was forced to nurse. Her hands are big for all of the labor, all of the work that she did. And the hat that she wears is to shield her from the sun when she worked in the fields from can't see to can't see, and also to partially block her identity. The lines that you see on the sides represent the enslavement that our people were subjected to. And the reason that I call her Auntie Sue is because no one honored her name. They called her girl. They called her mammy. They called her woman. But they never called her by her name. So this is Auntie Sue, and this is $800. Now, I did a second version of Auntie Sue, and this too was a relief print. And the difference between this one and the other one is that I colored in watercolor the plate before I printed it. And so what that means is that I carved out the image on linoleum, and then I went in with a very, very fine paintbrush, and I colored in all of those areas. And if you look real closely, you can see where her sleeves are. And that was a challenge, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't go over. And then what I did was I soaked my paper that I was going to print on so that the fibers opened up, because I usually use Arcavio cotton, 100% cotton paper. Then I blotted it out so that all the excess water was out. And then I put the plate on the paper and I pulled the print. And this one is called Auntie Sue 2. And again, her arms, which did such heavy work, her hips, which birthed the babies, her breast, which fed her children and also the warden's children, and the hat that she wore to protect her from the sun, and also to partially hide her identity. So this is Auntie Sue, and this is $850. And the difference in the price is that while I used the same technique, this one was all hand colored on the plate. And I think I only did 3 of these. So this edition is really small. As I said, when I was growing up, jazz was such a part of my life, because my mother was a big jazz buff. And so I remember, even as a young kid, a teenager, I saw Charlie Parker and Dizzy Gillespie. And as I got older, I saw Stan Kenton, and I saw Willie Bobo and Mongo Santa Maria, and Herbie Hancock was a friend. As a matter of fact, Herbie was the best man when my sister got married. And her husband was the drummer for Lambert, Hendricks, and Ross, the jazz trio. And so jazz is always, and music too, has always been a big part of my life. And so I also like to do things in series. So in terms of the jazz pieces, I did jazz suites, and I did homage to some of the great jazz artists like Miles Davis and Thelonious Monk, Ella Fitzgerald, Dizzy. In this particular piece, is homage to John Coltrane. And of course, I think his most popular and his most famous piece was called My Favorite Things. And this piece is called Coltrane's Favorite Piece. And it is a monoprint with gold threads through it because his music was so golden and precious. And then I cut out some felt pieces that represent music notes. And like so many of the great giants in music, Coltrane left us all too soon. But the thing that's really wonderful, like Miles, like Coltrane, like Dizzy, like Cannonball, the legacy that they left will be available and passed down for generations to come. And I have like a really interesting story about Miles Davis. I lived across the street from him in New York. He had a brownstone, and I lived in the brownstone directly across the street from him. And when Miles was recovering from surgery, he had hip surgery. I think he had a hip replacement. He had a stone brick wall around the front of his brownstone, and he used to sit on that brick wall, and he would watch everybody coming up and down the street. So he was kind of like the block watchdog and gossip too, because he liked to gossip with the lady who owned my brownstone. Once again, history is a constant source of inspiration for me. And before the Europeans had the royalty courts, Africans had courts where the chief or the Naba or the Oba would hold court to bestow favors, to settle disputes, to negotiate peace. So those African courts predated European courts. And so along those lines, I did this piece, and it's called Mama Justice. You see that she is an African woman in an African dress with African hair, and the scales of justice are even. But sitting on top of her is Sankofa. And so what she's saying is, in addition to justice, if you want to know your history, if you want to know your future, if you want to know where you're going, look back, and fetch your history. So this is Mama Justice, and she's $725, and I printed her on Japanese rice paper. Okay. So as I said yesterday, and I'm repeating it today, you can create art from things that are around you, from history, things that inspire you. You can also use art to make a statement that you want to portray and get across to folks. And so art is a vehicle that can take you from where you are to where you were or to where you want to go. One of the things that I really loved about Africa when I lived in Burkina was how attentive and how nurturing African women were to their babies. And it reminded me of my own mother, who was a young mother when I was born and my sister was born. And so this is called Mother and Child. It's a kind of version of, I just was reading a little blurb. I don't have on my glasses. It's kind of a version of Madonna and Child. And it just makes me happy. And I think about African women, who don't have all of the kinds of contemporary or modern day supports. They don't have any baby food. They make baby food out of what's available. Now young African women who are of a certain economic class have access to either diapers or Pampers, but everyday African women, even still today, particularly those that don't live in the city, take material and do makeshift diapers, but they still take care of their children. And if you notice in any movies or things that you've seen or read about Africa, they put their babies on their back with cloth. And so the babies are always with them. You know, they're with them when they're cooking, they're with them when they're in the marketplace, you know, and the babies are really very content. They're happy, you know. I remember, you know, seeing so many women with babies on their backs and often not hearing one baby cry. And it's because they were so close to their mothers and they felt so loved and protected. The next piece I'm going to share with you is a process that I didn't talk about yesterday, and it's called Shin Kole. And I don't do a lot of these because it's a lot of work, but I do love them a lot. Okay, and this piece is called Dancing Ancestors. And if you look closely, you'll see that the print is on different colors of paper. And Shin Kole, you take different pieces of paper, and then with a very, very fine Shin Kole glue, you tear the paper or you cut it and you overlap it on a piece of paper that is going to be your I'm trying to think of the word. I'm having a senior moment. It's going to be your well, you know what I mean. It's gonna be where your print is printed from. So when all these pieces come together, it's like a puzzle, okay? And you let it dry, and then you take your plate and you ink it up and print. And then if you look really close, you can see that the print has different colors in it, and that's from the different pieces of paper that were collaged, which means to glue one on top of each other. I lived in New York as a young woman, and one of the things that I loved to do was to go to the theater, and particularly I love to go to performing theater. And once a year, me and a bunch of my girlfriends would get together and we would have like a late lunch, and then we would go to Lincoln Center to see the Alvin Ailey dance troupe. And that was like the treat and the thing that we looked towards for the year. Okay, so every year I went to see Alvin Ailey and still love him. And when he's in my area, then, you know, I get a chance to go see him. And so this piece is another Shin Kole, which means that I took different pieces of paper. For this one, I cut them up and then I glued them on top of each other. And then on a piece of I don't know why I'm stuck today for that word, but at any rate, it's a piece of paper that supports the different colors of paper that I've cut up. And then once it's dry, then I print on top of it. And this is called the Dancer. And this is an homage to not only Alvin Ailey, but to Pearl Primus, who was a dancer, to Catherine Dunham, who was a dancer, to Debbie Allen, and it shows the motion of the dance. So this is called The Dancer, and this is a Shin Kole, and this piece is $800. I didn't do very many silk screens because once I left my apprenticeship studio, I didn't really have access to making screens. But one of the screens that I did make, and I did it for a friend who was encountering a life-changing situation, and he was really kind of depressed. And I kept talking to him and telling him it was going to be all right. And every day he would call me and he said, well, have you thought of anything? Have you done a piece for me? And I kept saying, listen, you know, when I think of what I want to do, you'll be the first to know. And he kept calling me every day. And finally, the last time he called me, I said, listen, just relax, you know, stop bugging me because I'm going to get it done because you walk with the ancestors. And then I thought, okay, that's it. So this is the only silk screen that I have, although I did have some screens that I don't have anymore. So this piece is called he walks with the ancestors. And of course, the figure is walking, but all the little dots around it represent all of the karma, the ancestral karma that protects him. So this is called He Walks with the Ancestors. This is the last piece that I have like this, and it's $4.50. I really like this. And of course, you'll always find a lot of red in a lot of my work because it represents the blood of the ancestors and the things that we have gone through and continue to go through. Once again, you have to bear with me. I love me some sisters. I collect a lot of work by sisters, by women, and about women. And I told you that I like to take something old and make something new and different, or to repurpose it a bit. And I love this piece. And this piece is called She Is. She is a mother, she's a wife, she's a sister, she's a daughter, she's a lover, she's patient, she's kind, she's faithful, she's truthful, she's tireless, she's hardworking, she is. And this is a mixed media piece. I printed a relief print on top of a monoprint, and then I cut out around the edges to reconfigure the print so that it's kind of interesting. And so this is a tribute to my mother, to other mothers, and to Black women and women of color in particular. Now the next piece is a piece that when I finished it, I swore that I would never do this particular medium again. Because when I tell you that this was a lot of work. Okay. Lithography is one of the first and earliest forms of printmaking. And when I tell you that it's labor intensive, believe me, it's labor intensive. Because you have to prepare a lithography stone. And as an artist, I don't have access to the stones because they're very expensive. And not only that, you need a certain kind of press in which to do it. And you can't do lithography. You can't do stone lithography by yourself. You have to have another person, like a studio assistant, to assist you in doing it. And I'm going to explain the process. Okay, so you have this lithography stone, and there are only a couple of quarries, places in France where you can get this particular kind of stone. And then you have to clean it really well, and then you have to sand it so that the surface is really smooth. Then you take a grease pencil and you put your image on. Okay, and once you put your image on, then you're almost, but not quite ready to print. Okay, so you take your lithography stone and you put it on a lithography press. And the lithography press is a press that has a bar, a horizontal bar across it. Okay, so then you have to, what they call, charge the stone. So you ink up your stone with a brayer 4 times vertically. Okay, and then you print. And while you're doing that, the assistant has a big sponge and she's sponging water onto the stone because grease and water don't mix. So you're protecting your image on the stone. Then you charge up your stone, vertically, horizontally 4 times. So now you've charged your stone 8 times. And you go back and you roll up your image and she's squeezing the water. Then you go back and all you do it 16 times before you print. And then when your stone is ready to print, because you've had all this water that separates you, from your image that you put on with the grease pencil, then you're ready to pull. And I told you that the bar is horizontal. Wait a minute, horizontal, vertical. It's vertical. No, it's horizontal. It's this way. And so as you roll your image on the stone through the press comes down and it pushes your image from your stone lithography stone, it transfers it onto your paper. And after I had done 3 of these images, and I've had to charge the stone 16 times, so what, 16 times 3 is like 16 times 3, 48, right, 48 times. This is the only stone lithography that I did, and this is called Lucy of Africa. So this is the artist proof, and then I think I have one more. So I only did 3 because my arms gave out. Now there's other kinds of lithography that you can do today. Yeah, you got it. And the thing that's interesting about this piece is Lucy has her arms raised because in many ways, back in the day, Africa upheld the world in terms of eye surgery and written tablets, the books of Timbuktu from Mali, astronomy, the arts, and people and historians like to say Africa didn't contribute to the world. And I say, well, if that's true, then why did you all steal all the art out of Africa, particularly the Benin bronzes, which are worth more than their weight in gold, and which rest today in the private collection of the Queen of England, who should really give the work back. So the gold represents all of the richness of Africa, the culture, the people, the minerals, the gold, the arts. And if you notice, there are only a few slithers of white in this particular print because when they say it was Black Africa, it was Black Africa until the introduction of the illegal slave traders. Okay, so I only have 2 more pieces to go. I like to change things up. I like to add things. I like to figure stuff out. This next piece, and I hope I can get the whole piece in because it's a long piece, is called Mama Venus of Wallendorf. In South Africa, the Hottentot women were women of a particular tribe. And in Africa, unlike the West, girth, healthiness, women who are healthy are valued, as opposed to the West where they want you to be really, really skinny. And so they would feed these women, feed them, because they wanted them not only to be healthy, but they were also more valuable if they looked healthy and strong. And many of the rulers that you see in African pictures were big men for the most part, because they needed to have the image of prosperity which honored their tribe. So the women of the Wottentot tribe had big buttocks and huge breasts. And this is kind of a sad historic story. And one of the women was captured by the illegal folks. And she was taken to England, where she was put in a cage, naked, and put on display. And she lived like that for a period of time, and then she died. And in the last couple of years, the government of South Africa has demanded that her remains be returned to South Africa from England so that she could be properly and honorably buried in her own homeland. And so as a tribute to her, I did this piece called Mama Hottentot. And the thing that was interesting is that there was a statue of her that was carved out of stone, and it was found in a cave, and it's called the Venus of Wallendorf. The Venus of Wallendorf. That's my daughter who always likes to get in trouble because she's not following instructions, and I told you to go. So go back where you were until I'm finished, and I'm not going to say it. No, drink it. Go drink it. Go ahead.
I'll close the door.
Thank you.
You have a privacy.
I don't have my privacy. Close the door right now.
I am.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, folks. You know how that goes. You tell them not to do it, and they do the opposite. But anyway, this is for the Venus of Wallendorf, Mama Venus. Okay, now I'm going to try my best to get the whole piece in. There's fabric at the bottom. No, there's a print at the bottom. The print is the image of the Venus of Wallendorf, which was ended up the stone image of the Venus of Wallendorf ended up in Germany. Okay, and that is a relief print. And then I'm going to move it down, and the top is a relief print, and I printed it in red, and then I cut it out and collaged it, glued it onto the subsheet. That's what I was trying to remember from before. And then I put her feathers on, and if you notice, her around her neck are beads. Okay, so this is a tribute to Mama Venus of Wallendorf, who was a Hottentot woman. And the last piece, and today I was just sharing with you some of the works that are my favorite works. One of the things that I think is important is that as an artist, that you engage social issues. You just, and you can, you can make beautiful art. You can make art that tells a story. But I think also that art has to challenge you. It has to make you think. Sometimes it has to disturb you. Sometimes it's a call for action, like the art out of Black Lives Matter. Sometimes it's to remind you. And so I've been in several exhibitions where the art has spoken to a particular situation. I was in a show at a gallery in Maryland, Just Looking, and it was called Social Rights and Social Wrongs, and it had to do with civil distress, civil injustice. And the piece that I'm going to share with you right now is a piece that I did for a show for the University of Eastern Tennessee on social justice, and it's called Stop. And it's a big piece. It's a mixed media piece, and I'm going to try to get the whole piece on if I can. Oh, okay, I can. All right. You see the woman and her tears. And her tears are in blue, indigo dyed paper. And you see writing, okay? And on the woman's profile, it says stop. And what that signifies is stop killing us. And the writing indicates of various years, okay? And for each of those years, I did the research, is a number. And the number indicates the number of Black men and Black women who were killed by the police. If you move down a bit, you see the red background, and that signifies the blood that our people have shed and the blood of those who were killed by the police. And the hands that are reaching up are blue, different shades of blue, and that represents the police. And the name of this piece is Stop. Stop killing us. Stop beating us. Stop torturing us. And this is mounted on canvas. And I think this is 16 by 20, and this is my most expensive piece. And this piece is $1,000 because it's time to stop. It's time to stop the Trayvon Martin It's time to stop the young sisters. See, it wasn't only men that were killed by the police. It was Sandra Brown, Michael Brown, so many people. Okay. And I remember when I was a young woman, there was a young brother in Detroit, and his name escapes me because it's been so many years. But he had a confrontation with the police. And he was the first black man that I knew as a young girl who was killed by the police. So this piece is stop, and it means stop killing us. Right now, stop. Oh, and let me just share this with you so that you see. In 2015, 1,301 black people were killed by the police. In 2016, 962 people were killed by the police. In 2017, 1,129 people, black people, were killed by the police. In 2018, 998 black people were killed by the police. In 2019, 999 black people were killed by the police. And in 2020, from January to August, okay, that's only 8 months, 982 black people were killed by the police. And so I want you to think about that. And I want you to get out and work toward making that stop. So, any questions? I'm here.
Woo! Any questions? I mean, you just gave a whole history lesson here. That was a beautiful presentation, Patricia.
Thank you,
It was
Pop.
nice to hear your process, and you're so glorious in how you represent your stories. I know I met you quite a few years ago and have always been intrigued by your work. And it's just nice to see you still as a beacon of light.
Well, listen, Patrick, I'm trying to be a 200-watt bulb looking at your 1,000-watt bulb. So, you talk about inspiration, I mean, listen, you have always been a guiding light, not just for me, but for so many other people, and I remember when you talk about still, I remember when I was in Detroit and I wept when I found out that your studio had been burned
Oh
down.
yeah, yeah,
And you'd lost, a lifetime body of work,
yeah.
But what happened? That song, uh, "Sit Yourself Up, Dust Yourself Up,
Exactly,
and Start All Over Again,"
exactly.
and you came back better and stronger and more productive. I watch
Mhm.
you when you do your live broadcast. Until I'm like, is there anything else? Okay. Uh, I just recently met Louise, and I asked Louise. I said, "Well, do you ever find time to sleep?" So, because every time I see her, she's in the studio, and if she's not in the studio, she's either on her way to the studio or she's leaving the studio. And so, for this to be the kind of forum, and let me say this is going to grow every year, and I hope that you guys videotaped a lot of this, because I think that in terms of reaching and teaching, this would be good to take into the schools. Because I'm
Oh,
telling you,
absolutely.
I'm really concerned about this generation of young folks, because, they can tell you Twitter, litter, fritter, IG, Facebook, your book, all the rest of that stuff. But if you ask them, as an example, who W.E.D. Du Bois is, um, they don't know. If you
Mhm.
ask them who Charles Drew is, maybe they heard of him, but they're not quite sure what the reference is.
Mhm.
And I was so disturbed and so distraught by the lack of historical knowledge that our kids had, that I'm writing a book for young people and illustrating it of our history. Okay, because the other part of it is that kind of bothers me is that we have surrendered our authority to black children. We
Mhm.
don't tell them. It's like my daughter who decided that she wanted to come in, uh, during the broadcast when I had told her that you better not do it. Okay, so She's gonna pay for that because that's like 2 hours worth of lost television time. Okay, but she knows what the deal is. I pay the cost to be the boss. Okay. So, if you ain't got no job, you ain't paying no rent. You gotta fall in line. But while each generation wants their children to have access to more, we have lost a lot, not only of authority, but a lot of our parenting skills. I grew up in Detroit. I grew up in a Black community. And the only time you saw white people in that community was if they were social workers or the police. And the grocery man was Italian, and the man who owned the clothing store was Jewish. But every place that I looked, they were Black proprietors. The man who owned the record store was Black. The dentist was Black. The pharmacist was Black. And so I was reinforced all the time with Black excellence and Black competency. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to stop trying to be children's best friends and be their parents and their role models. And see, my philosophy is that every child is my child. Okay. Mm-hmm. And I've done a lot of residencies. I've done residencies in Virginia, Kentucky, Michigan, and South Carolina. And, there's always one little kid, that's the tester for the group. They want to test to see how much they can get away with. So I look at the kids and I say, do I look like Michael Jordan? And they say, no, Miss Pat, what does that mean? I said, what it means is I didn't come here to play with you. So now,
hey guys,
that's the real
I'm
deal.
at nice. I'm at the gallery today, and I wanted to come on over here. You wanted to. I'll get Adrian.
Well,
I wanted to bring you guys.
Before you do that,
go ahead.
I want to wrap up. I want to wrap up with Patricia. Patricia, thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate your presentation. Your words are not falling on deaf ears. You're absolutely right on all fronts when it comes to parenting, how we look at our history. I'm glad you're an example of an artist that's pressing that forward, because I think that what I'm charged up about now is artists are really taking the responsibility of rewriting a lot of that history, or re-representing that history. And so I thank you for all you've been and all you will be. And until next time, we thank you so much for joining us on the show this year.
And thank you for allowing me. And I'm just going to close to say, I woke up this morning, I stood up, and I'm still standing.
There you go.
I have
so enjoyed you.
Well, thank you so much.
I also want to tell you to thank you for validating us hot and tot queens, sister queens, in a world of, diets and skinniness.
We couldn't have gotten here without the participation and the input of the brothers. So we have to give them their due. So listen, thank you. Hope you sell a lot of beautiful art. And you know what? You're not going to win. You already did. So I'll share.
There you go. Thank you.
And out.
Thank you, love.
She's like, I am so proud of her. She is just like, it's okay, doing her thing.
Well, I mean, that's what we do. That's what all of us do.
That's what we
just need to crochet.
Well, I got Felicia over here and Adrian, and they are ready to say hi.
Hi, everybody. I'm gonna take my mask off. I'm still.
We're rotating.
Hi, everybody. I'm Felicia. This is Adrian.
Let's see if they can see us. Okay, hold on. Let's go. There we go.
Hi, Corinthia. Pancho. Good to see you guys. I've been watching you guys for the last 2 days.
Yes. I'm so glad you guys are there doing your thing and helping with the show.
Yes, it's a beautiful show.
It is.
Yes, it's
and
you are beautiful.
You are beautiful.
Yes, we really appreciate it here, and we got a lot of comments from people Friday night and today about how amazing the exhibit is, and people were, even during the Friday art walk, they said this was the best exhibit that they've ever seen here at Fort Collins. So people were really impressed with the show. You guys did a beautiful, amazing job. So we really appreciate you. I hope you make some big sales too.
Yes.
But we definitely appreciate it.
I'm gonna talk her into making a big sale.
Yeah,
she's gonna make.
I gotta get.
Pressure
Yeah, I gotta get my mortgage payment.
She has been talking about many things that she does want to purchase all day. So
Right, I know.
Lots of ideas.
So we'll Felicia's gonna buy everything.
And if you guys do ever come to Colorado, I was just telling Louise, we got to take you guys to the Zimbabwean Sculpture Park in Loveland. It's beautiful. Yes, beautiful. The whole park is just Zimbabwean families, sculptures. So we'll have to do that.
Okay, I look forward to it. I'll be there. I'm coming as soon as possible.
Okay.
All right, y'all. We're going to try to keep this.
Your art all day.
Hold on.
Thank you so much. We're going to keep this party moving with the folks that are checking into the studio. So we're going to bring Diana Shannon Young back up on the screen.
Hey.
How are you doing, Diana? Thank you so much for being patient. I know you've been in the studio for a little while, but we're getting ready to get started.
Hey, Diana.
Hi, no problem. And I'm sorry I missed you guys yesterday. I don't know if I've ever told you, but I got 2 miniature schnauzers and they eat everything. And one of them ate something he shouldn't have eaten. I had to take him to the vet.
No problem.
Etta James and BB King.
BB King.
Yeah, that's the name. Etta James and BB King.
You see what happens when you name them after superstars?
Exactly. Well, hello. Happy Sunday to everybody. And I want to thank you for having me. And I want to thank Miss Patricia. You know, she is really a treasure. She reminds me of the Frank Frazier of the art circuit. She is so full of information and I loved hearing her. Anyway, today I'm Diana Shannon Young. And I'm an artist, art dealer. I've had several galleries and I want to talk about the past. I've talked about my figurative work, which I will still talk about a few pieces here, and some of the way I title the work and the commissions that I get and that type of thing. Today, though, I'm going to focus mainly, excuse me, on my abstract work. So first, I'm going to show a small video of some of an exhibit of some of my work. I have been juried into abstract art shows. I've been doing abstracts for close to 15 years. And I like to experiment with them, and I have a couple of different styles that I do. Anyway, I'm going to show you a quick look, and then we're going to go into the cell of talk about some of the work I have at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Then I'm going to talk about some of the techniques I use in my abstract work. Here we go. Thank you. We'll get back to the abstracts later. Right now, I'd like to go into the store at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, where you can purchase the artwork by all the artists that are showing here, and talk about a few pieces that I have there. Okay, we'll start with Virtuous Intentions. Virtuous Intentions, this is a small 6x8 original piece. It's on paper. As you can see, I like to do a very colorful background in a lot of my pieces. And I like when I do faces, I like expression on the faces. Virtuous Intentions, I usually title the pieces after. So it's not like I started painting this and said, oh, this is going to be Virtuous Intentions. When I finish it, I look at her face, I look at the composition, I look at the hair, and then I decide what I think this particular figure is saying, what expression is she portraying. Even if there is no face and there's body language, I think it all speaks, because art, as I have said before, art captures a story without words, and that is true of abstract as well as figurative artwork. This is Virtuous Intentions. It's acrylic on heavy watercolor paper, and the price is $6.50. The next piece is actually it's cross-eyed. It has on it cross-eyed love, but as I say, sometimes I change the title or look at the piece real close, and I decide that the title I've given it does not fit the piece to me. And this particular piece, Cross-Eyed Love, I actually retitled this before I put it out, and I guess it was on the slide when I sent it out, and I forgot to change it on that. It's called Stand By Me. She's standing by him, he's standing by her. Again, I like the colorful background, but I also like the composition and the forms and shapes that they create in the painting. So I have sort of an abstract background going on with the various colors, and then the couple in the middle. Stand By Me is one of many couple pieces that I do. This particular piece is also on watercolor paper, and it is $1,200. It's 11 by 14. The next piece is Contemporary Fatigue. I'll go on down. No. Contemporary Fatigue. Again, this piece was kind of an inspiration from during the pandemic. Contemporary because it's today, it's now, it's what's going on. And we're all kind of fatigued of all the staying at home, the not being able to embrace or touch each other, touch friends and family for a while. And it's still a challenge even at this time. And we also had to try to maintain some semblance of sanity and some semblance of satisfaction, unity, and happiness within our lives. So that has caused most of us to be fatigued. So hence, that's why I call this lady Contemporary Fatigue. And the next piece is Oh, and by the way, she's on canvas, contemporary fatigue. She's on heavy canvas, actually gallery wrap canvas, which can be framed or hung just as it is, and the price is $5,000. The next piece is Honey Browns. It's dancers. Well, I don't really think they're dancing. It's just, again, I still have this idea, or I say influenced by girls and women and working together. If you could enlarge that, you could see that they have all the different hairstyles, and there's a lot of texture, and the quilting behind the piece is also done in paint and different mediums, but each one has their own personality, and because by their stance, some girls are sassy, some are quiet, some are demure, and some are just wild. And you can usually, but in my paintings anyway, you can usually tell what the personality is by either the look on their face, but mainly by how they're standing or the stance of their body. And this is Honey Browns because they're all warm brown, and they're all sisters that inspire each other. The next piece is A Quiet Place. It's a single girl sitting on a stoop, and she is, again, I did this during the pandemic. And she is contemplating what's next in her life. What is she going to do? What is going to happen with all of this unrest and during the unrest periods, and then what is motivating her? Where does she go from here? She's in a casual outfit, she's sitting on the stoop, and she's just contemplating life as it passes by, and what does the future hold? The future is so uncertain right now, but you still have to maintain and think in a positive way. So this is called A Quiet Place. It's 36 by 36, and it's also $5,000. Eternal Sisters. Eternal Sisters is two ladies, two girls in blue, and I don't see that, so we will skip that one. Obviously, maybe it's sold already. I hope so. That would be great. The next one is called Arrival. Arrival is from my Freedom Journey series. This is actually a very large piece. It's 20 by 60, so it's 5 feet tall, and it has a story to tell within itself. It's from the series I was speaking about the last few days about the American flag, indicating that we helped to build this country. But as you notice, the American flag is not prominent. It's sort of like hidden in a silhouette, and the African flag colors, which tie us back into the fact that that's our roots, is more prominent. You have the slave ship as we are brought over, and in between that, you have slaves being sold at auction, and it talks about how much they are and what else they're selling. You see they refer to us as cargo. And then all the way up to the inauguration of Barack Obama. And then at this time, what we're fighting, by fighting voting rights and for our civil rights, and just to be treated equal, it's like they're almost trying to return us to slavery. So you've got the slave ship that has what has happened in between, all the way up to 2021, and the fight for some of the things we've been fighting for years. And again, they have a serene look on their face, like we're not angry. We could be angry, but we are thinking. We're trying to think what we're going to do to get past all of this, and we're working together. So that's what I try to portray in some of those Freedom Journey pieces. The next piece is Spring Forth. Spring Forth is a floral piece done with a lot of texture and color. As you can see, I am a colorist, and I do love color, but I do some pieces in monochromatic tones. But spring forth is, I love flowers and I love to receive flowers. I think I said that the other day, but it's true. And I do receive flowers for when people are wondering what to get me. They know flowers. Flowers, of course, diamonds would be good too. Are always a good, always a good fit. But this piece is 6x8 and it's an original piece and it is on watercolor paper as well. It's $5.50. And the next piece is, we'll get back into some of the abstract pieces. This one is called A Fire in the Hole. Again, I titled the pieces after I am complete with, after I complete them, because to me, the reds and the orange represent a fire, and it represents your emotions almost boiling over. And I did this also during the unrest to show that we have a fire in the hole that we're trying to contain, hence the line through the middle, but it won't be contained. And this is from my abstract series, and it's also a 6x, actually this is a 9x11, and it's $600. And the very last piece I'm going to show is Into the Wild. This is also an abstract piece. And I think I was struck by the fact when I finished this, I kind of see forest, and I kind of want you to think of going into the wild, because that's what we're going into with all the unrest and all the COVID and pandemic going on. It's into the wild. I mean, we don't know where we're going, what direction that we're being driven to, but we are still maintaining and keeping a positive attitude. Again, it has the texture that I use and that I love so much. And I'm going to talk about that more in the next small video. Anyway, that's the last piece. That all of these pieces are available on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and they're available for purchase. They're also available on Facebook on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So try and go and take a look and see if there's pieces there, not only by myself, but some of these other fantastic artists. I'm just so thrilled to be involved with all these artists. There's so much talent here and such creativity and so many different mediums. I was going to speak on different mediums, but I don't think I have to at one of my talks. But there's so many different mediums. A lot of the other artists have explained their own compositions, their own style, their own techniques, and it's just a wonderful thing. I also collect art. I have about at this time I may have about 6 of Pancho's pieces available. I have some very limited editions. I have some originals. These are pieces that he did in the 90s. I've been collecting his work for quite a while. Of course, being an art dealer, I've sold some of them because I have bought numerous pieces over the years, but I still have a few in my collection, and he's one of the artists I collect. And then I've collected from some of the other artists here, as well as other artists that are well known. I have Charlie Palmer's work. I have just quite a few. Woodrow Nash. I have a lot of different artists' work, and that's my biggest concern when I'm at any art event. Am I going to buy more than I actually sell? So I have to keep track of that. Okay, so I'm going to show you a quick video, and I'm going to be talking on the video explaining some of the techniques I use in my abstract work, because abstract work is actually a visual language. It consists of form, color, line, and shape, and only through art can stories be told. But the elements of abstract are the form, the line, color, shape, and trying to get all of that to work together and to create something that's non-representational and non-objective. Thank you for watching, and here's the video. Today, I'd like to talk about my abstract work. I'll give you a full view, then I'll talk about a few pieces. As I said earlier, I love to do work with a lot of texture. I'm giving you a very close-up look of some of the pieces. This is Poppy Fields. This is an abstract type floral. And the one next to it, I've done a drip technique. Quite a few artists use that nowadays. You put the paint on the canvas
turn it upside down and let it just run. I have the detail in the florals where I've used paint pens and gel paint. Then we have pieces that I have used different textures on: cement, modeling paste, and quite a few other textures I'll use from time to time. This piece is very heavily textured, and the colors have a lot of pastels. And now if I've used palette knife, paintbrush, quite a few different techniques. Then I have a piece here that has the same type of technique, but not as much palette knife on this particular piece. And below has a lot of different forms and shapes in it. You know, acrylic painting, this can be fun, and it can be kind of demanding because you have to get the look that whatever it is you're trying to achieve, or you can just let it flow. This section here are pieces that I have done after attending a couple of events in Martha's Vineyard. I was enthralled by the ride on the ferry over, all the seagulls following the bay that day. This is called Regatta. And we have, I'm going to give you a look at that large piece, sideways, Blue Lagoon, and below that, Falls of Confusion. I have a lot of, sometimes I use monochromatic colors, which is what these are. And then I like the bright colors as well. This one's Fire in the Hole, Red Hot Summer, Into the Wilderness, and Blue Moon Rising. And as we move along, I have different florals that have, this is another piece that has that drip effect. The colors are just gorgeous in some of these pieces. I'm really thrilled with how they turn out. Here's a couple of pieces that have the different textures of cement and gels and modeling paste and things like that. As you can see, the colors really are blend well. I've used different techniques to get the colors to blend well and get little detail in them. I'm giving you a close-up of that one. And I'll give you the close-up of the one below that, which also has a lot of depth and texture in it. These particular pieces, they all have emotional attachments for me, and I'm really emotional when I'm doing them. The names of some of them, like the one we're looking at here, is called a real slow burn. The red represents fire, the red and orange fire and burning, and the blue is for calmness. And during the pandemic and even before, most of my abstracts are done from an emotional standpoint, how I may be feeling the day that I do them, whether I'm in a happy mood or excited mood or just feeling melancholy. There's one up here that has a lot of depth, color, and texture to it. And this one here, something along those same lines. And we have one more over here, different color palette altogether. The shapes and forms I like to use to form an abstract work all has to do with what colors I decide to use. Anyway, thank you for looking, and hopefully you'll find, if not one of my figurative pieces, an abstract piece that you can't live without, and you will purchase it from the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I said, I want to thank everybody. I know this is the last day and this is the last time we'll be on, but I appreciate being able to be here with Pancho and Karen Clark. I love her work. I'm going to be buying some of that, and I want to get something from Corinthia. And so hopefully all of you will also look and find something that you love. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Diana Shannon. You have been a great addition to this year's show. Hopefully you had a good time.
I sure did.
Learned something new, a new skill set.
Yeah, I'm learning all this tech stuff. I'm gonna be a beast now, as you say.
That's what we aiming for.
You guys,
Diana, thank you so much. You are absolutely amazing.
Hey, gangbang. Diana, you're absolutely amazing.
Well, thank you.
I'm co-host here training. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, Carl T. Trader.
I'm all right. We coming for Pancho spot.
That's all right, man.
Pancho remember you from last
bring
year.
It. All I say is bring it, because I know how much time I put in.
You got the head in Baltimore. Hey, Corinne, you still in Las Vegas?
Yes, I am.
It looked like it with their background. That's them Vegas plants. They don't take them outside.
That's Cali Vegas West Coast thing.
That's right. That's right. So Diana, I want to thank you again for your presentation. Thank you for supporting us this year. We're looking forward to what you have coming new.
Appreciate it.
And we'll get ready for the next segment of the show. Take care now, Diana.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Diana, make sure you tune in. We about to get this cryptocurrency education. So for everybody who's not aware or don't know anything about it, but you've been hearing a lot about these NFT markets and ways to make money with your art through the Coinbase wallets and all of that stuff, my homie Nomino McIntosh about to get on here and explain everything to everybody from for like a fundamental sport perspective. So you gotta get an understanding of it. Because basically, like I said, we started our own coin. And then we also started a NFT market. And so he's about to explain that so people can have the education of it, because I know a lot of people have been hearing about it, and it's just like something magical. So we're going to try to break it down so people could get a clear understanding of it. I think he ready?
Bring it.
He good? I'm out.
This is good. This is necessary. So I hope you guys touch
it. And then y'all let him go through his thing, and then y'all can ask him stuff so he could answer y'all questions. But yeah, she said y'all could bring him in. He ready back there.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
I don't know.
I'm gonna come down. I'm gonna come off Corinthia, and then Pancho can come back on.
There he is.
What's up, brother Nomino?
How we doing today?
We're doing fantastic, brother. We getting ready to start laying out some.
I'm glad you're bringing it. This is great stuff.
All right, so we're getting to a part of the show now where we want to start explaining one of the most, probably the hottest topic in the arts right now, and is NFTs and cryptocurrency and how those two things align with one another. We're going to try to shed a little bit of light on those two things. I can't think of one subject that's been buzzing around in the art world more than NFT. So, Nomino, we don't want to see half of your face the whole presentation. So if you can get more in the screen now, we would appreciate that. Or are you frozen already?
I'm just going to have to go over there.
Oh, go over there. Hop over. I'll pop him back. No, it's
We're waiting for Nomino and them to get their act together. What's going on? All right, your mic is on lock, brother.
Yeah, we just have bad connections up here at the studio.
No problem. So we're going to go ahead and get this conversation started, man. So the first thing I want to do, man, I want to welcome you to the show. Brother Nomino has been very influential in trying to demystify the NFT and cryptocurrency situation. So we're going to start the conversation off by two things. First thing is, can you please give us a brief outline on what cryptocurrency is?
Yes. So cryptocurrency is basically an encrypted transaction. So just a transaction that can't be changed whatsoever. So that way people can't.
Now, as we dive into this conversation, see, you and I have talked about this.
Yes.
All right. And so you got to remember that the people who are watching this, I need you to break it another level down for them to understand what it means. I don't want you to talk from a tech side. I want you to talk like you're talking to somebody that's never had this conversation before. So I'm going to start again with cryptocurrency and what it actually is.
All right. So cryptocurrency comes from a blockchain technology, and that's basically just a bunch of computers talking to each other and holding the same information. So that way one computer can't be changed. The information can't be changed on one computer. All the other computers have that information. They would revert that information back to what it should be. So the cryptocurrency itself is just a transaction between people, money from this place to that place. If I was to send you $5, we could encrypt that transaction from me to you to make sure that you get the $5 and make sure that I send the $5 and that there's no fraudulent charges in between. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
So that way, the money that you're holding the can't be cryptocurrency changed. Itself. Sorry about that. The money you're holding can't be gotten at either. You know, it's pretty much a secure way to transaction money from one place to another.
Okay. That's real important because it's hard to dive into this and not understand that this is not something you do with your bank account. This is another financial avenue that people are beginning to explore. And so when he's making this reference to cryptocurrency, that's another whole financial platform that's being used now in the world. If you go to some stores now, they're beginning to accept cryptocurrency as a form of payment. Well, the baseline of understanding NFTs or non-fungible tokens is that's the form of currency that they're using in this environment.
Correct. Just so that way they can remain anonymous. It's a way for you to remain anonymous and for me to remain anonymous and us to guarantee that our transaction is secure and we get exactly what it is that we're looking for.
All right, so tell the people at home a little bit more about cryptocurrencies and how they can get involved with the whole cryptocurrency part of it. Because I want to delve into that first before we even start talking about NFTs. They need to understand that there's a particular way they have to participate in this, just like you would if you were getting into the financial markets. There's a particular format you have to follow to be able to participate in the financial markets. Well, there's some things you have to start a cryptocurrency. So, Nomino, tell them a little bit about how they can go about starting a cryptocurrency account or some of the companies that's dealing with cryptocurrency.
Okay, so some of the biggest companies that are dealing with cryptocurrency right now are Crypto.com, Coinbase, and then Binance, eToro. Those are just little companies. Those are big companies that you can go to. You sign up with them, then they get all your personal information, is like social security numbers, name, date of birth, stuff like that. So that way they can follow your transactions and report that back to the IRS, and your actual account itself can be secured to you and to you only.
Mm-hmm.
And then they each have their own wallets, which is where you would keep your cryptocurrency at. Cryptocurrency is just, like I said before, a transaction, and those transactions are given an algorithm that the computers make. And when that algorithm is attached to your transaction, you can stick that number that is given to you into your wallet, and it'll save that particular currency, and it'll keep it away from anybody being able to touch it.
Okay.
And so those are some of the essential things that you need are just to sign up with them and make sure that you have a wallet to hold your cryptocurrency in general.
Okay. All right, y'all. So now you got the first level, y'all. For those of you that are interested in cryptocurrency and the possibilities of investing your money in the cryptocurrency, can you tell us why a person should start a cryptocurrency account in this current day and age?
Yeah, for multiple reasons. So one of the biggest reasons why people should use cryptocurrency is just to decentralize money in general. There's too much power and being given to people who control the money in this world, and not everybody wants their money to just to go certain places or be spent on certain things. And cryptocurrency gives you the ability to decide exactly where your money is going and who is holding your money while it's being stored. If it's like with a normal bank, there's a central place that stores your funds for you. And with cryptocurrency, you can totally take your funds off of the entire system altogether. You can put it on a hard drive or on an SD card. You can move it completely to a digital wallet if you'd like to, so that way your funds are taken out of circulation in general, and no one
So
controls your actual money but you.
right now, and in the cryptocurrency world, you hear a lot of people talking about as an investment. So can you talk to about cryptocurrency as a form of investment?
Yeah, so as a form of investment, each cryptocurrency is given a uh, a cap. They're all given salary caps according to a market cap. According to how much money they have been put into their cryptocurrency. So in other words, how many people are buying their currency and storing their money in that particular currency. It'll give it a value and it'll give it a market cap. And depending on how many people are putting money into that, or what kind of value you're giving your cryptocurrency. Some cryptocurrencies use commodities such as gold and silver. The United States government's got USDA, which is they're going to back that by the dollar, of course. So there's lots of different types of fluctuation of currency out there. But as far as putting your money into cryptocurrency to make money, it's more like you want to put your cryptocurrency in there to not lose money.
So let me
it's always going to gain value.
A lot of people want to know about cryptocurrency is, does it mean that you get interest on your money, or how does that work in relationship to a regular checking account, banking account? What kind of setup is available with cryptocurrency?
Okay, so with cryptocurrency, you can go to different exchanges and you can exchange it into any sort of currency you would like it to be. You can pick anything. If you want it in pesos, if you want it in euros, you want it in yen, you can pick whatever you want to turn it into. And depending on what you pick will give you the value of, what they're going to give you. Now, let's just pretend that we have a market cap of $50 million and our coin is worth $1. So when you buy, if let's say you were to purchase $10,000 of the coin, a coin's worth $1, you have $10,000 worth of coins. And then all of a sudden, people start to invest into it. They start to buy the coin to use it for things, and the market cap goes up to $150 million. All of a sudden, that 10,000 that you put in there will be worth 30,000, and so you can gain money that way. But it's more of an inflation than anything else. It's just that with cryptocurrency, you see inflation in minutes and days instead of years and decades.
Okay. Well, it's really hard to have the next part of this conversation and not understand the piece about cryptocurrency. I hope that everybody out there will investigate a little more about cryptocurrency. Hey, and Nomino, tell me what you think would be a safe amount for somebody to invest in trying to start a cryptocurrency account. Did you hear my question?
Well, Yes. So the amount of money I would put into any cryptocurrency account just to start with would be, I would say $1,000. And the reason why I picked that number is because cryptocurrency is supposed to be used as a currency. You're supposed to use it to spend. And so most people will make, regular everyday purchases under $1,000. So if you put $1,000 into a cryptocurrency like Bitcoin or Ethereum, and you can use that cryptocurrency to purchase things, that is the best way to go.
Mm-hmm. And do you advise people just to go ahead, set up their wallet, and get used to purchasing using Bitcoin before talking about NFTs?
No. So I do feel that people should be comfortable with cryptocurrency, because when it comes to the NFT marketplace, it's easiest to purchase NFTs using cryptocurrency, because that's the foundation of the technology. That's basically the way the future is going to be. So saying
You
that,
got a question here, Nomino, from Sharon Brinkley.
Yeah,
Sharon
sure.
wants to know, what are the federal protections on cryptocurrency like FDIC?
I mean, so right now it's really open. They are writing up as many regulations as they can, left and right, because it's like the wild west right now, and so there's not many. It's very restrictive, but it's gonna get worse as things go on. They're going to change the laws, and they're going to try to restrict cryptocurrency as much as they can, because governments right now control our currency, and cryptocurrency takes that control away from them.
Okay. Really good answer. I really appreciate you highlighting that. Okay, so here we go. We got a couple folks that are adding some other little bits of tidbit of information in our comment stream.
Yeah.
We appreciate you all participating in this conversation, because a lot of us are now very interested in pursuing and getting interested in trying to deal with this whole thing known as NFTs. So, Nomino, we're going to try to go down that lane of trying to explain to people what an NFT, what is a non-fungible token. If you had to come up with a simple couple of sentence explanation of what a non-fungible token is, can you articulate that to our audience?
Yes, a non-fungible token is basically the equivalent of cryptocurrency. It's an equation, it's an algorithm. Two computers come up with the algorithm to authenticate something. And it can be anything. You can authenticate anything with it, but it's to authenticate something. And right now we're using it obviously for artwork, because that's the number one authenticated thing in history. So
okay. Right now, you're going to hear a lot of people out here buzz about NFT, and you'll hear some crazy numbers, like an artist got several $1 million off of one piece, and now all artists think that they're going to make $1 million off of all of their pieces. Please dispel to them how this thing works and what types of works are the ones garnering that kind of money at this particular time.
okay, so at this particular time, people who have a following. One of the biggest NFT artists right now is Beeple, and he started his following just by purchasing and selling NFTs, and then he started creating them. And because of his pop art culture in infusing pop art into all of his pieces, he's very, very popular. But for the average artist, it's more about your following. This is more of a way for you to connect directly to your core fan base, and be able to have them communicate and be a part of your project directly.
All right, we got a couple of people chiming in on the conversation here. Can you speak a little bit on private keys?
On private keys?
Yes.
Yes. So with private keys, I mean, when it comes to NFTs and there being exclusive drops for certain artists, as an artist, you know that if you make something, the rarer it is, the more exclusive it is. And those are real big essentials to NFTs, as far as being able to sell exclusive pieces.
Okay. So now tell us a little bit about your company and what you're aspiring to do. Again, this is a broad conversation with creatives right now as they start to understand what this cryptocurrency and NFT environment is like. It's still very confusing for many of them, but you're coming up with a specific approach to dealing with art. Can you explain a little bit about that, Nomino?
Yes. So we actually is called shmoney.io is the name of our company, and we are actually just trying to give a platform for Black digital artists because we found that there wasn't one out there for us. And after falling into the NFT marketplace and buying and selling all these different things, we realized that we needed a niche for ourselves, and that the best way to do that was to give the artist the platform. So we are an open source platform where you can come to us and you can get your artwork minted and turned into an NFT, and then we will go ahead and we will market it and we will sell it on our site, and you'll get the residuals from it.
So, how long have you been doing this whole NFT environment, and where are you in your company, and as far as promoting Black art?
Well, we've been doing this for about 9 months now, and is where we're at as far as promoting Black artists. We have a handful of Black artists on our site right now, but our biggest thing is we just want to give Black artists a platform where they're not going to be forced to do certain artworks or forced to be a certain way, where they can just be themselves and be free and sell their product.
Well, I mean, I would hope that would be one of the areas of concern, because that's how artists basically are. They want to have their intellectual property protected. Those are some of the issues that haven't been made real clear with the NFT environment. So an artist puts a piece on your NFT site and a person is investing in it. Explain how that works. Who still owns the copyright? Who owns the intellectual property? How do they acquire that piece?
Okay, so when you're on our site and you were to upload a piece, it is going to ask you for your wallet information, so that way we can pay you. You'll put in your crypto wallet information. Any money that we get from that will go into that wallet, and then you will decide how you want your if there's any residuals at all. If you want to just sell it straight out, you can just sell it in full. But if you want there to be some sort of residuals coming to you, if you want a percentage of any sales after the fact, then you'll put that in the beginning. And any time that artwork is sold after the fact or used at all whatsoever, you will get a portion of it.
So, in the case of a person that does graphic art, for instance, where they're controlling a file,
Correct.
and an artist that has a painting, explain to me the difference between the graphic application and the original application.
Okay, well, both of them are going to get minted, which is given that algorithm by the computers, and that is what solely decides who owns that piece, right? Whoever purchases that NFT will own that piece. So if it's a physical piece, then the artist will send that piece to them. But if it's a digital piece, then they'll just own the copies of that digital piece.
How would a client, say for instance, use a digital version in the NFT environment where they don't own the original?
Where they don't own the original?
Yes. I mean, are there two types of transactions that can happen in the NFT environment? Because you did mention if it was a physical piece versus a digital piece. So can you explain the difference between the two?
So the way NFTs work, and the thing that makes them so special is the fact that they can't be duplicated. You can't have fraudulent pieces come out after the fact, because the algorithm, the number that you're given for that algorithm is unique to that piece. So any piece made after that, if you tried to mint it, would be given a different number or a different algorithm. Mm-hmm. Therefore, you would know that one piece is the original edition.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
It makes sense, but I'm also trying to break it down for all of the artists that have NFT on their breath right now, because everybody's got it on their breath somewhere. But just trying to break it down so people can kind of envision further how this can be utilized. So
basically, I could take a Mona Lisa and I could take a picture of it and I could get that minted and I could NFT it tomorrow. It doesn't mean I own the original Mona Lisa. It just means that I own that picture that was minted of the Mona Lisa. So it's
now you just got complicated, because you took a well-known piece that's worth billions of dollars and you took a picture of it, which is already a copyright infringement, and it's in that environment. So I would rather you give me something that's more tangible than that equation, because I'm trying to demystify this for people. I'm not trying to complicate this for people.
Okay, so what I'm saying is there will be people who try to duplicate your work or try to put out things out there, but it'll never be the same because of the NFT part, because of the fact that it was minted and it was given an algorithm, it was given an encrypted number. That encrypted number is what solidifies your piece of work.
Okay.
And makes it very unique. And for most of these artists, that number, it means the most, because as you know, in the art world, anything can happen when it comes to authenticating artwork. People can be lied to, people can be bribed, people can be deceived. Lots of different things can happen, but you can never change that algorithm. You can never change the number that comes out of that algorithm.
Okay. We got a couple really good questions. I have see if I can grab some of them. Alicia Bibb says, "Are you aware of the Amazon NFT program?" That was a question to you, Don Nomino.
Yes.
Are you aware of the Amazon NFT program?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. Can you speak on it? Can you speak on it?
I mean, other than Amazon's pretty much doing the same thing we're doing now. The difference is that Amazon's market is just pretty much open, and you have to market your own stuff. That would be the difference between them and what we're doing.
Okay. Let me see. Is this the name of your, what's on the screen now? Is that the name of your shmoney.io? What is that?
Yeah, shmoney.io. That's our website for the NFT marketplace.
All right, because we want to try to get Nomino's information on the screen if we can. We do not have that information handy right now. Before this is off, we'll make sure that we can list it for everybody.
Poncho, I sent you, I wanted you to pull up his website instead of us pulling it up and then sharing it, because we're already, our internet's kind of wacky, and I don't want to put anything else on this band while you're talking to Nomino.
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up.
Okay. And so that he could talk a little bit about what his website. They already have, how many artists do you have already registered on the website?
Well, we have lots of artists registered on the website.
We just checked it. You can't remember the number.
It's a couple hundred. I don't know.
So, and it hasn't opened yet, but he's registering artists now. Did you have any questions?
Does he have a business card by any chance?
Oh, no, you got a business card?
No, I don't.
I'll shoot you a message.
Okay.
If I can text it about NFTs.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, you can just add me.
All right, so we got your website, I think, up on the screen right now. Where should we be going so we can get navigate this site?
Okay, so I mean, you could just pick any of those artists. This is the social platform on our site, so that way people can comment about the pictures and talk about different artists they like, post the ones that they like. But you can click on any of those artists.
No, type it in there.
Type it in there.
Website.
I just added you. Okay, cool. Shoot you a message. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I just opened up one of the pages on the site.
I don't see
Yeah, I think you have to scroll up some, Poncho. Just let them know to scroll up.
To scroll up.
I'm scrolling up,
Oh.
and I'm going to hit one
You
out
could
of
just
these.
yeah,
Here's
click any one you want.
all right. Here is one of the storefronts that is on their site, and I talk a little bit about the kind of works that are in this portfolio, for instance.
Well, each artist has their own profile, and they can post their works. They can put pretty much, I mean, anything they want on there. It basically, when we first started, it was just a lot of people just posting pictures of themselves to see how it worked, and you can, on their profiles, it'll tell you everything about their bio, what they want you to know, where their websites are at, where you can see their collections, what their background is. I don't. The screen hasn't changed on my screen, so I don't see the one that you clicked on.
Right now, I clicked on Rosaline 1214's portfolio.
Oh, okay, yeah. So if you see that, if you see the little portfolio there, it has. If you slide up and down, it'll have all their artwork, how much it sells for, how much money they will get on royalties if it's sold. It should have all that information on there. How many editions they have of it. So
Right.
if you were to, which edition you were to purchase.
All right. Well, I want everybody to get, if you get a chance to go to his website, kind of look around and see some of the works that he has on there already, so you get an idea of what's happening. And Diana Shannon wants to know, how do you pay for the NFT artwork? Which
with
crypto
crypto
company do you use?
with cryptocurrency. So we created our own cryptocurrency, which is shmoney.crypto. And so you can purchase our cryptocurrency and buy anything on our website. But some of the biggest cryptocurrencies that we always encourage people to use are Bitcoin and Ethereum because they're accepted in most places.
Mm-hmm. Got a real good question here for you, Nomino. From our
Yes.
Alicia Bibbs. She says, how would a consumer use NFT artwork after purchase?
Okay, so this one I'm going to take a little field trip over here and I'm going to show you. So within the next 5 years, technology will change drastically and people will just have more access to it everywhere you go. So there'll be screens like this one here, and people will use our smart boards and smart screens more often.
Mm-hmm.
And so just like this, we can put it up on here and display it anytime we want. We can display the artwork. It can be put in businesses on, this can just be hung on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And so the way that we view NFTs and the way that they're going to be put out there is just going to be however one person wants to show their artwork, just like in homes or anything else.
All right, but this question was specific. It says, how would a customer use NFT art of the artwork after purchase? They don't own the original, but the consumer purchases the NFT and they access it and use it how?
Well, no, they do own it. Once you purchase the NFT, you own that artwork. You own that piece of art. And so if you decide to go and make 1,000 copies and sell that piece, that's on you because you own it. Now, like I said, the artist can set up their royalties from the beginning and get their royalties off of anything you sell after the fact. But you are the purchaser of that piece. You own that piece.
All right, so that's where things get sticky, because if you're saying that you own that piece and you have perceived production rights, I already know that that's breaking a couple of lines. So you need to demystify that for us. If a person
Okay,
bought an
so
NFT, are you saying that they inherit the copyright and intellectual property of the artist, or are they purchasing this particular piece?
no, they purchase that piece, and they own the copyrights for that piece.
What you just said an equation that threw us off now, because you said if they wanted to print copies of that, which they don't have the right to do with original art. So I'm trying to figure out what protections are in place, what copyright and intellectual property protections are in place in the NFT environment.
I guess I shouldn't have said the word copy. What I meant is if they wanted to use that piece, like if they wanted to use that piece for marketing reasons, put it in commercials or use it on the internet, show it on their screens or whatever. I mean, they own that piece and they're allowed to do whatever they want with it.
Okay. So I guess at some point that has to be kind of looked at and delved into, because copy artists already maintain copyright to all of their work for indefinitely, and it's not transferred because of a sale. So I mean, I guess
true.
as we start to delve into this further, we need to really understand what protections are in place for the artist, the intellectual property, and the copyright usage based on a person purchasing something in this environment.
Correct, and I agree with that, and I think that the NFT marketplace is one of the best places for that, just because of the fact that we have such security over each and every piece that is put out because of the transaction, because of the equation that encrypts the NFT itself. I feel like it's one of the safest ways to make sure that you only get off of your product.
Well, I hear you, but I'm trying again. I'm listening as an artist who potentially wants to get into this, and I'm asking as an artist that has certain concerns about copyright ownership and such. So, are you saying that part hasn't really been protected yet, or am I using the wrong term? Am I thinking about it too hard? You're telling me all the assurances that happened with cryptocurrency.
What I'm saying is the way things are valued in the NFT world are through those encryptions, through the NFT algorithms that are given to each and every piece. So what I'm saying is if I was to purchase a piece from you, I couldn't turn around and make copies of the piece because it would give it a different algorithm and it wouldn't be your piece. People would know that it's a fraudulent piece.
Okay, I get that, and I can see how the algorithm and the NFT protections would do that. But when you start talking about ownership of something, especially something with intellectual property, it's still got some things that have not been kind of defined yet. So I just want to try to understand. This is what's happening. This is a new thing that we're going to have to deal with one way or the other. It's something that we should all be trying to delve into to find out more information about it. We got a person here who is going to be delving into it to learn more, to represent African American art and his approach. I'm happy to see that you're making such strides in what you're trying to do right now, Mr. Nomino.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Keep us up to speed on what's happening with this thing, because this is big stuff. All artists are interested in this one way or the other, and the only thing we need to know now is that whole issue of ownership, copyright, and intellectual property. Maybe that it can be the next thing we discuss when we get together the next time.
Okay, sounds perfect.
I really appreciate you setting up for all of you that are watching what the cryptocurrency scene is like, why you should try to get invested. He gave you an amount you should work with just to get your feet wet, get used to buying things with cryptocurrency. And then he's also telling you what kind of art works best at this particular time versus some original works. So right now, he's going to be our expert that we go to. And in the future, we're going to be doing some special breakout sessions where he can kind of help us along the way with figuring out this NFT and cryptocurrency world. Thank you so much, Brother Nomino.
Man, thank you, Pancho. I deeply appreciate that.
You got my head hurting on the left-hand side, though.
Yeah, I do know.
But I'm only speaking for other artists that's trying to figure out, how do I use this?
No, I appreciate it. We need all your feedback, and anything that y'all say to us, we implement it every day. And so we appreciate all your questions and everything. We really do.
No problem, man. So there you go.
Without you guys, we don't exist. So thank you guys. We appreciate
Well,
it.
no, we all working together, and I love introducing people to new ways of thinking and some of the things that's coming down the way. And I think this NFT environment and cryptocurrency too, because we're all looking at how we invest our money and how we purchase certain things. So hopefully we were able to wet your whistle with something new to think about.
Most definitely.
I'm sure my co-host got some questions on cryptocurrency because I
Oh
saw her
yeah,
face lighting up in the
definitely.
studio.
I saw that biting the tongue.
Yeah, so I'm going to let her ask you a few questions, and
Okay.
then we're going to keep this party moving.
All
Hi,
right.
Namino. Thank you for the information.
Yeah, you're most definitely welcome.
I have a question for you. Your crypto, is it on the large exchanges?
No, unfortunately, they did not give us the ability to be on the large exchanges, but we do have an exchange coming in at the end of this month that will be open ourselves, and that's that's shmoney.crypto. That'll be our own exchange. We can buy and sell our cryptocurrency there.
So what cryptocurrency would you recommend for everyone to buy right now? Like right now, Ethereum is about 3,800. And can you just tell people that in terms of a coin, like you don't have to buy a whole coin, you can buy a denomination of a coin?
Yeah, so some of the stables of cryptocurrency are Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's always safe to buy those. It's just like buying gold or silver. It's a super safe bet. But what I always tell people is do a little research, just read on the company and see what they're about, see what their cryptocurrency is supposed to be used for, see what they want you to buy and sell with their cryptocurrency. And then decide yourself, is that something that you want to put your money into? And then go from there, because that's always one of the best things to do, is to make sure that your money is being used for what you want it to be used for.
Mm-hmm. So also, can you speak really quickly on functionality in terms of Ethereum, Bitcoin, what's the other one? Smart contracts.
Mm-hmm. So as far as functionality goes, Ethereum probably functions the best because so many cryptocurrencies can be purchased with Ethereum. So many different places accept Ethereum, and they have one of the biggest blockchain networks. But as I said, Bitcoin is always going to be around. It's always going to be the way to go in most cases, because it's accepted more than anywhere in the world. It's accepted more places in the world than any other cryptocurrency there is. And some countries actually use it as their form of currency.
Right. So what would you, to just get into the space, would you encourage people to get some crypto? And what's the top 3 that they should get? And do you endorse Coinbase? Do you endorse Coinbase to start off? Gemini Wallet, KuCoin, Crypto.com?
So
I did my research.
I encourage, yes, you did. I encourage everybody to do Coinbase. Coinbase will teach you every day. They will give you $30 to teach you about different cryptocurrencies. Every day, they'll just give you cryptocurrency every day to learn about different cryptocurrencies. And it's one of the foundations of how I started. And they are very, very, very good at bringing up new cryptocurrencies to your attention. They're also very, 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 very accessible as far as, starting an account, logging on, all that stuff. They're just very, very good. Some of the other places I would go to are Binance, eToro, and Crypto.com is excellent. They are very, very good. All of those places, my suggestion is always the same. If you want to hold it for a long term, you buy Bitcoin and you buy Ethereum. If you just want to play around and try to make a little funds or just try to have fun with it and learn from it, then I always say purchase a coin that's around $1 or under in some change, because if you buy enough of it and you hold it for long enough, you might actually make some money.
Right. So what's one that's $1, right? So the what's this one that's really popular? What's this one that's really popular right now? Oh my
That's
God.
really popular under $1.
Yeah.
Or you have one you're gonna tell me?
So that's under $1. I'm
Okay,
just
so
thinking.
right now my
Basic
favorite one that's
attention.
under
Basic
$1 is
attention.
Doge.
Doge.
Yeah,
Basic
Dogecoin is
attention.
my favorite one under $1, and that's because that thing is has a large market cap. People have put their money into it, so therefore it's gonna blow up eventually.
Awesome. I
And
keep thinking about
their technology is superior to most cryptocurrencies as well.
right. This was good information. This was really good information.
Thank you for the questions.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming. Also, Sandbox, right? Sandbox is a good one.
Correct.
It has
Yes, they are.
functionality. Okay.
Yes, they do.
This is
Very
good. So I know you guys are doing your own cryptocurrencies, and you have your .io and .crypto. Loving it. Loving it. That's a big step, right? That's Web 3.0 that we're going to be going into.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's going to be the future, and we're really excited to be a part of it.
Beautiful. Well, I'm definitely into it. So if you guys want to create a think tank, I would love reach out to me. I would love to be a part of the think tank.
Oh, most definitely. I will definitely do that. I will add you today, and we will make that happen.
Well, Nomino, man, you are the man with 1,000 answers to 1,001 questions.
Thanks
We
for
want
having
to thank you for attempting to demystify this very complex conversation. I think you did simplify it for a lot of us so we can know how this thing is played. It's all about research, but it's
Most
also
definitely.
about participation, y'all. So get yourself a
Thank you
little
for the hard
small little
questions.
cryptocurrency question. Get yourself a little small cryptocurrency account somewhere so you can participate in this new thing that's going to be coming, whether you like it or not.
Oh yeah, it's coming.
Well, Nomino, Pancho, you and I'll sit down and maybe we can work out a workshop with Nomino, because it is a little, when we're doing the setting up your meta wallets and things like that, it can get a little tricky. So let's see if we could set up a workshop so that we could set up meta wallets. I know when I set up my meta wallet, it was like, okay, I have to memorize all this stuff. So let's look at that. So definitely be looking out, guys, for a workshop that we'll be setting up with Nomino that'll help you with meta wallets and all that kind of stuff to set up a cryptocurrency account for yourself.
All right. Well, brother Nomino,
thank you, Pancho.
I think when I come back in my second life, I think my name is going to be Nomino.
I think so.
Larry Nomino Brown. You know how much money I could have made with that?
Yeah, it's not, you probably could.
I'll be crushing them. Thank you so much, Nomino, man.
You're most definitely welcome.
All right, brother.
Have a wonderful one. Thank you for having me.
All right, now. Well, there you go, Miss Corinthia. I know you got all kinds of notes over there. I just got little sheets of paper. I tried to keep up as much as my old behind can. I got stuff on all these things here trying to keep up, but it is definitely it's the conversation of the year.
It is, and it takes like this learning curve. It's almost like a paradigm shift,
Oh, absolutely.
The way things are moving, and this whole thing was DeFi and centralized. He mentioned social security numbers, and people are wanting to go on and be totally anonymous.
There's some countries right now that are using this as a form of currency exchange and been doing it for a while. So this conversation isn't brand new. It's been around for a while, and people have been investing in and so much. Often when these things happen, Black folks are the last to hear how things work. And so I'm glad that Nomino took time to come in. I know you've been taking some time to investigate it. I know I have too. I keep still running into these little brick walls where I'm like, well, what does that mean? Well, what does that mean?
Yeah, and your questions about NFT, I think you're right. Crypto has been around on the deep dark web. Monero was the first one, but the NFT is the newest thing, though. That's the piece. And what right now, you got to have Ethereum, that you got to have that gas, which Louise talked about gas. You got to have that Ethereum gas to get
Well,
to
this conversation is like it's a heavy conversation. You got to have certain things to play the game, just like you'd have to do some other things. So hopefully, we'll be able to start getting more people involved with that movement.
Yeah,
well,
this
thank you, Nominal.
added this piece. Those are what great questions.
What we have coming up on the schedule?
We have Louise Cutler.
I think Louise Cutler's supposed to be next.
And she's at the studio, at the gallery. So this might be the gallery footage.
Yeah, she might be doing something from the gallery, but she's hiding in the cutter, probably dealing with customers right now. So we're going to go ahead and just ease you into some other stuff, y'all. Here we go. Who's coming up next? Louise. And of course, we don't have a Louise Cutler commercial. All right. So we are getting ready to keep it moving. I think we got our lady of the hour, Miss Louise Cutler, coming up next. So let's bring her into the studio. Hey, Louise, what's going on?
Oh, look at this guy. Louise, you're muted.
Yes, he came back. He was here Friday night, and he was a part of the life drawing class on Thursday. And then he came back Friday because he said, "Hey, I want to see what this is." And then he came back, and this is your wife?
No, she's a friend.
Oh, he brought a friend back with him.
Wink, wink. No.
See?
Her name is Alice.
Her name is Alice. So he brought a friend back to come and show the exhibit too. So yeah.
Beautiful.
And he was just sharing with me about a crypto conference that's coming up in Laramie. So I had him email me that information.
Yeah, somehow Wyoming has gotten involved in the blockchain thing, and they're having a 5-day conference sponsored by the university and other people on all that stuff.
Yeah. So
yes, that's a good thing. Louise definitely attend that.
Yeah, that's I had him send it to me so I can have a look at it and see. And yes, we are in the gallery, and you guys know how much I enjoy hanging out in the gallery. We do have some people in the gallery that will be making a purchase. So if I bounce in and out, so that I can service them.
All right, well, we got you. You're next on the schedule, so it's between you and Miss Peoples.
Oh, because Corinthia, you're after me, right?
Yeah, who's gonna pick up the mantle?
Okay, so Corinthia, can you go ahead and pick up the mantle, and then I will come on after you? Is that okay? Do you have your things ready?
Yeah, I stay ready.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. Always in the ready. Okay. All right. Okay. So then you go ahead because I want to make sure that I'm servicing people. Okay.
All right, Louise. We'll be checking in with you later. All right, Corinthia. Look, you don't need any more introduction. You know how to do this. We're going to sit back and watch your presentation.
I do need an introduction.
Okay. For those of you who don't know, Corinthia Peoples is a world-class jewelry maker. She's also a world-class person. We met years ago at a little show in Oakland, California.
Yes.
When I first got introduced to her work. And that was many, many moons ago.
And you were commissioned by the
Association of Black Psychologists. That's right. That was their conference.
Yes.
So not only is she a hell of a jeweler, she's also very well known in the wearable arts realm. And we're honored to have her as a guest host for this year. And if you want an education about stones, you want an education about spirit, this is the right presentation. So with that all said, introducing Miss Corinthia Peoples.
Thank you, Pancho. Thank you so much. Those were great words. Those are big shoes to fill. I'm stepping into them. So I'm going to share my screen because I want to highlight what's on the website for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And then I'm going to do a numbering system and introduce you to a few pieces like such, some amethyst. So for anybody that's feeling some amethyst, feeling some purple vibes, some calm, some beautiful spiritual vibes, amethyst is definitely the stone. So I want to go into the website. So let me just share this here. And we're going to do a tab. There we go. And let's see how this came out here. Okay, great. So as you know, Pancho, if you can put the ticker down at the bottom, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, we're not only just bringing you the artwork, but we're also bringing you a direct website for you to shop on from all around the world. Every artist, I must say, has their own shipping information. And Louise Cutler, the founder of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, she'll be able to talk more about your purchase and shipping. But the website is a direct link for you to get your art, wearable, digital, tactile, jewelry art. It is a site listing of all the artists, the work, a collection of the work, which is not all of our works, but a collection of our works. It's in each of our shops. you're able to scroll down, pick an artist, or just go through every single artist and check out the shop, and you're able to purchase. We've made this show not only a live show where we're here with you for the last 4 days, but we're also making it where you can shop and you can collect art. I just have to say that art is appreciative and not depreciative in terms of value. So you're getting value when you buy art. Okay? So this is particularly my back end. This is my store in gallery inside of the www.Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So the first piece here that I'm going to bring up is these amethyst earrings. Let's see if I can pull that in. Did I do that? I think I did. Yes. Okay, so this is, I have a thing for raw rock, for raw stones. I love raw stones and beautiful lines within the sterling silver. So I like when it comes out of the earth in its raw form. These are an example of that. These have been tumbled. I mean, it has been put in a tumbler and tumbled and had added polish to it, but yet it hasn't been cut into a particular shape. It's still the rawness of the crack rock that holes were drilled through it in order to create jewelry pieces inside of it, right? So these pieces, this particular earring is on the website. It is priced at a very beautiful price, $189. As you can see, this hook is sterling silver. The stone is an amethyst stone. I want to also bring this earring to life so you can see this earring. Now, it is from the earth. It is from the earth. So it does have weight. It does have a little weight on it, right? It is rock, right? Rock is from our earth. It was given to us by the creator that created our earth. And this does have some weight to it, right? So it is amethyst gemstone. Amethyst is the stone of the 7th chakra, which is the crown chakra. And our crown chakra is how we, almost how spirit, God, Buddha, whatever you want to call universal law, however you want to coin that piece, it is a way that the downloads come through us. Those downloads meaning ideas, direction, guidance, answers, prayers, right? Amethyst is the stone. It's also a very interesting stone because it's also been coined the sobriety stone. In order to overcome addictions, there's this level of spirituality that goes into overcoming addiction. So amethyst is one of those stones. The Alcoholic Anonymous uses amethyst as its sobriety stone. So this is amethyst. This is all sterling silver and Bali silver. This is a particular original piece. It does have my tag on it, the CP tag with my logo, and it is also sterling silver. It comes with the piece, stamping is as it being original and authentic from my collection. My pieces are, I have to say, are a combination of me making as well as supporting small businesses and other artists. Okay, so this is that amethyst rock stone. Amethyst also comes in like this deep purple, like the bracelet that I'm wearing. It comes in a deep purple and it comes in a lilac kind of lavender color. And speaking of lavender, lavender is the smell associated with amethyst, right? Most colors, most stones come with a scent, a color, and a chakra. This is amethyst. These are only $189. If you want to grab these up and wear them on your ear and put them into your jewelry box, you can go ahead and grab them off of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I wanted to just put this here so you can also get a feel and look for it. And as you can see, this is raw amethyst, raw rock, which I love, with beautiful lines and everything. It's a lever back in there, all sterling silver. So know your skin complexities, know if you can wear sterling silver or not in your skin, okay? That's your homework to know. Don't buy anything that you like, I don't know, in the past I've tried it. No, stick to what works for you and your body and your skin, all right? So this is amethyst. These are the earrings that's listed on the site there. And these are only $189. Our next piece that's on the site that I want to bring your attention to for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show on the website. Let's go back to previous. Can we do that? Okay, I'll go here. Okay, here we are. All right, so this necklace, let's do this quick view. This necklace is the piece that I am wearing right now. This piece is quite interesting, right? Because I worked with the artists who do this whole mammoth bone piece on this piece. And it is, this face is mammoth bone, right? A mammoth, you know, it was back in the time where, you know, I'm not really an ivory type of girl, right? Because in order to get some of these stones, the animals have to be killed. And I do hold great reverence to respect for all life forms. So this is, luckily, it's a prehistoric type of animal that's in like the elephant family, because they were really big, furry type of big, large animals, right? And they've particularly been categorized in the elephant family. So I am glad that bone was preserved from this era, and this piece was created. Now I put sterling silver, as you can see on the picture and here live. I put sterling silver on to the piece, as you can see there, and all this amethyst. So these earrings work beautifully. But I do want to say too that you do not have to get the set. The pieces are available individually. So if you were interested in this necklace, in this mammoth bone, sterling silver, all of this is on sterling. Each single stone, amethyst stone running through here is connected with sterling silver inside of it. It is going for only $1,000. This piece can be worn, or you can also frame this piece, right? Frame this piece as well. So you can play with this. It is about 36 inches. So it goes down pretty long. It has a beautiful Bali silver hook and a toggle, which is super, it's a studded type of toggle, super large, very easy to get through. And again, all of this is on sterling silver. This is the actual piece of the necklace. All of this is nice, beautiful amethyst, right? So you can just grab, if this is something that you think that would be wonderful in your collection of art, then by all means, you have access to this piece on the Beauty of Blackness website, right? So I'm holding it back a little bit, but it does go down longer of a piece, right? This piece can be worn by a man or a woman. This piece is definitely available on the site for only $1,000. A small price to pay for something that you're going to have forever. It comes in a beautiful packaging as well, so as shipment. So yes, this is one of the pieces on the site, right? There's other collections on the site in terms of the Black Onyx collection. I did a beautiful Black Onyx collection for the show. The studs, $69. There's two more available. The necklace has sold. the earrings. So just know that the pictures that you see are true to the art itself, to the art itself. Quick view of these earrings, since I have them handy right here next to me. These are, the earrings are available in the pink rose quartz and the black onyx earrings, right? So again, these are awesome, awesome pieces. Okay, jewelry has been known, it's been around for centuries, used as talismans, and I'm so pleased that the stone people, that's what I call them, the stone people have chosen me to work with them, because my journey of making jewelry and being introduced to beautiful gems, I felt like I was chosen. I didn't really go out to bring the stones to me. It's almost like they came to me. So I am super, trying to get this centered. I am super honored to work with gemstones and stone energy. So now we're going to go to a number system, right? So you're going to use the comment feed. You know how you go into the comment feed and type in what you have to type in if you want to do a comment or something else. You're going to use this feed, right? But I want you also, if there's something that you want, after you've gone into the feed, please direct messenger me, because Louise and the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art team, the streams get tricky. They get tricky, so we don't quite know what's going on. Oh, I had that up there. Maybe. Oh, it's in there. Okay, great. Awesome. Okay, so then when you DM me, Corinthia People's Designs is the page that I need you to go to. So let's just go through these. I have about 8 pieces, and I made them really affordable for the show if you're wanting to walk away with something that's wearable art. Okay, so I'm going to move this off of the screen. I'm going to stop sharing this. Please go on to www, as the ticker say, Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Now we're going to go into the numbering system. All right. So in the numbering system, you're going to put CP for this segment of the show and the number related to the piece that you may want for yourself. All right. So number 101, again, I'm loving some rough stones. I'm going to go through this pretty quickly so we can keep going. These are studs. I'm in love with a stud. I'm wearing a stud right now. These are these here. This is number 101. If you're wanting these studs, and this is on sterling silver, nice, raw, beautiful stones, right? We're needing stones for every walk of life, whether you're an artist, whether you're a massage therapist, whether you are a teacher, an educator, in all walks of life, right? Also, men, our ears are pierced. So if you have a man in your life who would love a gemstone, who carries them in their pockets, they can wear them on their bodies. So this is number 101. There's one of these available, and let me tell you how much they are. You're going to be stunned to know these are only $62. Only 62 bucks. So type in CP101 if this is something that you could use, could definitely take advantage of the information that's in this gemstone. And this is an amethyst rough stone on sterling silver stud. Number 101, only $62. Put that in the comment stream below. And that's number 101. Number 102, and again, we're using this number system, put that in the comment section. And if you can DM me under Corinthia People's Designs on Facebook, that would be great. This is the singular stud, 102. It's not a stud, I'm sorry, it's a drop. These are only 70 bucks. Only $70. Okay, this has bracketed, and again, all sterling silver. So every piece that I'm going to show you, it is sterling silver. It is a precious metal, right? Sterling silver has been used ever since the beginning of time for currencies and all such thing. Number 102, $70. Type in 102 in the comment feed. Everything that you purchase is supporting the arts, and a portion is going to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show. That's any and everything you purchase on the sites. Number 102. Type that into the comment feed, honey. And again, the 7th chakra is this amethyst, this purple, beautiful stone. All right. Number 103 is a really cute, small, dainty earring for the woman who wants amethyst in her hair. This is an example of the deep purple that amethyst is available in. This is all sterling silver as well. Wearable art. This is number 103. It's only one of these. These are only $97. Only $97. Okay. This is all sterling, veiled, casted, and designed as well. Okay, so this is number 103. There's one of these available. Number 103. Type that in. If you have any questions on these too, I can answer any questions. I'm looking at the screen so I can see them. Number 104 for to get this beautiful amethyst, which is pretty popular. People know about amethyst. People use amethyst all the time. Number 104 is a leaf stud, which is a kind of a play on the previous earrings. This is a deep, see if I can grab that color. Okay, it comes up back here. This is a deep purple leaf stud. That's a deep purple. 104. 104. There's two of these available. This is the thickness of the sterling silver in the back. 104. These are going for, oh my God, you won't believe it. These are going for $52. Really, really snatch it up. Snatch it up. Support the arts. Support yourself in having some beautiful stones on your body. So number 104, type it in the comment feed. If you're wondering, how do I get those? Type them in the feed right now. I'll check it straight after this segment. Also, right there, Facebook, Corinthia People's Designs. You can send me a message and tell me the numbers you want, okay? 104, 2 available. This is a deep purple of this one. Number 104. Number 105, I have 3 more pieces that I'm about to share with you, and we're going to wrap this up. Yes, this is another purple. Oh, the purple may be popping a little bit on that one, but this is a circle. This is a circular stud. Again, get it for yourself, your children, right? Young adults, even younger children. I start wearing studs and bracelets as young as like 5 years old. My mom was like adorning me. And I wore my jewelry. I wore it. I remember the first Apple earrings I had. So for your children's, your 12-year-olds, your 10-year-olds, you've gotten their ears pierced. They wear them really well, or you want to, have them in their ears when you go to particular places. Number 105, these are just, these are information. It's information in these stones. This purple stone is giving you that ascension, connection. It's also calming. It's also a calming gemstone. So this is number 105. There are 3 available in this one. Number 105, it is circular, deep purple amethyst on sterling silver. Wearable art, honey. This is an art show. We are doing art of different forms and different formations, right? So number 106, I know y'all about to grab this up. It's only one, so grab it up. That's this bracelet. That's this amethyst bracelet. As the purple is popping beautiful. This is number 106. Number 106, it has a long sterling silver chain that fits any wrist at all. Literally this circle. We created this circle. It pulls. You take it off. You pull it back on. You can do it even with one hand. Okay? Purple amethyst. And these are faceted gemstones. Faceted stones mean that they have cuts inside of them. This is number 106. I only have one of these. Snatch it up. It's only $79. $79, honey. What? Oh, and those circle studs were only 52 again. Yes, making it possible. All right, so number 107, so that's the bracelet. 106. Number 107, good people, are these rings. Okay? So number 107 is a size 10. So this is for the voluptuous fingers. This is a druzy. As you can see, that is the entire rock that's set in sterling silver. The brackets on that ring, it has an opening, a 2-part opening. And this is a size 10, a beautiful, deep purple, sterling silver, very conversational. It does have a width to it, right? So if you're that kind of girl that can hold this piece off, and I just want to remind everybody, know that art isn't about the size and dimensions of the individual. It's about the spirit of the individual. So if you can pull this off in your spirit, then you wear it, honey, own it. It's about owning it and honing it. Yes, this is number 107, size 10. It's not adjustable. It's true to size 10. Number 108 is an 8.5. So if you was wondering, dang, I wish she had 8.5. Well, I do. That's 8.5 there. That's the 8.5 there. Okay. So amethyst, spiritual ascension, calm, sobriety, 108. Put that in the comment feed. Oh, I should tell you the price. They're only $272. These pieces are $272. Number 108 is an 8.5 to an 8. Number 107 is a beautiful, voluptuous size 10, right? Also, I also want to invite you to my wearable art show that happens every single Wednesday. Online is a virtual broadcast that Larry Poncho Brown introduced us to during the pandemic. And we do, I do a show. There's a number of artists that have shows consecutively every week. So my show is on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Pacific, 8 Central, and 9 Eastern. And you can find me at Corinthia Peoples Designs. If you're interested to seeing other collections, I present a collection every single week. So does Poncho has his show, and a couple of other artists have their shows as well. This has been great. Just know that my brand's intention is to leave you better than I found you, and to supply you and make available to you wearable art that's powerful, purposeful, and potent. Okay? So I am bringing such pieces and such energy with love and passion that I hope you indulge in. And this is going to be the end of my segment at this point because I have other artists.
Well, y'all saw, you know, I have this. I am enamored with amethyst. I just am. I just love amethyst. Yeah, well, you resonated with me today with what you showed today. I hope y'all paying attention because, you know, sometimes we get the entertainment factor. We don't see what opportunities are passing by. Corinthia, I want to thank you so much for your presentation. As always, a class act. For those of you that are interested in the pieces she showed, make sure you go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show comment stream underneath for the video to put your comments down for the pieces you want, or you can go straight to her page and do the same in her inbox to make sure you don't lose that opportunity. But the sooner you move, the better, because I might snag up a couple of those myself. So, hey, who we got coming? Oh, you know who we got coming up next?
Yeah, we got Deborah.
I'm going to let you introduce Deborah Shedrick. I'm sure we better get her while her Wi-Fi is connected. So go ahead and introduce Miss Deborah Shedrick.
Well, Deborah Shedrick is a class act as well.
Can you hear me?
I love Deborah's techniques. Yesterday, she blessed us with the project that she's working on regarding women that were totally, what's the word for Deborah? Violated. And in the hugest sense of the word. She worked in tissue paper and wood and canvas and color. I was quite paying attention, Deborah. Yes. And she comes forward with such beautiful spirit. She has a beautiful spirit. and a lovely attitude. And it just reflects in her work. I love how she describes the legs in her pieces as being the growth of how we grow in spirit and how we transform and change. So I am blessed. I want to introduce Deborah Shedrick to the speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Corinthia. She made me feel so much better than I was feeling before I even came on. Okay, you all know about my technical difficulties, so we're going to try to pull something off today.
So Deborah, your audio is coming in really low, so we're gonna have to like talk really loud.
Okay, is this better?
Yes. That's good.
Okay, all right. So can we start with the first image that I sent to be viewed? Because what I'm going to do is finish from where I left off yesterday. Yesterday, I was talking about my welding project, my new welding project. And it's a monument, and I am collaborating with other artists. Michelle Browder was the think tank behind all this. She's been wanting to put up a monument for the last 12 years. So we have an unveiling on the 24th and 25th of September. And what I'm going to do today is let you see some pieces that we will be auctioning off. We'll probably do a private auction, but I am going to let the viewers of the Blackness, Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show try to get in and bid on some of these pieces. Okay. This one. Okay. This is the first one. Okay, let's stay with that one. I'm going to name that one Building Blocks. It is a 24 by 48 piece, and it's canvas adhered to canvas. Now you may see little square pieces. Those square pieces have been cut out by me, one by one, based on a canvas that's stretched. So this is all building blocks, which means, I know you'll have your own interpretation, but it means like you're building every day on something, and sometimes those blocks fall down, or someone intentionally does away with the blocks by pushing the blocks down to deter you from your goals, but you just have to keep building. So that was building blocks. Now you can bid on this piece. The starting bid will be $1,000. It's a 24 by 48. These start at $4,500. You can start your bid at $1,000. Just put building blocks and put your bid in. Put Shedrick and then building blocks, and then put your bid in. And the one with the highest bid, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, will let me know. And Louise, I hope that's okay with you, because I didn't even talk to you about this before. I was so busy trying to get my tech up. But anyway, can we go to the next one, please? Okay. Can you see that one? That's on like a approximate size of like 3 by 32. And it's all African fabric and paint. So this is like a fabric collage that I've done. And let your starting bid be at get ready. Let your starting bid be at 200. And the one that has the highest bid will let you know that we can complete the transaction. So let's call this one, I have two of these. The first one let's call From Africa 1, and this will be number 2. From Africa 1. And if you have any questions, just type them in and I'll answer them before I go to the next piece. Okay, let's do number 3. Now these are all hanging up by where the monument will be erected. So this auction will help to erect those women that I talked about yesterday, and part of the proceeds also go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So this one is number 3. Let's call this Family of Girls. It's a tissue paper on canvas, 9 by 12. And let's start this bid out with 200. And the highest bid, we will mail this piece to you. And thank you comes from Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy. Those are the 3 women, enslaved women that were operating, and part of the proceeds also go to the Beauty of Blackness Show. And we thank you. Let's start that bid. Original tissue paper, 8 by 12. Starting bid is 200. Family of Girls. Okay, this is like number 4. It's like number 2, all African paint. Let's call this from Africa 2. Starting bid 200. Highest bidder helps to benefit putting up the sculpture of Anarcha, Lucy, Betsy, and the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Let's go to number 5. This is 9 by 12 tissue paper on canvas. Let's call this one Father and Kids. Let's call this one Father and Kids, 9 by 12, starting bid, let's say $250. And let's end this auction, like, let's give it 24 hours. 24 hours from now. So if we get any bids after 24 hours, that doesn't apply. So I think I need to put that in here. So I won't be getting people calling me 5 years from now asking about these pieces. Okay, Father and Kids, I'm sorry. Oh, this is, okay, Father and Kids, 9 by 12, tissue paper on canvas. Starting bid, what did I say, 200? Correct me if I make a mistake, please. I do that a lot. Okay, I'm ready for number 6. Now this piece is also a 24 by 48. And in the background, I have depicted the past and the not so past, I should say the present, of what was going on in these 2 females' lives at this point in time. So my little girl here on the right with the sharecropper looking dress, she's holding the cotton. So we all know the history about our cotton. And she has it's a picture of a painting I did called Back Home. And that's basically how she lived. And then we have the little girl with the cute little Sunday looking dress on. She's now. In the background is a original painting that I did of the White House with 2 little black girls running in the yard, and that represents the Obama daughters. So it's like, what ties us? What part of history? There were many parts that ties the past to the present, and that's why I use the cotton to represent, I picked this cotton, but I wear this cotton every day. My clothes, we really haven't gotten away from the cotton. And some of us haven't even, told our kids about, how cotton is represented in our lives and in our country. So let's call this piece Past and Future. I lost you. Okay, I'm back. Let's call this piece The Past and the Future. So it's a mixed media, 24 by 48. We'll start the bidding on this piece at $1,500. This piece is regularly $6,000. So we'll start the bidding at $1,500. Partial proceeds go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and the monument to represent Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy. So that was number 6. Let's go to number 7. This is a 48 by 48, I believe, on canvas. It is called The Crossover. And when I talk about the crossover, that could mean the crossing over of one part of your life into another, a crossing over into a new time. Like we're in a different time right now. So the title is The Crossover, and it's mixed media on canvas. And let's start this bidding off at $1,500. And it is to help the Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy monument be constructed and to benefit the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Okay, did I say everything? I think I did. Okay, now this is a small original. Looks to be about 4 by 12 and the start of her dancing career. So this is called the start of her dance. And it's an acrylic on canvas. Let's start the bid at $150. Okay, that's number 8. 150. And the auction is going to end from right now. So I started about 4 o'clock, so let's count 24 hours, so it'll be 4. All right, the next one, please. Okay. This is the same size of the one that I just spoke of. It's about 4 by 12. This is an acrylic on canvas. Let's call this her profile. This is number 9, her profile. Starting bids will be $150. So 4 by 12 acrylic on canvas. Starting bids $150. And so you have 24 hours to make a decision. And then the auction will be closed. So the highest bidder will receive this piece, and it's to benefit the monument of Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy, and the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So I have one more, right? Okay, this is my son's piece. It's about, I think he probably did this about 2 years ago, but it's also a 24 by 48 on canvas. Let's start the bidding at 1,000. To bid the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and the Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy, the Mothers of Gynecology Monument. I guess that's it. Oh, I got some more. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought I was finished. Dang, I'm trying to get out of this seat. Okay, this is an 8x10 canvas on wood. I'm laughing at myself. The African fabric is on wood or canvas. I can't remember. I don't have it with me. It's in the gallery, but it's a portrait of a young man adhered to the African fabric, which shows his connection. So this is 8x10 mixed media. Let's start this off at, let's start the bidding off at 150. Okay, so this is to benefit, I'm gonna say this, you might be tired of hearing me say it, but this is to benefit the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and the Anarcha Lucy and Betsy Monument. Okay, this piece is an 11x14. It's acrylic on canvas, and she is carrying her water. Carrying her water. Acrylic on canvas, 11x14. Let's start this bid at 300. Palette knife. 24 hours for the auction. Your support benefits the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and the Anarcha Lucy and Betsy Monument. This one is, I think, number 12. Moving forward. Moving forward. Unity and moving forward. I really don't have to explain the meaning of moving forward. It is 24x48. Mixed media on canvas. These are all originals. They're all my work. Let's start this bid off at $1,000. Moving forward. Let's start the bid off at $1,000. All right, this one is a mixed media canvas on canvas. The Old Man. Number 13, The Old Man. Let's start the bidding off, let's say 150. To benefit the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and the Anarcha Lucy and Betsy Monument. Okay, this is a piece that is on plexiglass, and it is some of my newest work, assemblages, I should say. So the base is wood, and it's on plexiglass, and there is artwork on both sides. So the next image will show you the back side. So I took pictures of the front and the back sides of this, and this is just stages. Okay, all right. So we're going to, if the next one that comes up is not back of this, I'll tell you what the back of that one is. You'll have to remember this though when it comes up. But this is just representing the stages that women go through as women, from young adults to full-grown woman. So that piece, let's start the bid off at 500. There's artwork on the front, artwork on the back. It's in a wooden stand. And the piece looks to be about 11 by 15. Okay, that was number 13. Okay, this piece is My Little Girl in Her Beautiful Dress. My Little Girl in Her Beautiful Dress is about 3 by 12. It's a mixed media piece. We'll start this bid off at 150. It will benefit the Beauty of Black's Fine Art Show and the Monument of Anarcha Lucy and Betsy, the mothers of gynecology, who were enslaved women that were operated on without anesthesia by a Dr. Miriam Sims. So if you go to anarchallucybetsy.org, you'll see what we're doing with this monument. Okay, all right. Then we just did her. Okay, so this is another piece. I thought it was going to be the backside of the one that we just showed, but this is another piece. Same wood stand with plexiglass. These are the three masks. Yeah, there's three masks in here. This one's called the three masks. And I use stencil and marker, there's clay and paint in this. And there will be an image on the back also. So this start this bid off at $500. And it benefits the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and it benefits the Anarcha Lucy and Betsy Monument. So we appreciate your support. Is that it? I see me. I guess that's it. Okay, so, oh, hey, Pancho. I can't hear you. Oh, I can't hear you. Am I on mic? Am I?
No, you good.
Okay.
I might need you to kill. I'm gonna kill your mic while we talk though. So, I mean, I don't know if you guys been paying attention. You know, we have been having some small tech issues with our reception from Alabama. But the piece she just showed, if you guys are sleeping, she's doing an auction on these pieces. The prices, the starting prices that she put are amazing. If you want to chime in on any of those pieces, number 1 through 17, make sure you go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show page on Facebook. Use that comment stream underneath the video. Okay? If you want to get any activity or you saw a piece that you like that you want to have put to the side, you know, I'm an art crackhead, so I already saw like 3. But I got I own a lot of Deborah's work, so I need to let y'all get a little piece of it.
I want to own some too.
Well, hey, well, you can go to the comment stream underneath.
I'm gonna have to go through the comment stream because I was busy. I was busy selling Deborah's work up in here.
That's good. That's all. It's all good stuff. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
That's right. So I missed it. I caught a little bit of it, so I'm gonna have to go back through and look at it. So you're auctioning some stuff, Deborah? Oh, okay. I think I can't hear Deborah at all. Unmute yourself, Deborah. Okay.
Yes. So the auction is to benefit this show and to benefit the monument of an Yes.
Thank you. Do you want to send those pieces to me so I could post them? Maybe I could do an auction page. I don't know.
Okay, because I sent it to
Poncho.
Yeah, so that's why you were able to show them.
Oh, okay. All right.
Technical difficulties.
All right. I'll have Poncho set up something. But yeah, so as long as you guys I see why Poncho muted you. Yes, definitely. If you see something you want, remember the number and send it through the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And we will definitely get that information to Deborah. So
beautiful collection, Deborah.
Hold on. Okay. What'd you say, Deborah?
I had fun during the times where I didn't have to fill up the computer and seeing what was going on with the internet. But you know what? I put in my time. I'm so glad my time is over.
You always are.
Oh my goodness, it's always something. But anyway, thank you guys. You helped me to get through it. Appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
You can go have yourself a nice stiff drink. a nice Sunday cocktail.
Make sure you come back for the after party.
I'm gonna have 2 cocktails. Bye.
All right, Deborah.
All right, Deborah. She is in the house. Thank you for your presentation and thank you for participating this year. Hey, y'all, we are moving right along here. We got Karen Clark about to come into the studio. We got Louise. She's down at the gallery. We got our guest host. She is in Las Vegas. We are covering all the corners of the earth at one time. Look at that. We got East Coast, West Coast, and Midwest all in one shot.
There you go. And there you go. And so we're at a little piece at the gallery. Now I could sit here for a few minutes.
Nice. So does that mean you're ready for your presentation?
I thought we had Karen up.
You see how she passed that?
I'm like, where's Karen?
No, she's working her way into the studio. She just sent me a text, so I just sent her the link. She's working her way in. For those of you that are have been sleeping the last couple of days and don't realize who's been featured on the show, here we go.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Where are we? How y'all doing out there?
Good. I can do a little presentation.
You got a little presentation? What you got
I can do a little one. I got some artwork up here.
All right.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Take us on a tour.
That's right.
All right. We'll do a little bit of Louise Cutler's studio.
All right. We're gonna give you the whole floor.
Yes. The whole floor. Okay, so thank you guys. Welcome to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And I am having a delightful time down here at the gallery. There's quite a few people coming through today, which is always exciting, right? Always exciting when we got people coming through. And so I'm just going to give you a little bit of a rundown of some of the things that I have in the gallery that you can purchase. I also have some really nice original pieces here that are not on the website, but if you come down to the gallery, you can definitely purchase those bad fellas. Come and purchase them. So I think, let me see, what did we show? I showed you last time. We're going to do these. These were fun pieces for me. This is the Fisherman. These were some fun pieces for me. I did these during creative quarantine, and LaShawn called. He says, "Oh, Louise, you have to try this this new method." And I'm like, okay. And then the next day, Poncho was up there, alcohol resisting, and I was like, I think that's the method that LaShawn told me to try. And sure enough, it was. And so I got some of my really long paper out, because I like to work on watercolor paper. So I got some of my really long watercolor paper out, and I decided, I like doing my pen and ink, and I like doing my acrylic. And I think they were working more in like darker tones and things like that. And I just wanted to do something with the acrylic paints that I had, which were called liquid pearlescent acrylic. So they have a beautiful pearlescent finish on these particular pieces. And this one right here is called Fisherman, and he is $2,500. He is a 9.5 by 42. So if you have a nice narrow wall, this is perfect. You have those little corner walls where you're like, oh, I would love to put something there, but I don't know what. This would be a wonderful piece. Or if you have a nice little post area, you want to hang something off of it, this would be a nice piece. Like I said, it's 9.5 by 42. So it's an absolutely beautiful elongated piece. I love doing elongated pieces. The next piece I'm going to show you is also a 9.5 by 42. She is called, I want to show you in a different way. I don't want to show you that way. She is actually called Pretty, and I just love that name. And so what I did was the same thing. It's an alcohol resist, and I used the pearlescent colors on her as well. And then I just went back in with black pen and ink and a little bit of acrylic to just make the ink a little thicker, and then added some red, just added some red tones because I just love how red pops. And so I added a little bit of red on her and gave her this beautiful elongated form. I just love the flow of fabric. So I tried to make the body become as fluid as the fabric. And this one is also 9.5 by 42, and she is $2,500. If you'd like to purchase that, you can come over to the store, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com, and just click on the cart, look for Pretty, come over to my page, and you'll find her just on my first page. She'll be right there. Let's see, let's show you some. These are some gilded pieces that I've done. This right here is called Magnolia. This is a 20 by 40. This is a 20 by 40. Magnolia is one of my large pieces. And this particular one, it could be horizontal or vertical. So this is called Magnolia, and it can be horizontal or it could be vertical. And it's $3,100, and it's 20 by 40. It's a 20 by 40 piece. So if you want a nice horizontal piece to go over your bed, over a buffet, somewhere in the dining room or the living room, you have a fireplace, this is absolutely phenomenal. Can go over that. Or if you have some like a doorway and you need something to sit on either side of the door, this would also work as well. So this right here is a 20 by 42. It is $3,100, and it is called Magnolia. It is acrylic and metal leaf on watercolor paper, and then it is mounted to a wood panel. The other two that I just showed you are also mounted to a wood panel as well. These are, and so they're all literally ready to hang. And they're about, they have about a 2-inch side. So that makes them really nice. So you could either frame them or not frame them. They'll still look wonderful. I find that not framing just gives it just this beautifully clean edge to sit on the wall, and they sit flat because I put the hooks on the inside of the frame. So you get a nice flat sitting piece. They're not on the outside where it hits and comes off the wall. So that's what makes these really nice. So that's Magnolia. We have another Magnolia here. It's also acrylic and metal leaf on watercolor paper. And you can see this one is fully vertical. This one does not go horizontal. It's just a vertical piece, but it's just similar to the other one. It's a 20 by 42, and it is $3,100. It's $3,100. It is also acrylic and metal leaf on watercolor paper. And both of these have copper. The flowers are copper, and there's some Dutch metal in there, quite a bit of Dutch metal in there. But I just love doing these pieces. I love doing magnolias. These come from my actual magnolia bush. When I paint a lot of things from out of my own personal garden, and I have a wonderful magnolia bush that blooms in the spring, and I go out and I take pictures of it and then create these wonderful pieces. And I have a lot of fun with these because I get to add like all of this really fun variegated metal within the piece that makes it very exciting. And so the other thing I want to show you is I also do bronze sculpting, but you could definitely go to my website, go to my page, my store page, and you'll see all of these amazing, amazing pieces on my page. I'm just going to show you a couple of my bronzes. This is one. This is a bronze relief, and it's called the Gatherer. I'm going to pull that up, see if I can get you a good big picture of it, and move it down. And you can see how her flowers. Now, most of my bronze pieces, they come from my painting. So this was an actual painting called the Gatherer, and then I created a bronze from it. This bronze piece is about 19 inches tall. So she's about 15 by 19, and she sits flat up against your wall. It is a bronze relief. It is not a free. It is not a bronze in the round. It is a relief, which means that it sits flat on the surface, and then there's raised pieces. So this is a bronze relief, and it is called the Gatherer. It is called the Gatherer, and the Gatherer is $2,700, and you can pick this up on the website at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com. So you can pick that piece up at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com. I'll show you one more piece as well. This right here. I thought I had a different one. This is Mother's Love. I don't know if I showed I think I might have showed Mother's Love yesterday, so I'm not going to show it. I'm actually going to show this particular piece. And if you are anywhere in Fort Collins, you'd love to see this piece in person. This is a beautiful artistic room divider that I created from some of my 20 by 40 panels. This is the poppy panel, the poppy divider. It is actually a piece. It's a piece of art that you can use as a room divider if you choose to. It is fully gilded on both sides. So the inside is gilded in a Dutch metal gold. The trim is all red around the trim, and it has little feet at the bottom, so it does not sit on the floor. It sits on small little feet, and it has all of these amazing poppies that I have in my garden. So this was actually painted for my garden as well, and this is $6,500 if you would love to have this absolutely stunning piece in your home. You could just come to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and make that purchase. That is an absolutely stunning piece. What else? Let's see. I'm trying to see what I want to show you guys. We have, I think I showed this yesterday, maybe. I think I did. Oh, yeah. Let's do this one. And then we're going to, this right here is When the Earth Speaks. This is a resin and wood piece that I did. This is resin, wood, and leather, and acrylic. This is actually has acrylic, and it has some metal leaf in it. I just love doing these kind of pieces, and I love the way after I paint, and I use, like I said, a pearlescent liquid acrylic. So this is actually a pearlescent color, that blue that sits out. And for me, this is called When the Earth Speaks, because the earth speaks to us, is we just have to listen. And that's what the form is all about. And these things, it's just it's as if it's on a journey. So I love this piece. This particular piece is $1,000. Like I said, I've just ventured off into wood probably about a year ago, and just absolutely love it. Finding pieces of wood and being able to create on them. This is a 9 by 30.5 piece. So it's a 9 by 30.5. Absolutely stunning piece. I'll bring it up a little larger for you. And you can see, and like I said in the other one, I love to see the wood. And so you can still see, as you can see the wood pattern. I just like to create according to the wood to see how the wood feels. So this is an amazing piece. So if you're interested in When the Earth Speaks, you can come to the website and purchase that piece on the website. The last thing I'm going to show you is the Butkins. I know everybody loves the Butkins. We talked extensively about the Butkins during the creative quarantine. And so I wanted to make sure I brought the Butkins out for everyone to see today. These are the Butkins. These are resin pieces that I did a while ago, and I just fell in love with them. I was looking at doing something totally outside the box. that I normally do. And trust me, this is totally outside the box of what I normally do. And I was sitting there and I just started with one piece of clay, and what came out of it was the Butkins. And I just have had so much fun with these images. So the Butkins are all resin and have acrylic, and they're $550 for the pair. Just fun, just fun, absolutely fun items. So if you're interested in the Butkins, you can visit the website and make a purchase of the Butkins. They are 4 by 5 by 10, and they're acrylic and resin. I would love to sell you the Butkins if you'd like to purchase them. Once again, you could purchase all of these items on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com. If you have any questions or comments, just let me know. I am here to answer anything for you. What's up, Poncho? I think you're muted.
I'm right now. I'm discombobulated trying to buy my Butkins.
You need the Butkins.
I need some Butkins in my life. Well, thank you again, Miss Louise. Like, I know you're doing 5 things, 12 things at one time. I'm glad you were able to get your final presentation in today. I think it's wonderful work. She's multifaceted, y'all. She's doing clay, she's doing paper, she's doing a little bit of everything. But her gold gilding, woohoo! You ain't seen nothing till you seen her gold collection. Out of this world. All right, we got another artist in the studio.
I see Miss Karen.
We got Miss Karen Clark in the studio, and she's look at her. She's all beat up. She got her program already together. So, without further ado, we're just going to roll right into Karen Clark.
All right. Karen, turn your mic on.
Muted.
I'm unmuted now. All right. Hey guys from Woodland Heights Studio. My name is Karen. My last name is Clark. I'm from Richmond, Virginia. And I am
And you're live.
All right, thank you. Hey guys from Woodland Heights Studio. My name is Karen. My last name is Clark. I am from Richmond, Virginia. And instead of bringing new items to you, there was a lot that we had done in 3 days. And so what I wanted to do is a recap of what's available, and so that I can leave it open for people who do have questions about these pieces. So just to give you a heads up, the way to get into the website is called The Beauty of Blackness finearts.com. And when you get in there, in the title line, you're going to see store. Once you see store, it's going to cast down the names, and you can even scroll down, and so that you can pick the person that you would like to look at their art even more. And it will give you size, dimension, profiles for those, and then you can place your orders for those. And if you are having difficulties, please go to my Facebook page, and I have walked you through the directions on how to get to the website. So I'm going to move on a little on now, and I've did panel views for you guys, and so that you guys can check them out. And if you see some delays, please excuse the delays. Computer is acting real funky today, but there are mugs available, and I'm sure that you guys see that that ticking right now. But this is one of the mugs that I do. It's part of a teapot collection. I do a lot of teapots during the winter time. So there's usually a teapot, a set of teacups. And then if people need sugar bowls and creamers, they just give me a call and let me know. All right, so here's the first set for you guys. This is the mug series dealing with Janame. I started putting things 3 at a time so that you wouldn't be bored or overwhelmed with so many slides. So the first one is Janami, meaning only God. The second one is the same. And the third one is also another version of that. What I've done is I've done wax resist. And what I'm saying is I'm resisting the clay, and so that it does not get color, so that you can see a lot of the color from the clay, but also color from the glazes. And these mugs, I like to make sure that mugs stay at the same price. They're $65 plus shipping and handling. And it is just a really great way to start off an art collection or investing in pottery. What was I going to say? Right now, it looks like I am stuck as far as the presentation, but I am going to be coming out of it in just a second. It looks like it's a little flub. Pancho, are you able? Hey guys, I am really sorry having computer difficulty. So I'm just going to show you some pieces live. So the PowerPoint presentation is actually having some problems. So unfortunately, I don't have my turntable to spin around, but I am going to hold the pieces and so that you guys can see what it looks like. All right, so one of the pieces that you saw on camera dealing with the mugs are one is right here. So I'm just going to bring that forward to you guys and so you can see it. And so there's the symbol, and it always looks different when you have a photograph and when it's live and in person. So I'm going to just spin that around for you guys so that you guys can see that. And so they hold between 20 and 24 ounces. You get a lot of liquids inside of these. So if there are people who are water drinkers and they're trying to figure out what kind of water they're trying, how much water they need to take in, this is a perfect mug for that. So a lot of people ask, how long do these items last? They last as long as you take care of them. So when you hear your pieces and you hear a ring, that means that the piece is in pristine condition. So that means that there's no hairline cracks or anything. But if you hear a flat noise, that means that the piece itself has a hairline crack, but it doesn't mean that you can't use the piece. It's just that maybe it's just getting old, but it will still work the same. So that's one of the pieces. These are $65 plus shipping and handling, and I can get them out to you guys right away. These are a lot of fun, so I'm just going to bring it up a little closer for you guys, so you guys can check that out. Turn it on to the front side. All right. So now I'm going to go into the jars. So I'm kind of trying to bring out a few things. One are the memory jars. And so I talked about these yesterday if you guys were not on online. Dealing with the jars, I call them memory jars because, and they can be used for many purposes. It's really just up to you. With the piece, I always say that sometimes we take for granted what we do in a year. And when you're feeling inspired or you have ideas or things that you want to do, you put them inside of this in this container, or things that you've accomplished, you put them inside of this container. And then once you put it in the container, you wait a year, you come back and you look at what you achieved. It's really pretty amazing to see what you can accomplish in 1 year. I think sometimes we do take that for granted. But the pieces are signed. They come with a certificate. This one I have Janami on, which is only God, God being supreme being. And I did it in 2 different colors. One is the color of the clay, which is coming from California. The other one is coming from Pennsylvania. And this piece is, I don't know if you can see that on the inside, but it is what we call glazed on the inside. I will bring up the face closer so you guys can see that. And I'll turn it to the side so you can see also the details. I love geometric design. You see a lot of geometric design on the continent, and you see it in mud cloth. So that's where my inspiration is coming from, dealing with the mud cloth pattern when I do the carving onto the piece. Took some time to learn it. Not the concept of carving, but having it consistent, because you don't want those wavy, unstraight lines. That's a terrible thing to have. So one of the other things that I have done are votives. And this is just a lot of fun. This piece is $105 for this piece. And if you're looking for the prices for these pieces, they are on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So this is 105. It's something that you can put a candle in, a whole candle, and allow it to melt. So the temperature, it's already tempered for hot heat. The lights will flicker through and then there's reflections on the wall. One of my favorite colors to use, this color that I've been using, it's probably about 5 years old. And when I say that, that means that every year I come up with a color. I do the research. I have to work in chemistry to figure out, to run tests to see if this color is going to be in a great condition. And so what I wanted to do, if you can see that a little bit, but if you go on the photograph, you'll see it clear. I was trying to give it a crackled look. And so the surface is smooth, but underneath it has all these beautiful crackles. And so I was trying to get a watercolor. And the reason why I was trying to get a watercolor is for future projects that I'm doing. So I'm going to be working on 3 chess sets. And so I want the chess pieces to be the movers, but underneath they're gliding over water. So still working on that project right now. It does take time to figure out all of the details to make sure that they're worked out at least 70%, and so that you can you don't get stumped too much. Another piece that I have worked on, and this piece is a vessel that can be used for flowers, but it was a vessel that I was working on with a storyteller. Her name is Jan Blake. She is in Manchester, England, an amazing storyteller. So what we were trying to do when we were creating this piece is dealing with the story of Yemenya, and how it comes through the sands, come through the Sahara, they come to Senegal, and then this is where the hurricanes are created, and how they're created as it's coming along. Yemenya is picking up all of the ancestors who may have been left behind. It's one of the old traditional African stories. So what she asked me to do is create three different faces. And so I created the face, and I'll turn it around so you guys can see. But inside of the piece, it looks like geometric design, but inside, these are actually the transatlantic bodies inside of the piece. So it's not in your face, but it is there. So I'm just going to bring it closer and so you guys can see. And I did that for each female that's on there. And I did flowers, and with the flowers, I added touches of gold. So you're seeing 14 karat gold, and you're also seeing white gold. So depending on how you fire it, it will actually so you guys Oh, sorry guys, I saw a commercial. So this is, so I'm going to turn it around so you guys can see the faces for this piece. And so I tilted the faces up to look at the sky for those pieces. And in between, I wanted to do the currency, which is the cowrie shell in that time, and also the water pattern to identify what this is. So one of the pieces that I am very proud of, if you go to the website, you will see this piece, and you can see all of the details with that piece. It's really, really fun to see. And I did it has a sister to it as well. One of the next pieces that I'm going to show is dealing with the Flower Girl series. This piece is Chloe, and I don't usually do them tilted to the side as far as the faces, but I thought it would be fun to do. As potters, we're always trying to create and be different and think outside of the box of how to make things, because if you have clay, you can create anything. So I was working with flowers. Well, and dealing with flowers, well, actually dealing with how I'm creating, sometimes I use my culinary background to implement things. And so I went to a pastry chef and said, hey, can you teach me how to make flowers? They taught me how to make flowers in the traditional food, and then I had to convert that into making it clay, of how thin it was going to be and how fragile it will be. So I got it down to a consistency of what I can do with it. And so I did make a group of flowers, a new color that I'm working on, which is called tangerine. And then you'll see touches of pink inside. So it's tangerine and pink. Loving this new color, still trying to figure out what else I'm going to do with it because I don't want to make too much of it and I can't use it. And when I say can't use it, where it doesn't go with my color palette of what I'm working on with my pieces. So bring it, twirling her around. I'm just giving her some curly cues on the end. And then on the backhand side, and I dinker symbol to that piece. I like to use dinker symbols. They mean a lot to me when I am creating. So I'm going to bring another one forth so that you can do that. A lot of people always ask me, well, Karen, do you do open eyes? I do open eyes. Usually when I am doing open eyes, it's usually three, 1 out of 5. So, but I just finished doing 10, so I have probably about 3 open eye faces that are going to be coming out next week. So one of the vases that I have is this piece, one of my favorite colors to work with, which is emerald green. Now, you saw the piece prior, and that is also emerald green, but with the color of the pieces, what happens is different clays do different things with glazes. So if you look at this, you see how translucent it is, where you can see how shiny it is in emerald. And that is because I'm using porcelain for this, where the other one I was using something that was speckled brown. So it gives it a more masculine feel. So I try to use my female side and my masculine side for my pieces. So here is one of the open eye pieces. I'm loving her. And on the backhand side, I actually kind of did some abstract things, which is, just creating a head on the janame. And that is the arm, and then a little foot right here. So on a lot of, on most pieces that I'm creating on the backhand side, it's always going to have some type of special surprise on there. So these are pieces that are available that are on the website. All you have to do is go to the Beauty, Blackness, and Fine Art Show. Pick the person's name that you're interested in, and it will show you a stream of all of the work that is available to you. And if you have any questions, all you have to do is reach out to the artist, and they will definitely reply to you. But at this time, I'm still having problems with the PowerPoint presentation. I'm so sorry that my time is actually up, but I appreciate you all.
Well, like a pro, you are able to work it out all around all the technical issues that we're having. Thank you so much, Karen Clark. You know what? You have become really one of the stars of this live broadcasting thing. I've noticed it. No matter what format you go on, folks are going to react to your work. It's that powerful. And so I'm glad to see you entering this period of your career where people can really get a chance to see you through other mediums. Keep up the good work, lady.
Hi.
And we will see you near end time when we get ready for the after party. I guess by then you'll have all of your drinking utensils out.
I already began. It's my birthday. It's my birthday, so
that's
I'm doing
right.
my
This
thing.
is your birthday week, and so we appreciate you spending that little bit of
Thank
time with
you.
us. Because I know you
I
could have been out
appreciate you,
having all kinds of fun.
honey. Yes, but that's
All
okay.
right.
I'm still having fun. I appreciate you. All right. Well,
So
thank
later in
you.
the show, we're going to get ready to keep
Okay.
it moving. We got another artist in the studio, Miss Kabibi
Yay.
Ajanku, coming in.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
What happened to the birthday song?
That was the last 3 days. We figured we wouldn't wear that out.
Well, you said that she birthday all over the place. What happened to the birthday song? Hey, Kabibi.
So coming up next is Kabibi Ajanku. She's been a new artist that's been with us this year for the Beauty Blackness Fine Art Show. And she's going to give her final presentation on her work and her process. I'm going to give you the floor, Miss Kavita. Your microphone is off.
Technical gremlins. That's not even a technical gremlin. That is me. I was saying we are at day 3 of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show as we are virtually sharing our the gallery walk and virtually sharing energy and time with artists. And I have been having quite a ball. As Pancho says, I'm one of the newbies in this thing here. So while I've been an artist, a professional artist for over 40 years, I have tweaked and shifted and turned a bit. And so this realm here is kind of a new realm, an exciting realm. I'm gonna share a little bit of video that just, first of all, I'm kind of overview what I've shared over the last 3 days, and then go back and talk a little bit about my work that is in the gallery here. And if I can flow smoothly with this tech, we'll all be happy. So this is just about my work that is in the show. And let's see if we can get it shared. Can we go to the video from here? Let's see. I'm in the show. I click the share. Could I get some help? Maybe not.
You're not sharing quite yet.
All right, I just don't know what to do.
You're not sharing your screen yet.
I tried. It just sent me. Oh, it just died.
You are live.
I am live and my share screen is not working. I'm going to go on over here and I'm going to share from the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show. My videos don't seem to be working. However, can we share this? Can you see this? Maybe. We'll see. All right. So I had a lineup of videos to show today. They don't seem to be working. Nothing over there seems to be working, but we can talk about my work that is in the gallery and my work that is on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show webpage. I have shared with this event some of my mixed media work. I have a great deal of fun doing this work, but more than that, it is a connection to art forms that reach as far back as West Africa, art forms that reach as far back as pre-enslavement in America, and then move into across the Middle Passage into plantation work and plantation growing of indigo, and then show up in modern times as African American contemporary artistry. So while I have a lot of fun with this work, it is work that touches me in a deep kind of way, that touches me in a way that moves and flows with history. I'm going to go all the way back to the end and then come up to the beginning of this website. You click quick view. This piece is called Village Lady, and it is it is an adventure in patchwork quilting done differently. So instead of using the needle, what I've used is decoupage glue. Decoupage is just a fancy word for using glue to affix the work that you want, the exciting fabric, the bright fabric that is rich with the traditions of West Africa and beyond. And it's called Ankara. That Ankara is used to depict the energy of the African sun and the vibrancy of the tall grasses that grow on the roadside during the rainy season, and the essence and the energy of gourds that represent fertility. And then, of course, this village lady who is headed to the market, and she is created with glass beads. Those glass beads represent resilience. They represent a depth and a brightness of color and the ability to be fixed yet translucent. Yes, Village Lady can be found on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show website. And then we'll move into these market ladies. These market ladies are part of this Village Ladies series, and they too have calabash on their head. They're moving under the baobab tree, past that baobab tree, which is the center of the village. And they are moving in group, headed to the market. Yes, and this piece is done with a traditional, the fabric is dyed in a traditional indigo vat. And it is done with a technique, a dye resist technique called Adire Oniko. That Adire is a way of tying the fabric so that the dye can make patterns. So this is a combination of handmade papers, Ankara bright fabric, African print fabric, and hand-dyed indigo work. Market ladies under the baobab tree. And right here, we're going to cross some rivers. You know, water is this very, very, very important thing in our life. Without water, we are nothing. You know, as human beings, our body it thrives and is only rich when we are hydrated appropriately. Well, the other side of water is not only can it enrich our lives, does it give us life, but it also, as we've seen recently, can change our lives dramatically. Too much water is not a good thing. When water comes rushing, it is a thing to be fearful of. Well, rivers are that same way. On a good day, on a calm day, you go to that river, and in the days when there was no running water, you go to the river with a vessel and you bring the water back to your home front, whether it be a hut or whether it be a house, whatever it is. With running water, our rivers are represented by the pipes that we turn on in our house. But we thrive as a result of this river when it is held in quite balance, in good balance. These ladies are fording the river, they're crossing the river. And they are in groups of 3. That 3 representing the good, the bad, the ugly. That 3 representing the yin and the yang and the central force. That 3 representing the Trinity. That 3 representing the pyramid. I like to work in groups of 3. Here you have hand-dyed indigo. You have some indigo that is acquired from Mali, West Africa. You have some Ankara work. You have some brightly colored tissue paper. All of these things are on canvas, crossing rivers. Spirit work. Spirit work is a mixed media collage. This is all stitch work. It is work that is a combination of fabric acquired from Senegal, West Africa, of brightly colored Ankara African print fabric, of upcycled denim. That upcycled denim is representing the wings that fly, right? That faceless face is representing our ancestors and how we are watched over and uplifted as we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. The bead work is for fertility, it is for fruitfulness, it is for prosperity, it is for resilience as well. Spirit work. Florida, another mixed media collage work. This is fabric and paper on canvas. It was done in the depth of the pandemic. It was getting quite cold where I live here in Maryland, and I wasn't feeling like the cold. I was feeling very overwhelmed by the energy of the pandemic, that pandemic that was attacking us through health, and that kind of wellness, this virus that was attacking us. I was feeling very, very overwhelmed by the racial pandemic and the difficulty that this country just seems to have over and over and over again as we navigate our unwillingness to live together, our unwillingness to love each other, heart to heart, mind to mind, body to body, and spirit to spirit. So I got in the car and I drove and I drove and I drove. I took my artwork with me. I took my supplies. I took my canvas. I took my fabric, my machine. I took all kinds of things with me. And I drove and I drove and I drove till I got to Florida. My daughter lives in Florida. So I went from one safe bubble to another. And I spent time walking the beach every day. I spent time meditating every day. And I spent time making art every day. It was what I needed right there in the moment, in January, in the middle of the winter, in the middle of the pandemic. And so this is one of the pieces I created while I was there. It was called Florida. Summer vibes, thinking again about that energy of the sun, mixed media collage on canvas, thinking again about that energy of the sun, thinking about what it does to the richness of melanated skin and how as Black women, we wear our hair so many different kinds of ways and we never cease to adorn ourselves. And so all of this is what went into this kind of sunburst out of the blues, yeah? Summer vibes. Angels watch over. Now, this is one of those pieces that I created in the midst of my time in Florida as well. And I was, as I told you, feeling really concerned about all that was going on in the world. And I thought that we just needed some watchful eyes, some prayerfulness, some extra kind of spiritual energy. And so this is a very rustic kind of piece because I was feeling jagged all around the edges. This is a very rustic and earthy piece because I wanted that energy of just elevating above and beyond, and then being able to resource, and feel the energy of spirituality, of prayer. Angels watch over. In the Garden. In the Garden is also mixed media on canvas. It's got some fabric, it's got some paper, and I was just feeling like I have over these past 2 summers, I've gotten so much joy out of my garden. I've gotten so much joy as the colors in my garden I have, for the most part, flowers and herbs. And so the smells are fantastic. And the colors as they move from season to season bring me so much joy. I also love to cook. So being able to go out into the garden and clip herbs, I take my basket and I take my scissors, and to be able to go out and clip herbs that will become food for the soul also brings me so much joy. So that's what this piece is coming out of, In the Garden. I felt like it was, sometimes I'm out there and I feel like I'm jumping. I feel like I'm dancing. I feel like I'm levitating. And so that's what this is. This was my garden vibe, In the Garden. So this is also a very joyful piece. Paper, fabric, hand-processed paper. And you can't see it here, but in that paper, it's processed from wood and leaves. So you can feel the energy of the leaves, that floral energy. But I was kind of vibing that kind of old-fashioned cabaret, like Moulin Rouge, right? And so these flowers gave me the feeling of the women that danced in the Moulin Rouge kind of cabaret line. The old-fashioned plumes that the women used to wear in their hair and used to be an ornamental kind of vibration. So this piece, ladies dancing in the cabaret. Yes, dancing in the cabaret. And here we are. This is currently one of my favorite pieces. It's called Dame du Marché. Dame du Marché, these are ladies. I started with ladies moving to market, and we're going to end today with ladies moving to market. Dame meaning the women, the ladies, and du of the marché, the market, Dame du Marché. It is a piece that is done on upcycle board. It is, if you look carefully, these women have their calabash on their head, and that's a theme that goes through much of my work. You see my threes there, and you see the calabash on the head. The women are adorned in hand-dyed indigo. Those are pieces, that's fabric that came out of my vat, dyed with indigo that I sourced from West Africa, sourced from Nigeria, as well as some indigo fabric sourced from, not Senegal this time, but Mali, West Africa, as well as some Ankara fabric. Anyway, these women are marching, they're moving to market. They are. and they are moving with the spirit of the cowrie. That is the cowrie shell used to be used as a form of money, as a form of currency. So they are moving, seeking prosperity. They are moving, bringing prosperity with them as they move to and from market in a way that is helps the village to thrive and helps their homes to thrive as well. And so Dame du Marché is a piece that is near and dear to my heart. This piece actually comes framed and in a shadow box. And so I am going to stop sharing. I am again closing up my time here with the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. It has been quite a blast. And as I've said each and every day, I am really thankful for your vision, Louise. This thing, I believe, this Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show is going to be something for the books. It's going to be something that our children's children can attend because it's going to blossom. It's going to bloom. I feel it. I see it. And it is much needed. It is filling a gap, as we all are right here. I also want to say to Larry Pancho Brown, you have been a trailblazer in regard to helping people do this thing technically, in regard to being in this technical virtual realm. We are all standing on your shoulders. And I want to say to Corinthia Peoples, who I don't see right now, shout out to you because you have been an excellent guest co-host this time around. So I thank all three of you.
Thank you so much, Kabibi. It's it's always amazing to have you on, to hear you speak about your work, to hear the passion and the stories. I'm just always fascinated, and I just thank you for being a part of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and just throwing your oar in the water. I appreciate you putting your oar in the water and saying, there you go, saying I am here and want to be a part of that. So I'm just grateful for that.
Thank you.
You're such a great storyteller. You're such a great storyteller. Oh my God. I love listening to you, and your art is phenomenal.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It's
so much. You're great. Delightful.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, thank you again for your last presentation on this year's Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. You are no longer a newbie.
You crossed over, Kabibi, according to Larry Pancho Brown.
All right, y'all.
All right. Well, let's just let everybody know that, hey, don't when we check out, don't just turn out. We're gonna send a link to all those people that are out there watching that want to be a part of the after party, want to share your thoughts. We'll be sending out a link, and like I said, everybody that gets in fits in. So you want to be a part, so jump in right away when we send that link out.
Grab your libations and bring your libations with you.
That's right.
Come on with it. We'll be cheering and
now you'll be starting. Will you be starting another stream up at closing?
Yeah, we'll be starting another stream up. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put it together. It's gonna be the after party stream. When you see that after party stream go up, get prepared for us to drop that link in the comments section so you can grab it and be a part of it. And that's for all of those. If you're out there, the artists, you guys will get yours in the email. I'm going to drop the link in there for anybody that's on our audience that wants to come in. They'll be able to come in and hang out with us as well.
Yay!
All right, we got another artist in the studio, Miss Virginia Coleman. She's ready to come and join us in on the stream. There you go. Hello. How you doing, Virginia?
Hello. I'm doing well.
Good. Well, this is your last presentation for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I know you are ready and geared up.
Well, I have something special.
Okay.
My granddaughter
Ooh.
is a photographer and a videographer, and she decided to interview me today.
Well,
She
before
decided.
you show that, we got to give you your proper entrance.
For her prop.
Okay, like I said, my granddaughter is a blossoming photographer and videographer, and today she decided that she wanted to interview me. So she made this video because she thought I did much better when people questioned me. So here it is.
Hello, this is Natalie Jones Coleman, and I am the granddaughter of Miss Virginia Coleman. I saw her on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and I don't think she said as much as she could have. So this is an interview. Hello, Miss Virginia Coleman.
Hello, Miss Natalie.
So starting with the piece you're doing now, this is one of the pieces you did to engraving with the machine.
Yes, it is. This is going to be part of my new series, and it's a Nubian series. What else you want to know about this series?
How many pieces do you plan to do like this?
Currently, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the series. But I'm also working on 2 more, so it'll probably be 10 in this series. And there will be a coloring book, hopefully by December.
Ooh! And that piece that's standing up is one of the completed ones, correct?
Yes, it is. This one is completed. This is the second one that was completed. The first one is already in its new home. So this is the third, and as I said, there are more here, and I'm currently working on more on my iPad. I create them on my iPad, then I take them from my iPad and send them to the software from my laser cutter, and then from the laser cutter, the software, I send it to the laser cutter and engrave it in this wood. And the reason why I like the way it engraves in the wood, it looks as though it was drawn on there. The other reason I do the engrave is that when I use acrylic pens to color in the sections, the engrave actually keeps that color within that section I'm working on so that it doesn't overflow into the next section, and that makes it easier to paint, especially considering all the tiny pieces.
So all of these little pens that you're using are acrylic pens?
Yes, they are.
What else do you use the acrylic pens for?
I use the acrylic pens for, sometimes I'm commissioned to make signs for people, or I'm commissioned to make detailed coasters, keychains, earrings, and these acrylic pens come in handy when I'm working on that fine detail.
You said in one of the live shows that you also use watercolor and inks. Have you also used inks for these pieces?
I haven't used the inks on these pieces, but I have used the inks on other pieces. So I find that the inks that I work with that are over here on the table, they not only work for papers, they work for certain woods, they work for certain MDFs, which is another type of wood or a particle board, and I like working with those a lot.
Okay. And for the watercolors?
Yes.
Have you only used those for the faces? Or have you used those for other things as well?
Primarily for faces, like I did in this painting up here, that's watercolor and inks on the wall. And that's two of my grandnieces and you in this painting, which was prompted by a photo that was taken at a birthday party where the 3 girls stood in front of a flag, and I thought that would be a cool painting. to open up some dialogue, and I used the watercolors with that. But it also has inks and acrylics in that painting. So I use a wide variety of materials to create the colors I want.
What other materials other than inks, watercolors, and acrylics have you used?
Foam core board, as in this piece over my head, that was done in 2004. And other types of foam sheets, paper mache, paper clay, polymer clay, other wood shapes that I either cut myself or I purchased. Anything that anyone has ever taught me to use, I try to use in my art, which makes me more a mixed media artist.
How do you get the textures in the pieces you use?
Some textures are matte gel mediums, where you take the matte gel medium and I'll either lay it down and then color on top of it, or I'll mix color into it before I put it down. Other times, again, I use paper clay sometimes, or I use paper mache. I used to make my own paper mache. Nowadays, I will buy it. But ever so often, something will come about that I need to create, and I need to make my paper mache.
You said you also paint, correct?
Yes.
How many pieces would you say you've painted?
I have no idea. I have no idea, because I've been painting before you were born. So I have no idea. And I have been told over the years that pieces that I did when I was a teenager, my cousins still have, or my uncle still has, or my parents still have on the walls in their house. And then my sister has pieces on the walls in her house. So, and many people have supported me and purchased my paintings over the years. So I don't have any clue how many.
Do you enjoy doing what you do?
I love doing what I do, especially now, because I come up here, I put on some jazz, and I go to work, and my mind thinks of nothing else except the piece that I'm working on.
So the studio that we're in, this is like your happy place, right?
Very much so.
Why is it so much of a happy place for you?
It's a happy place for me because I get to work here, you get to work here, and all of my artsy, crafty friends get to come and work here at any time they want to. We get to come together here and break bread together, and then everybody create their own thing in this space, or we come together and we all learn something in this space. So that's why it's my happy place.
When you started using the Glowforge, was it easy to learn?
No. The machine itself, you had to learn the intricacies of the machine, how to engrave with it, how to cut with it, how to score with it, what materials you could use, what materials you couldn't use. That was the biggest hurdle for me. And getting the depths right without burning up too much material or destroying too much expensive material. The software was easy to learn. And you can use almost any drawing software, so that this particular design, I could have drawn it in the software that I use for the Glowforge, but my iPad is so much easier.
You don't just cut out things with wood or engrave things with wood. What else do you use?
Acrylic, fiber boards, MDF boards, cardboard, What else with the machine? That's pretty much all I use. Oh, and glass. I etch on cutting boards, glass cutting boards.
And what are some examples of things you've made with each of those things?
An example would be the cutting boards that are in our kitchen that have Adinkra symbols on them, plus our last name. And they are glass cutting boards. Many people don't like to use glass cutting boards, but I do. Other examples for wood would be, this would be an MDF board that this artist done on. Wood earrings, keychains made out of acrylic or wood. My brain just stopped for a second.
And the acrylics?
With the acrylics, I've made keychains, I've made artwork I've taken, been sent another artist's work and then engraved that art into acrylic for them and sent it back to them. Trying to think I make LED lights with the acrylics. So I will take the keychains. I made keychains. Thank you for reminding me. Lots and lots of keychains. When the pandemic started, I made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of ear savers, which were small pieces that could be hooked on the back of the mask to take the pressure off the ears. And I sent them to local hospitals and hospitals all over the country. Whichever hospital reached out to me that wanted them, I sent them along with hundreds of other Glowforge users that decided to do that.
And you ever have personalized keychains?
Yes, I made many personalized keychains, or I have made many personalized keychains. Now that I have learned the ins and outs of this machine, I am focusing on using the laser specifically for art. However, with the Christmas season coming up, I know there will be my customers that have purchased from me before that will order personalized Christmas ornaments and Kwanzaa ornaments and jewelry boxes. What else have I made, Miss Natalie, for Christmas? People have ordered specialized ornaments, specialized lights with their child's name in it to go up on the wall. I will still create gifts that people want to purchase that I make. But my primary focus from here on out, I hope to be the art. And I hope to go back to creating what I call similitudes, which are where I capture the person and I paint them using metallic paints and another texture that I use to have raised lines that I don't tell what I use in that.
What are some goals you have for more pieces you plan on making?
Goals? What do you mean?
Regarding painting and using the machine.
You're still talking about the machine, okay. Well, the goals are this new line, which is the Nubian line, and making big wood contemporary pieces, because now the contemporary drawings that fill my notebooks can now be cut out and made. And I like the idea of using mirrors. So some of the pieces will have mirrors so people can hang those up. I'm also making, and then when you're talking about goals, some other goals is to take some of my art and create what I call mask hangers that can later be turned into key hangers when COVID is over.
And what are more things you plan on doing when COVID is over?
Get the heck up out the studio. And get out the studio, go meet with other artists, hang out with family, Just to get out the studio. And I love this house. I love my studio. I am an introvert, but I am more than ready to get out of here.
Do you plan on sharing any of the things you've learned within the few years that you've been in the house with any of your fellow art friends?
Well, I do that constantly. When I'm working on something and someone sees what I'm doing and they ask the question, I'm ready to answer the question, and then if they want me to show them, currently what we'll do is get online on Zoom or Facebook and create videos while I show them how to work with the pens or work with some texture. Some artists have been coming to the studio during this pandemic so that we can have a couple of small sessions. And I look forward to having more sessions because I miss not having other people here to show and share and learn from.
Do you wish to do more collaborations?
Yes, I love collaborating. I don't know everything. So I love taking the little bit I learn and sharing it with someone else and them adding to it. I love doing that. That's just part of my DNA, I believe. Do you have any more questions?
What are some other things that you have learned in the classes?
In my
that you have
classes
used?
or other classes?
In the classes that have taken place in the studio.
Classes that have taken place in this studio, I have learned how to mix and pour concrete, to make concrete, can't get that word out, art. And to add pieces to that, I have learned to have a better understanding of collage art. I'm not good at it, but I still was able to learn how to work with collage art. Then we also learned how to take pine needles from outside and how to soak them, clean them, dry them, and prepare them in order to make baskets. We've learned new crochet steps and crocheting pot holders, which was the basis of some of the other artists that left the studio made purses and other items by learning crochet. What else did we learn here? We learned how to work with polymer clay and make light switch covers to take home and put up on your light switches. We learned how to make masks. And those masks that we made were out of polymer clay, and then we've also learned how to make masks with foam and foam core. And we had a fiber artist that came in and showed us how to just let our mind go and just work with the fiber and see what you create at the end.
Some of the pieces that you've made, have you used any of the things you learned from those classes in them?
That's a good question. Yes, actually, now that I think about it, there are bits and pieces of many of the classes that I've incorporated into this. For instance, the texture in the background of that piece, although I've used gel medium before, I don't think I would have ever used it as a texture in the back of that, as I have in that piece. I learned about using chipboard. I would have never thought of taking chipboard and cutting it into symbols and adding it to my piece. That's all I can think of right now.
There's a bit of a glossiness in some of the pieces you make. A sort of shine. What do you use for that?
That depends on the piece. It could be varnish. It could be Mod Podge, or it could be a resin. Currently, I am using resin. I like that the resin is more permanent and that it gives a higher gloss to some of the pieces that I create. And I just like that once that UV resin goes on, I don't have to be concerned that anything would happen with that piece.
Some of the pieces like that have a glassy like look to it. How many pieces do you think you've used that with?
Sweetie, you're asking some great questions now. Making my mind think. The resin I began using early 2020, so my goodness. There probably have been about 40 or 50 pieces that received that resin. And that can be anywhere from a keychain to a piece of art that went out in the last year or so.
So you have a website with your artwork on it, right?
Yes, I do.
Do you know how many pieces of yours would be on that website?
Currently, there are not very many pieces on that website currently because many of them have sold. I have been extremely blessed. So that many times I'm commissioned, so when being commissioned, that's for that individual person. And at other times, like for instance, the line that I'm working on now, it'll be gone. I think I have a couple of people already ready to buy this line. So this line may or may not make it to the site. So in answering your question, currently on the site, I think there may be 20 pieces. And then there's a young lady that's going to take over the site, go through how it's set up, and I'm not sure how she's going to set it up, what she wants to do, how many other things she wants to bring onto it. So I'll say within the next couple of weeks that site will be completely overhauled, although it is up and running now.
So that is to get more of your pieces you have now that aren't sold up, right?
Yes.
How many of the pieces you have in this Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show?
In the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, I have 8, 9, 10, 11 pieces, I believe. Yes, 11 pieces.
So now we come to the part where Natalie has added the pieces to her video that are currently on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. And I'd like to thank my granddaughter, Natalie Jones Coleman, for making that video. And I'd also like to thank Larry Poncho Brown, Louise Cutler, and Corinthia Peoples for allowing us to be a part of this year. With all my nervousness and my trepidation, I still thank you.
Well, I think you did a fantastic job. Thank you so much for showing us your world, which is pretty immense. I'm looking forward to coming to Richmond and taking up one of the corners of your studio.
I look forward to that too. I know this one does.
I use a lot of paint. Just get your paint count up.
You got
it. And the granddaughter, broadcasting, yes, videography, photography, go granddaughter. You did an amazing job.
Fantastic presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep too soon, Virginia. We're having our after party after 8 o'clock.
Grab your libations.
Yeah, bring your favorite beverage.
Bring your favorite beverage.
What's that, water?
I'm gonna bring my favorite beverage.
I'm still working on mine. All right, Virginia, thank you so much. You have a great evening, and we'll see you a little later on.
You did a wonderful job, Virginia. You did a wonderful job. Hey, you know what? I'm saving my questions for after, for the after party.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm gonna say them because they take up the whole thing. I was like, they take up too much of the screen. And so
Yeah,
we're
well,
gonna
that's
save
all right. We're going to be in a whole different mode by the time we get to that portion of the show.
I know, so
You
I
know
want
how
you to
our wrap
send me
ups are.
right. So I want you to send me some questions, guys. Send me some questions with some so we could post a few of them just for fun. For those people that didn't get in.
Hey, because that room going to fill up fast. You know what happened last year, right?
I know. So that's what I'm saying. Send me some
I
questions for
did.
those
I
that
wasn't
didn't get
able
in.
to get in. Yes.
Well, look at that, and look at the bright side. This year, you're in.
Yeah,
already in the
you
room.
couldn't get in. You couldn't get in last year.
Yeah, we had a couple of folks. Look, and please, if you do chime in, I just want to try to let you guys know out there, we have about room for 10 people in the studio at one time. So you can come on, say your salutations, ask your question, whatever you want to do. And then, to be kind, we're going to let some other people in after you. So don't hog it, or, Louise is going to hit that button on you.
That's right. That's right. We can get 12 backstage, but only 10 on the screen.
Well, we are at the 6-hour mark, y'all. We're doing fantastic on time. I think we caught up with the schedule. It is time for yours truly to do a presentation. So
it's the Poncho
I'm going to come
hour,
out
y'all.
and let them set me up.
All right. It is the Poncho hour, and I got a chance to create a nice where is it? Come on now.
All right, y'all. How y'all doing tonight? Larry Poncho Brown here. Yes, I'm sorry I missed you guys yesterday. I heard the show was really nice yesterday. took a little time to reflect, if you want to. So I'm just coming in today. How you doing, Sybil? Nice to see you. Um, it's been a great show, y'all. This is our fourth day. It's been running fairly smoothly. We haven't had many visits from the live gremlins. All of our artists have taken the initiative to do great presentations, which is fantastic. Everybody who was technically challenged have faced the bull, and now they're doing good. Everybody made it through. So look, I'm going to show you just a little bit about what I'm doing these days, because COVID kind of presented a lot of opportunities, and one of the opportunities that presented for me was this notion of doing virtual exhibitions. So I want to show you a virtual exhibition of my studio that you can find on my website on the LarryPanchoBrown.net. And what it'll do is it'll give you a walkthrough. You can actually go into the studio and see what it looks like in 3 dimensions. So the whole notion of 3D technology is that you have a camera that can take literally thousands of photographs. And with those 1,000 photographs, you can stream them all together to make a virtual 3D presentation. Now, most of the 3D presentations you see out nowadays are a fake virtual room with the art fit into that fake virtual space. Technology is going to continue to evolve, so that's going to get better. But the technique that I use to do 3D mapping, you see, number one, the actual space, and you get to see the actual size of the artwork in relationship to the room and the space, which is pretty nice. We use a platform called Matterport, which has been around for about 15 years or so, and they predominantly did in, architectural renderings and real estate and such. But we just recently started using these to do virtual representations of studio space. So I want to let this play so you can have a sneak view of what my studio looks like when the lights are on and when the room is straight. The wonderful thing about that 3D presentation is that when you go to my website at the LarryPonchoBrown.net, you can physically take your time and go through that room. It also has some purple targets that you can interact with that'll take you to other media, videos, and such. So you can literally spend several hours in that 3D presentation, get a little bit of education, about the pieces. But it is also going to be something that we're going to be seeing a lot more of in the coming years. So far, if you go to mandelamedia.net, you can see some of the other 3D virtual tours that we've created over the last couple of years. Some of them are museums, some of them are artist studios. And so we're always looking to extend that whole thing. So just trying to show you the current technology, what's possible, what kind of things are happening. And I'm going to lead you right into this other video so you can see another project we did just last year. LED Baltimore is a project that's here in the Maryland area. It predominantly shows artists that are featured in the Maryland area, Maryland, DC area. I've been really trying to get many artists to participate in that kind of promotion. If you can imagine seeing your work 54 feet tall on a billboard for a week or two, presentation of your work, it's an excellent marketing opportunity. You know me, I'm always trying to find marketing opportunities that's going to extend my reach. A project like that runs for about a week or two, comes down forever. Nobody would have a reference point. So what I did was took the initiative to hire me a drone, a videographer, to go in and cover that whole billboard, thus giving it life forever. Isn't that fantastic? So we're in this world now. We're taking content, recreating content, repurposing content is another easy way to keep people up to breast on what you're trying to do. But you know what? I guess the best thing I can say to all artists that's watching this is that participate. If you're not applying for grants, if you're not applying for shows, if you're not applying for different opportunities to have your work seen, guess what's going to happen? I have a mentee, and we were talking maybe about a month ago, and she, as she was trying to explain to me about her work and where she wanted to go, one of the things she articulated to me was that I'm not really trying to sell my work. I want you to hear that statement. See, when you put something in the universe like that, you might suffer the repercussions of saying that. She had been saying that for years. She is an emerging artist. She pretty much creates for herself right now. And when I asked her that question, she said, I'm not looking to sell my work. And then I asked her, how much artwork have you sold? And she said 0. I said, now that's a testimony to what you put up in the universe. So you can change that immediately by saying, yes, I want to share my work and I want it to be in as many homes as possible, which is a much a better mantra to put in the universe than I do not want to sell my work. So if you're one of those artists that's reluctant and you're protecting yourself by certain statements, realize that everything you put in the universe is going to be a reflection of you anyway. So I'm going to share the screen. I'm going to go in and show you some of the things that are on the website. The website has gotten really good traction this last couple of days. A lot of people have been tuning in, seeing what's happening, and we appreciate that because it gives us a chance to, just highlight and give you some more information about some of the stuff that you're seeing. So right here, I'm just going to go in here and show you some things that's on the website right now. All right, so I started from the beginning on the last show. So this time I'm going to start at the bottom. This piece called Quiet Space. Quiet Space is one of those pieces that it's not that big. It's probably about maybe 7 inches in height, and it's probably about 12 inches. 7 inches in width and 12 inches in height. This piece is it's a mixed media piece. I've been really exploring texture and figures together and found objects, and I'm using a lot of old canvas, old cardboard. I'm repurposing all of my watercolor paper. Anything that I have that's paper in my studio is not thrown away, it's repurposed. And so what I do now, instead of letting that stuff pile up, I'll go buy me some black gesso and I'll just keep hitting those pieces, and that'll keep me up to speed on using what I have. I can't stress that any further. I know so many artists right now that are basically they're little mini mart art supply stores. So they go to the art supply store, they buy all this stuff, and they buy this stuff and it's sitting because they really haven't been putting enough time into their work. And so by buying this stuff, they have a feeling that they are creating. And guess what, y'all? That's not creating. So I want you to just do one of the exercises I have been trying to do the last few years is that I've amassed quite a bit of art supplies. So imagine now, when you go shopping to the art supply store, you basically are replenishing things that you're familiar with. And sometimes when you have a studio full of stuff that has not been used, canvases, whether it be paints, fabric you've been sitting on, you come up with much more creative projects trying to utilize what you have already in-house than you do when you go buy new stuff at the store. So my challenge to each one of you is give yourself, I am not going to buy art supplies for 3 months. I am going to go to the shelf and see what I have. And I'm going to take this and use it in a different way. And I'm guaranteeing you, your color combinations are going to change. Your color palettes are going to change. It's going to make you evolve into a different direction. And so these pieces that you see here are pieces that I treat that way. It's like I'm always trying to explore different color combinations and different textures. This piece right here sells for $1,100. It is titled Quiet Space. And don't we need some quiet space? Absolutely. This piece right here is called one of my happy, sometimes you come up with these experiments that turn out so wonderful. This piece right here is called Black Moon. I wanted to do a whole series of on Black women, partially nude, a lot of texture, and create these environments with texture. So, the things that she's sitting on, the things she's interacting with are not real. But if you notice, she still has an environment that's been created. And I just wanted to do something that shows, everybody's enamored with the moon and the powers of the moon. So I just wanted to come up with a piece that really dealt with that whole thing. And Black Moon is one of those pieces. This piece is also about 8 inches wide by maybe 12 inches deep. Black Moon right now is selling for, I believe, $1,800 on the website. These pieces here do come framed in case you didn't know that. And I have all of these on my website, LarryPuncherbrown.net. But you can also see everything on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. And you can see these pieces also on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show Facebook page. But this piece is entitled The Black Moon. And again, that piece sells for $1,100. Another piece from that same series is a piece I call Utopia. Now, Utopia is the same kind of thing. I started out with just these texture areas. This piece was a combination of me gluing down scraps of embossed paper and burlap and other types of texture items, wallpaper. Then I paint the whole thing black, and then I come back and I start actually dry brushing colors and highlights and different things on. And then at the very end, I go in and I start adding other color areas to kind of pull out the background. In the case of this piece, Utopia, the figure was added in last. I just looked at all those shapes and saw a shape and just made her into a woman. And so Utopia is one of those explorations of shapes and form and color and texture, but being able to come up with something that has a total different feel from the works that I normally do. And Utopia is a nice square piece. You know, square pieces look really good on the wall. This piece right here comes framed and it is $1,200. Another piece is called One with Nature. And in this particular piece, I was talking to you earlier about color palettes. I don't use this color palette. This is not typical of Poncho's work. You won't see me using mixed pinks and salmons and kind of a mixed orange that's been dyed down. And then the black you see is not traditionally painted. That black you see is actually black gesso. I love the feel of painting in black gesso. It's very restrictive in that black gesso is very, very dense black, has no highlights in it, and it dries extremely fast. And so you really got to kind of move it around. And trying to move it around is like a watercolor is a bit of a challenge. It's a technique that I've been playing around with for many years. So I can make black gesso look like other types of black paint. But yes, you can see I have a feather down the middle. I just plot that feather down on a sheet of paper. I had some textured embossed paper that had leaves on it. I've stuck that down. I had one piece of wallpaper that had some really good Afrocentric looking patterns on it, and I popped that down right in her torso. And then I came back in, painted the whole thing black. Then I came back with the pinks and the salmon colors. And then at the very end, I went back and put highlights in and took that black gesso and actually created a figure within that piece. So as you can see, it's a mixed media piece, but it's got a lot of little nuances in it. And these are some of the new directions I've been going in my work, especially my small originals. Now, this piece is entitled Heavenly Bodies. You know, I love the black nude. I love the shapes, the different shapes of women. I love doing shapes of black women. That's a different standard of beauty than what we've been programmed to accept. So my women are always full figured. This piece right here is called Heavenly Bodies. It has some metallic gold leaf in it. It has some black gesso that's been morated with alcohol. It has some acrylic medium at the bottom, that little grassy looking technique. That's actually done with acrylic medium. And then it's got embossed paper on her leg. You might see some embossed paper on her arm. And so what I'm trying to do here is create a different kind of feel with some techniques and some materials that I may not be as familiar with. These are all exercises of me trying to use materials that I already have. I'm challenging you as an artist to try that for a block of time. I would say give yourself 3 to 6 months where you use what you have in your studio. Man, I'm telling you, your work is going to change and it's going to take you down some new vistas, if you know what I'm saying. So this piece right here, Heavenly Bodies, it sells for $1,200. It is already framed as well. And the next piece I'm going to show you, this piece right here is a very, very popular piece. Sometimes you create pieces and you don't know what the pulse on the piece is going to be. My intention when I created these pieces was to do some really strong monochromatic portraits of black faces, and then I'll come back later and add some kind of textural element to it. So, I use gesso again in a watercolor fashion. I glued some embossed paper on the top of that once I was finished. And I also painted the background blue and then took a wash of black gesso with alcohol to make that alcohol resistant in the background. This piece is not very large. It's like 9 by 12 or 9 by 14 in that general area. But this piece is called Black One. Black One. And it's I think if it's not in it's on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. So if you like that piece, check it out. I'm going to show you another piece which we're going to have. This piece that piece Black One sells for $1,800. The mate to that piece Black Two, same concept, high contrast black and white, some textural areas, that weird blue that I mix with white, covered with a wash of black gesso. I love the density of black gesso and how far I can stretch it. I can actually do a whole watercolor rendering in gesso, and it has as many color ranges in it as if I did it in black watercolor. And that's from years of me practicing with it, but you can do a lot of different things. This particular piece is sold Black One, so Black Two, I'm sorry. And so this is just part of my presentation for the day. Those pieces do not last long. All of these are small originals. Some of them have been published. Most of them won't be published. Another piece on the website is a piece called Despite Free Labor. You know, we built this country in every way, shape, and form. And despite all that we have done to build this country, we still have been pegged with stereotypes of being lazy and criminals and a bunch of other things. So this piece right here harkens to um, the duality of that. How is it that one minute we have built this whole nation with slave labor, but at the second time, people still are reluctant to give us credit for ingenuity, for the tenacity, and all the other things that had to take place for the railroad systems, a lot of the government buildings that have been built, whole cities, and so many different aspects to city planning were done by Black people. So this piece is a play on that. It's called Despite Free Labor. And, you know, I like to do some things that sometimes stretch the lines of some of the issues that's still happening with our people. And so that right there is kind of a wrap up of some of the pieces I showed yesterday. I'm going to give you another a couple of pieces. This one is entitled Fortress of the Mind. This is actually a mate to the one I just showed you earlier. Same kind of concept. It's got a butterfly. It's got a feather in the middle. It's got some. I mean, these are some really thick branches that's been put on the paper. This is a wall color wallpaper on these two areas right here, dry brushed, and then I actually go back in and paint a darker figure in gesso on top of everything. That's a small original. This piece right here again is called Fortress of the Mind. It sells for $1,200. And if you like that piece, you can get it from the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. Another piece is on the same line as Black One and Black Two is a piece I did called Of Kings. Of Kings, same concept. I wanted just some real high contrast black skin. And I wanted to make another statement about us. You know, I've heard this concept of kings and queens. A lot of times we have to remind ourselves that we were that. But in this series, that's what this is capturing. This one is Of Kings. It also measures 12 by 19 inches. Same kind of technique. It's got embossed paper on it, that little area you see with his crown and on his shoulder. I tried to make that mimic what Ghanaian gold looks like. Picked the real a tube color for the background. Also used some washed down gesso to make that texture in the background. This piece right here is called Of Kings. It sells for $1,800. This piece right here is framed, by the way. And the mate to that piece is a piece we call Of Queens. I love this whole set. I mean, as a matter of fact, I think I'm probably going to end up framing both of those pieces together. I'm still shooting for that real high contrast black and white. I'm going to probably be doing more portraits on the line of these as small originals. I think they're really striking pieces. This piece is called Of Queens, of that same series. I love these new profiles. I also on this series, I do sometimes go on the internet and find faces. I don't encourage that because while you like someone's likeness, uh, I'm beginning to have a thing about recreating things that have someone else's likeness. So oftentimes I will shoot my own photography, my own models. In the case of this one, I did not. Of Queens sells for $1,800. You can get it on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. And wow, that's where we're going. Another piece that's new is a piece called Vicissitude. That's right. Vicissitude is, man, it's got all kinds of texture on it. It speaks to the sunrise power, the sunrise. If you look at her figure, there's like 3 or 4 different types of faces outside of her face. Those represent the ancestors. On this, I'm playing with all kinds of texture, whether it be paper doilies for tables or fake snake skin. I have some embossed paper on the top going across that panel, going across the top. I have wallpaper going right underneath of where the sun is, and the actual figure was painted on the top at the end. This piece is entitled Vicissitude. Vicissitude. If you like that piece, it can be purchased from the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website for just $1,200. All right, y'all. I'm going to get ready to wrap up shortly, but I've got 1 or 2 more pieces I want to try to show you that can give you an idea of some new pieces that I've been working on. This piece right here is called Fruition. Fruition is actually a technique that I've been doing a lot in the last few years. It's called repose. Repose basically means I'm taking a hard tool and I'm actually carving into that tool. I'm drawing into that tool. I'm etching into that piece of metal. Now, this isn't like terribly thick metal, but it's just thick enough for me to, with my hand strength, be able to carve this out. And then, back in the kindergarten, when you had that aluminum foil and the teacher would make you take that aluminum foil and paint it black and then etch things out of it, this is that same childhood technique on steroids. I'm using aluminum in the case of this. Once I finish etching the design and the drawing and everything in, I come back and I rub with a rag the color that I want to go in the inset. So this is copper repose. This piece is probably about 9 by 12 inches. It reflects light so wonderfully. These pieces really look good frames, especially with a nice museum matting on it. Fruition sells for $1,200. Another piece I've done is called Bearing the Load. Bearing the Load is the same technique. This is actually done on brass instead of aluminum. And my inset color was sepia, or a nice red oxide and sepia mixed together. As you can see, this piece has a lot of detail to it. This piece is a little larger. It's probably 11 by 14 inches. But that piece is also brass repose. I've also done some of these pieces in copper as well. Well, these are new pieces that I have been experimenting around with. So we're at the 7:30 hour. I'm going to show you one more piece before we turn it over. This piece right here is called The Light. The Light was actually, I have a shop here in town called Second Chances that sells all kinds of jewelry. I mean, everything you want for a home, doors, old stoves, but they have a lot of housewares and other oddities. And I stop there at least once a month to find odd things. And on this particular visit, I found these circular discs that were covered already in brass, and they had this ridged shape already in it. Looks like they were from the 70s. It was a whole set of them in different sizes. I only grabbed 2 when I should have grabbed all of them. That's how this still works. But in this case, I basically tried to experiment working on that kind of a shape with a figure. And I think we did pretty good on that. This piece is an odd piece. I do these pieces that are really outside of the realm of what I normally do. The title of this piece is The Light. The Light is probably about, I would say, 13 inches in circumference, and it sells for $1,800. So that gives you kind of a overview of my work, what I've been working on, some of the things I've been doing with my 3D mapping and virtual tours, some of the new types of materials that I'm using. I'm currently right now, I just released my, I think it's my 13th calendar. It is now on my website. This is the cover to Color My Soul, the 2022 calendar. It really looks nice. Just came in last week. You are getting your first sneak preview of that particular calendar. These are some of the other pieces that are on that calendar. The calendar sells for $15. You can get that from the LarryPonchoBrown.net website, and check your emails. I'll be doing all kinds of promotions on this on my Facebook pages and such. So that's it for me. I just wanted you guys to see what I've been working on. I want to thank you all for tuning into the show and keeping us moving. We're in the 6.5 hour mark right now, as we get ready to bring in. Where's all my hosts and my co-hosts and all of them? They're just looking captively at the screen. I'm gonna force them in the studio. There's one. There's two. Look at, they're fighting. They're fighting and taking themselves off the screen. So I just pulled them off.
Did you see that, Corinthia? I'm like,
everybody was like coming back out, coming back out, coming back out.
I saw Corinthia down there.
Well, we're gonna get ready to bring in our featured artist, but I want Louise Cutler to do the proper introduction for him.
I know
for his last presentation. And
where's
so,
that? Hey, you know,
take it
it's
away.
look, it's day 4. It's day 4.
Right,
We're all
day
like,
4. That's right. So let's give our man our undivided attention, Mr. LaShawn Beal.
Hello. Hello. How's everyone holding up? How y'all doing? Listen, this has been a fantastic show so far. I'm sure for those that have been viewing it, they've seen some wonderful work, learned a lot of insight from the artists as far as their processes and what they do, and their passions in it, and some of their trade secrets, as well as some of their practices in their craft. I won't be in this segment. I won't be really pushing any artwork to sell. What I want to talk about is a recap of some of the stuff that we've seen over the past several days and things that really stuck out to me. First, wow, there you go. There you go. Listen, yeah, I've been here for several days. I've seen the artwork. If you haven't seen it,
I
definitely.
think Pancho might be a little tired. He keep putting.
What's that? So we got something going on there in the background. So what I was saying is that there's some things that happened during the show, some things that were said that I really want to touch base on again, particularly for those that are pursuing this art career. You know, besides the creativity part of what we do, is you have to be innovative as far as your approach of how to get your work out to the masses. Mr. Kevin Williams made mention of how he had put together a show at a gallery where he rented out the gallery or museum and rented out the museum and did his show. That's the innovative side of what we do. You know, we don't wait for someone to do it for us. We make it happen for ourselves. That's part of what we have to do, you know, to stay relevant in society today. Our brother Pancho, another example of being innovative. he has a book that is coming out soon, his coffee table book. It is going to be amazing once it's released. But one thing that he did a GoFundMe to raise the monies up to print this book. You know, to do a book like that is extremely expensive. So, you know, to offset that cost, you know, you can do a GoFundMe and raise some of your funds, if not all your funds, that way to do your projects. You have to be innovative in your approach to what you're doing. And not just in what you're doing, but how your work is being sent out to the masses. You know, again, we go back to the coffee table book. This is a great opportunity for people to collect a volume of his work that otherwise they weren't able to have access to, just for the simple fact that there's nowhere else that you're going to find that many pieces of his artwork in one place. So it is a beautiful thing. I'm sure you'll have a lot of insight as far as his work, the images that he's put in this book. So it's something definitely for those that are interested in collecting art, and those artists out there wanting to trying to figure out some of the things that they can do to get their work out to the masses. That's ways of doing it. Pancho also mentioned the fact that he has calendars out there. Another great way of getting your artwork out to the masses. So this is another thing you can do. And then your other marketing projects that you could work on. Myself, I have a line of puzzles that came out earlier this year. Here's a sample of one of them right here. This is a 1,000-piece puzzle. 1,000 pieces. The puzzle itself is approximately 22 by 28 inches. I have several of them. That was one. That one was called Come Sunday. This is Lady Delta. And this one is Lady Ivy. There are several other ones on the website, my website, LaShawnBill.com, that you can purchase. They're going for $35, I believe, right now. They're on sale. The regular price for them is $50. So another great way of getting your product out, your imagery out to the masses in various ways, other than just having something on paper or canvas or clay. You know, if you're working in clay or other three-dimensional mediums. And speaking on having three-dimensional mediums and trying to figure out more ways of getting your work out there that people can enjoy it other than the three-dimensional pieces, another great thing to do is like note cards. Again, we can go back to the calendars. You could do posters of your pieces. People may be interested in getting the work, but they weren't able to get the original piece. But now you still have a way of someone appreciating your craft. These are the things that we do to be innovative and getting our work out there to the masses again. So those are a few things that really stood out to me as far as on the creative, innovative side of what we do as artists. And even this show itself is another prime example. This show is put together by artists. And the process for this kind of thing, and another thing I want to drive home is a lot of artists communicate with other artists. We bounce off our ideas with one another. We motivate one another. As a young artist, if you're just now getting into this thing, I urge you to build up a support group of other artists that you can share your ideas, your concepts, get ideas and concepts from them. You never know what may come of it. This show was, again, a prime example of that. Miss Louise Cutler, this is her child. She birthed this particular project, but she ran over the ideas with other artists like myself, Larry Poncho Brown, and we all came together to help make this a reality of what her dream was as far as putting this show together. That's the kind of things you have to do as artists. You have to constantly be evolving and innovating and creating all at the same time. But that's how you have success in this thing. This is how you get out there and you really make it happen. Uh, on the part of communicating and building up your circle of other artists and other people, your collectives, the whole 9 yards. Another prime example of how that works is like example last night, 2 nights ago, a young artist came to our show in Colorado there. She came from Denver down to Fort Collins where the show was. All right. She had met one of the artists that was exhibiting that evening, and he told her about the show, and she decided to come down and check it out. Well, by her doing that, she was able to meet several other artists and be able to get insight as far as the business from them as well. So, she pushed herself to get out there and explore things and got the reward of meeting other artists and again finding out other things that she could do to help further her career along. Because we all have those moments where we might get a little stuck, or those moments where our confidence is not at the best or highest. By communicating with some of your fellow artists, that can boost all those things. It can boost your creativity, everything, your morale for it. It's the contacts that you can make out of it. Find out about different shows that are happening around the country and elsewhere. Some of the things you need to do to prepare for a show. Hey, what kind of tent do I need? What kind of display panels? How many display panels? All these things. If you have a circle of artists around you that have been practicing their craft for some time, you can always approach them and ask them questions. You don't have to go through the headache of trying to figure that stuff out yourself, or the bumps and bruises of going through some of that stuff. If someone's already done it before you, why not take advantage of their experience? That'll put you so much further ahead of the game. So those are the kind of things that the artists need to know. And please, if you're seeing the show after the filming, if you're seeing it now, please share with other people, share with other artists. The patrons of the show, please, if you know any other artists, let them know about the show so they can reach out to some of these artists that are participating in this and get more insight as far as what they may need to do to continue to grow as an artist. No one knows it all, and that's not the point of it all. But us all coming together and sharing helps us all grow. It is a beautiful thing. Our artist community is a wonderful community. So don't be someone that feels that it's beyond your reach to communicate with these people. They're out there, and more than likely, they're willing to share their knowledge and experience of the things that they've done and are doing. So those are some of the things that I really wanted to get across, and to talk more about this show. I ask those that are watching it or have watched it, please share this with other people, even after the fact. This show will be an archive where people can go back months from now and still view it, and it's a gem. It's a gem. It is amazing that you're putting stuff together for a reference for other people that may be interested in trying to do something similar to this. So for that, I commend the staff that all helped put this together. Louise Cutler, her family, Larry Poncho Brown, Corinthia for helping to host this particular show. It's been exciting to even talk to some of the artists. It's been very, very insightful to listen to them communicate about their crafts. There's so much to be learned. Things to be like, oh, wow, I didn't know that. That's interesting. So it's been exciting. It is fun. So next thing I want to go over is part of what I do as an artist, my philosophy in art. And I'm going to use this box, this puzzle, as an example. All right. in my artwork, for the majority of it that's figurative, there's components of the piece that have meaning, symbolisms to it. The colors that I choose in my pieces have meanings to them. We have green that represents earth and life. We have purple in it for royalty. We have red in the piece representing passion. Those colors are usually always in my paintings. Yellow. So those are things that are there, but you may think, okay, why does he use those colors all the time? Why does this pattern like that all the time? Because these are the things that I want to represent us as a people. All those things says a lot about us. So that's why I use it. The calla lily, I use it a lot in my paintings. All right, for me, it's one of my favorite flowers, and I equate it as symbolism to a woman. All right, being a flower that is strong, brilliant, yet at the same time very fragile. So that is the symbolism for that particular flower in my artwork. The skin tone that I use a lot is this color right here, which is a more like a bronze tannish color, and it represents, it's designed to work in your mind subconsciously as something that you are as the viewer, whether you're white, Indian, black, all women can identify with her based on that particular skin tone. And that is on subconscious level. So, you know, I don't know if there's anybody had any questions about any of the things that I discussed. It would be greatly to see some of your questions if you have them. Other projects that I'm working on, I'm an artist that likes working on different materials. I not only do canvas, I work a lot in woods, clays. I create different things from lamps to room dividers, fireplace screens, tables. If anything stands still long enough, more than likely, I'm going to paint on it. Excuse me. So one of my current projects that I'm working on, and I'm trying to see if I have here's one that's fairly finished. I'm working on a line of jewelry boxes. And I have several different design of boxes. This is just one of them. Inside of it has a mirror, has the compartments in it. The thing that's missing out of this particular one, I haven't put in the felt. It's going to have a red lining in it, red felt lining, and then it'll be complete. I'll have a whole line of these on my website, www.lashawnbeal.com. That's easy enough to remember. So, you know, that's one of my most current projects that I'm working on. And I'm also working on a project which it's my paper clay pieces. Now, a lot of people had asked at the show, what is this process? You know, and the process is, this is handmade paper clay. And it's a process where you take shredded paper, it is put into a vat of water to soak for a few days, and then it's blended together, it's mixed up, and it turns it into a pulp. Once it's in that pulp form, the water is squeezed out of it, then the pulp is put to the side in a bowl. You add glue to it, all-purpose glue, and some other compounds in it, along with flour, to give it the consistency that it needs, and that turns it into a clay. And then from that point, you mold it, you bake it, and then you could go on to create whatever you want on those things. I enjoy doing these pieces because I think they make great alternatives for your artwork, for people to continue to collect and have something unique to talk about on their walls. Now, you can go on your wall, or you can put it on the easel. Another project like that, when we talk about being innovative, is working on found items. This is from a palm tree, excuse me. This is the frond of a palm tree. We dry these out, prime them, and we paint on them as artists. Something different, unique. Again, giving people more conversational pieces to have to look at. That's what it's about. It's about extending it beyond traditional forms of art. As much as you possibly can, expand your horizons. As you've seen with Mr. Brown, he has showed a lot of different things that he's been working on, different techniques that he's been using on different things. And another thing, getting back to having a circle of artists to be around, is they can inspire you and give you ideas of some things that you may consider to work on. It may not be exactly the same thing they're doing. You might decide to take that to a different level. That is your voice. That's your creativity. That is your innovation in what you do as an artist, But by being around these artists, you see these things and you can pick up and then run with it. Another thing that myself and several artists do is we go in and we do collaborations together. That is a wonderful way of getting your creativity going. Myself, for example, one of the artists I work with quite often is Larry Poncho Brown. When I'm up in Maryland visiting there, I'll go to his studio. We'll sit down and we'll just take sheets of paper and start sketching on them. He'll start one, I'll start one, and then we'll swap and we'll finish off those pieces. That is one of the most fascinating and inspirational things to do. Not only does it help build up your body of work, because in this session that we're together for 4 hours or so, we may walk away with about 15 pieces of artwork. That is a lot of artwork to do in that short period of time. It helps build up your portfolios. Not only that, but it also gives the consumer, your fan base, something different to see, particularly if that fan base likes the two artists. So these are the things that help sharpen your skills. And it is a wonderful way of exploring and creating, and I highly recommend it because it's so rewarding. It's so rewarding. We've done that several times, and what you get is just something truly amazing. So, my brother, I see you on the screen there. Are you in?
Your recap was really good, man, because a lot of times we have a lot of information coming across in an 8-hour show, and that's why I encourage you all. We did 4 shows. If you get a chance in your leisure to go back and watch each show, I'm guaranteeing there'll be some nuggets that you could use to help you with your creativity, just help you with understanding where most artists are, because everybody kind of explain that they're being challenged by COVID, the current climate, isolation, and so many other things, not traveling. And so you're not alone. And when you hear a show like this, you get to hear artists from different walks of life sharing their personal experience, which is what I think hands down is the most important part of doing a show like this, because most of you all see us as low-level celebrities, but you have no idea our process, how we think, and what motivates us. So I want to thank you, LaShawn. Congratulations on being our featured artist for the 2nd year.
Thank you, sir.
Are the man. I don't know what you're doing for the after party. I'm expecting you to come in with like a crushed velour, green and white suit or something. I don't know what it's going to be. I just know it's going to be fierce.
Yeah, I'm gonna show up and show out. I'm gonna show up and show out. Yes.
Well, thanks again, LaShawn, man. We're going to keep
Thank you,
this
brother. Love
train
you.
moving. Love you too, brother. We are heading into our 7th hour. And on our 7th hour, we got we got the wonderful Craig Shriven. He's been this is his 2nd year. He is the man. He's been working Photoshop and showing us how Photoshop can be utilized. Very creative person. He also is in the genre of digital art, which is something that's really growing by leaps and bounds the last decade or two. And so we're going to turn it over to Mr. Craig so he can show us his last presentation for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Our final day.
Hello.
How you doing, Craig?
Hello, Pancho. How you doing? I'm doing good.
Fantastic, man. No, I know Craig is so smooth. It's so cool. I want to be just like him when I grow up in my second life. Look, hey, and Craig, I'll take some of the hair too, man. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit
to cover the
You're
top.
in line. You have to be in a long line.
Just a little bit to cover the top.
There's a lot of people trying to get my hair.
All right, Craig, we're going to turn it over to you first. Let me get a little bit of graphics on the screen about our man, Mr. Craig Shriven.
So my name is Craig Scriven, and I'm a digital artist from Dayton, Ohio. I've been doing it for 26 years now. And what I'm about to do is go an overview of what I've done in the last weekend. So first I'm going to show you all the pieces that are in the show and that can be bought at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com website. So let me share with you. There we go. Here we go. Once again, the music is mine. I am the owner of an online gallery called Silent Presence Gallery. That's presence, that's in the presence of God. PRESENCE. And that's at silentpresencegallery.org. And that's where you can find my work and you can contact me from there. You can also find my work at ArtPal, artpal.com/CSCREVEN. And that's where you'll find where you can buy prints, mugs, original pieces. They also have a viewing area where you can see how it would look in an office or a room or a hallway. That's at artpal.com/CSCREVEN. Now I'm going to share with you the screen. All right. So like that. And the third day, I should say, we learned how to remove cracks in photographs. And this was yesterday. And we took the content aware tool. And what I did was first I highlighted the part that I wanted to keep, which is the photo of myself. So I selected subject with the magic wand tool and copied that. And then I deleted it. And it comes up with content aware under contents. And then I hit OK. And what it does is it copies the background from all the way around so that I'm only messing with the background. And then I'm going to take the spot healing tool and draw away the imperfections. And then paste back in the part that I want and move it into position with the move tool. So also we learned from this week is that there's a new tool or filter in Photoshop, and it's the neural filter. I hope I'm saying that right. If I'm not, someone can correct me. And what it has is a smart portrait filter, which can change your facial age. So you can go up to 50 years, I guess, inside, or go back 50 years. And it also gives you, if you have hair, you can make it thick or you can reduce it. It can change your expression. It can change the lighting. It can change your head direction. And that's what it would do. So you can see the difference. This is what it looked like before, and here's what the changes. So also, we learned about the content aware movement tool. And that's up here. Where if I had something here, I'm going to flatten this or revert to that. Okay. Say I wanted to move this and had something to replace it with. I can go to Magic Wand tool, select subject. Pick up the content of where I moved to and move that to where I wanted it. And what it'll do is that it'll move the picture and give you the background of what's close to the image in the background. So it gave me some of this part right here and some of that part right there. So that's another tool that we learned. And then we learned that if you had artwork, let's bring some artwork up. You can do the same thing with that. Let's go to, okay. So let's highlight all these. And what it does is works on your background. So you would have to flatten if you have a lot of layers like I do before you can work on the content awareness tool so that you can get the background of what's there. So I'm going to flatten this. And say I want to get this piece right here and move it. Make sure I have the content. I can do that and flip it. And put it right there. Or I can copy paste and have it right here too. So we showed you how it works with both photographs and artwork, and this is a complicated piece of artwork, so it's showing you how it works with complex pieces and simpler pieces, like I showed you with my picture. So I'm going to take that and flip it over and put that over there. So see what it did when I took that over there, it removed it from over here. So if I wanted it to stay there and move it over there, I would just go highlight it again, copy, paste, and put it back over there, or just go back. And you have two of them. So what we have in the marketplace, or the shop, or the website, Facebook, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website is Black Man, Masked Man 3 Prayer. So it has two pieces in here, and it has the prayer one here and the Masked Man one in behind it. The next piece, let's go back to that one, because that's 16 inches high and 24 inches wide, and it's going for $500. This is called Reflecting on Decisions, and it has me, one of my favorite subjects, because it's easy to get pictures of me, because a lot of people like to take pictures, and if they send them to me, I'm using them. And this just happens to be when I was doing music, and we went for a Photoshop, and we had a lot of photos that we could use. So I'm still using those photos from that particular time. And what I did was blend it in with the background, made it clear here and made it translucent on the other side. So it looks like I'm looking at myself, and it's called Reflecting on Decisions. And like I said again, it's 24 inches by 16 inches. 16 inches high, 24 inches wide. This is called Sing Me a Song. And I'm influenced by the songs that I listen to. So I was just doing a study on different techniques that I used or have used in the past, and exploring different techniques in drawing on the computer. So basically, all this was drawn on the computer with a mouse, with a brush in Photoshop. And there's different segments. Different layers that help build the color. So I started with a black background. I used a lighter color on top of the black background, and then toned down that light, bright color. I use a lot of bright colors in my work. This one is called Pride of the Family 4, and there's about 10 of these. And I was exploring a different way of building people into my artwork. So I was dealing with texture, and then I wanted to add texture to the people's clothing, plus to just have the silhouette of the people instead of bringing it a full perspective, a full likeness of a person. It was just doing the silhouette of the person. So you can see that I used bright colors and toned them down. And there's a lot of different layers to that. And there's about 5 layers just on the background. So also with this, I started grouping individual characters so that they would be able to transfer. I can use them more than once. So I put them in a folder, and let me show you the folder by itself. So here's the man folder. And you can see, if you see, watch where the hand is. There's several different layers to the man to create just this person. And then with the woman, it's more layers than that. Because I added hair to them. So with that, all these are separate layers. All the hair pieces are separate layers. And they're done, the texture of them are, there's several different textures on top of each other to get this texture. And with the clothing is the same way. I started with a patchwork, which is in the file filter gallery, and then put different filters on top of it to create the filter that you see here. Okay. One more that I wanted to show you from yesterday. Friday. Okay. With this one, it's called Creative Thinking. And it was done during, we were getting names for a workshop for the African American Visual Artists Guild. And one of the people that was helping take in names took a picture of me, and I added it to my artwork. And I took that photo and made it smaller and made the background from the photo. And this is going to be in the calendar that the African American Visual Artists Guild is having for their expositions through art, the artist's life, count 2002-2003 calendar. So the way you see him is the way I start off with him as the size, and the size is 6 by 9 inches on the computer, and I can blow them up to the 16 by 24 without there being a lot of pixelation. And pixelation is the little dots that you see if the colors are not correct or the picture is not focused right. So I use a resolution of 200 to 300 DPIs, which is dots per inch. And those dots per inch allows me to blow it up the size I want it to be blown up without it pixelating too bad. Or without it pixelating at all at that size, at the size that I want it, which is the 16 by 24. So the last piece I'm going to talk about is called Unity. And Unity comes through 2020 stand that I did. That's one of the pieces that you can get. Let's see if I can find it. It's the opposite of the 2020 stand. So I went totally opposite of what I was doing there to bring, like it says, unity to the pieces that I was doing and try to explain that there's unity not only with one person, but the group can be unified. And you can be unified through prayer, through whatever beliefs you believe in, through activities that you have, and your family members. And that's what this piece is about. It's about unifying people in general. And it's like an abstract, figurative piece. So you see three main people, and there's several other people in it that build up the texture in the background. But there's three main people, and they're translucent, so they could be any color that you want them to be. What you bring to the table is what you see. So if you bring in anger to the unification, then that's what you're going to get out of the painting or the digital piece. And if you bring in happiness, that's what you're going to get from the digital piece. And this is 24 inches wide and 16 inches high in height. And it runs $500. And they're all framed, or will be framed if you buy them. So behind me is, this is Masked Man 2, The Dance. And this is basically how one would look if you purchase one. It will have a similar frame and boxed in like that. Are there any questions? Any comments?
My main man, Craig, you are the man. I love the presentation, man. Thank you so much for taking the time out to show people a cross section of how you do what you do. For those of you that are watching, Photoshop is a very, very powerful tool. I use it a lot for my graphic design. and have just begun really using it to create digital images into. And so I really appreciate the fact that Craig could show you some of his. You couldn't pay for this. This is like having a master class, like while you're sitting on your blank. I almost rhymed it. But to get a snapshot of what folks are doing and how they're doing it. If you didn't get a chance to see the other 4 shows, please go back to YouTube or Facebook to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show and take a gander and hit play. And also, if you really want to step back, you can also look at our shows from last year. Our Maiden Voyage show has 4 more shows. They had an awesome presentation by Mr. Charlie Palmer. We had a discussion with Charlie Palmer, myself, and Paul Goodnight. So if you get a chance to look back, really powerful information right at your disposal in the privacy of your own home.
Yes.
So Craig, I want to thank you, man. You are the man.
Thank you
for helping us through day 4. I know you're gonna go and get yourself that special pipe that you smoke when you're at the house by yourself for the after party. So we're gonna get ready to move it forward, and I think that Louise is gonna be coming in the last half hour. We had one artist that had some real a little setback with their presentation. They had a storm come through, which a tree falling in their home on their studio. So we're sending prayers out to True Africa and Jonah and Govinda. Hopefully, they will be able to make through that situation. That's a tough time. So yes, what is this? Who's doing all of the stuff in the background? That's Louise. She's probably getting ready to log back in. But Craig, thank you so much, brother. We appreciate your time, your talent, and I can't wait to see what you do next year.
Always love you, Craig. Always enjoy you. I'm gonna have to go back because I'm still a Photoshop beginner. I still consider myself a Photoshop beginner, and I always learn something from you. Last year, you took me to the next level, so I'm gonna have to go back because I haven't had a lot of time to watch your presentation. So I'm gonna go back and it's like tutorial.
Yeah,
that's right. Ain't nothing like a live master class, y'all. You don't get that, and they charge you for that. So hopefully
they charge you for that. So I might have to box up some of Craig's and offer them as master classes or something.
All right, Craig. Thanks a lot, man. Hopefully we'll see you in the after party stream.
Thank you, Craig.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, now.
All right, Craig. Okay, so you guys know True Africa. They're not going to make it. So I'm just going to run the slideshow of their what they sent. And if Corinthia wants to talk about some of it, she can, because I like we're going to run the slideshow.
What I'll say is that, we don't mean to be short. There's a lot of stuff that goes into the show, and each artist knows their particular wares and their particular specs. And because we're not aware of those specs, it does make it a bit of a challenge for us. What you can do is log into the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website, go to that page, True Africa or Govinda, look her up, and all of their wares, or at least 20 of their wares, are on that particular page.
On that page. And they do have some specs on there, so I'll leave it up a little bit so you guys can read through it if you would like and learn a little bit more. And I think it tells you where you can get different things. So he did write things out. So when I post them, you'll be able to see some of the what the name and all of those kind of things are. So I will leave them up. Just wish I had some music in the background.
Right now we're holding steady because all we need is one echo to blow all of our stuff out.
I know, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this so we can close out properly.
Yeah, we are on the last half hour of the show.
What I would say about True African art is that Gadinja, she's from Kenya, and she collects a collage of artists' work, and they promote artists, and they sell their work and send them the proceeds of selling their art. So what they do does support a village of people, of artists abroad.
Right.
But
Okay.
and the unique part about what I do know about True African art, is that they offer free shipping. So
Okay.
anybody that purchased from them, that's one of their promotions, that they do offer
free shipping.
complimentary shipping.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So this hard work feeds families.
Okay, so we're gonna get the slideshow started, and if you come up with some other stuff, you got their website running along the bottom. So we're gonna get this party started. I'm gonna start at the top, so we can get a good, and you guys can read about this young artist. Mr. Walters. Oh, he's from Cameroon. Array of content and color.
Louise is kind of small. I'm gonna have to lean in order to read.
You know what? I'm just gonna be honest. This is what I have, hon. I'm trying to large screen it. Is it not large screening?
There we go. It is now. Yes. So this artist is from Cameroon, and this is a 28 by 34, and it's regularly 600, and the show price is 409.
Okay, yeah, I was okay. So I'm just gonna leave it like that because I have no idea. Okay, so here we go.
And okay, I'll read it out. I'll just capture some stuff. So this artist is from Cameroon as well, and this is a 28 by 34. Wow, look at the imagery in that. Oh wow, this is one of those pictures you search through it to find different imagery. Regularly $600, and it's show price at $499. Complimentary shipping. Yep, they have it up there. And this piece is also a Cameroonian artist, and it's entitled Happy Villagers Original. It's an original. So
It's the same artist.
That's the same artist. Okay. This as well as the same artist. Yeah, from Cameroon. All heads together. I like that title.
Lots of heads. This is really cute. I like the colors.
Oh wow, look at that one. Those are great colors as well. Same artist. Happy faces.
Happy. And these are $4.99.
Yeah, and those colors are happy colors.
I could so see these in one of those computer mats that you make, Poncho. The one that I bought for my son from you. I could so see this as a mouse pad, a large mouse pad.
Absolutely. This is from the same artist as well, the flute. And this is the drummer. Yeah, complimentary shipping worldwide, everyone. So this is True African Art. If we go on to the www.beautyofblackness fine arts page,
you can send us some messages if you like. See something on here you like. They do have numbers on here, so if you see something on here you like, you could either message them or you could just send it through the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show page. This one is item number 218. Okay. This one is 217. This one right here is 216. And then we have 215. We have also a 214, a 213, and a 212. And these are all $4.99. So if you like one of these, go ahead and send us a message and we will get that information to True Africa that you would like to make a purchase of one of these items. Thank you very much. I think that is the last one. So I'm hoping we did True Africa justice by presenting their pieces, because we did want to make sure that they did get their information and artwork out there. And like Poncho said, True Africa is on. They do have some pieces on the website. Definitely go over to the website and have a look. If you have not gotten your poster yet,
it's that time.
It's that time.
That's right, y'all. That poster is just waiting for you. It's all signed by the artist.
All signed by the
The
artist.
featured artist was Slave this week. He had to sign 500 posters, and he did that for each and every one of you. So make sure you go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website and buy the poster, the official poster. That's right. I got mine. I got mine. It might not be signed, but I got mine.
You got yours? Does Corinthia, did you get one?
I'm gonna get mine. Yeah.
She gets a comp one for being such a great.
I don't know.
Yeah, you know. You gotta mail a couple of those things out.
I don't know, Corinthia. I know. Is that what it's saying? I know.
You know, it's the end of the show, Corinthia.
I know.
She's gonna be asleep in about maybe another 45 minutes. 45 minutes. She might fall asleep. She might fall asleep during the after party.
During the after party, make sure you guys come out for the after party.
Yeah, give them the details now because you haven't given any details yet.
All right, here's the after party. I'm about to set up. Well, you give them the details because I'm about to set the after party up.
I don't know the details. You know the details.
It's the same details from last year.
I don't remember last year.
What we're going to do, we're going to shut this down. And we're going to key up our other one. So we want you guys to meet us. So before we even leave out of here, we're going to open up this other stream for you guys. We're going to drop the link in the comment section. And whoever grabs that link and get inside, those are the people that's going to be inside. You know how it is when you go to parties and the guy is at the door and he's like, I'm sorry, nobody else can get in.
I'm going to be the guy on the door. We got room for 10 people to come in the studio at one time. So come on, say your salutations.
Come on. And there might be a
what you like. Tell us what you like. But if you talk too long now.
That's where you were last year.
Let other folks in. So I got y'all at the back door. Come to the back door.
Cynthia was frustrated. I can't get in.
I could not.
So artists, if
I
you
gotta
are
go
there,
my Cabernet.
Now this is just not artists. This is all the people who watch the show all weekend. You are welcome to take that same link. If you're an artist and you have some words you want to say, feel free. If you are an artist that didn't hear something you need to cover, you got 2 minutes before
I'm at the back door.
That's right.
Corinthia, if you let somebody in the back door, you're going to be in trouble.
This is a family show. It's a family show, so make sure it is age appropriate.
We're gonna be clicking Corinthia click. So don't be letting people in the back door. They might be taking your
spot. We don't have a beat button here, but we do have a kick from the studio button.
Be like, oh, Corinthia didn't want her spot. Click. I thought she said she wanted to come. She wanted to be in here.
I know. I'm at the back door.
Y'all, you know, we got some preparation. We got to prepare some deviled eggs and some salad and some other stuff for the after party. So we're going to get ready to sign this off. I want to say thank you for tuning in. I want to let everybody I'll just let Miss Corinthia start first, since she was our guest of a co-host. Maybe say a few words before you sign off.
Yes, this is the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and this is our last day, our 4th day of bringing you phenomenal art and phenomenal artists. We've made it so easy. Louise has made it so easy for you to purchase, for you to get your art. Just know that it's there. The website is there, available to all those for the rest of this evening, for tomorrow, for the gallery. Exhibit is still up, and it will be going on for what, Louisa?
It will be going on until hold on. It will be going on until the 8th
of. Is it half hour?
I'd say it's like till the 8th of. Look up. It will be going on until the 8th of September.
Wonderful. I want to thank Louise, and I want to thank Pancho for having me as your guest co-host for this year, 2021. I have had such a great time. I'm so enriched by the art, the artists, the education, the process. It's just been a rich experience. So thank you so much. And now I'm going to bed now.
You going to bed?
Oh, you got to leave the electric slide.
Right. That's right. We're going to do the electric slide.
The after party, you're going to have to leave the electric slide. So you can't go to sleep just yet.
Just yet?
That's
okay.
Right.
Just yet.
All right. I got to get some dance in me. You know we like to dance now.
All right, so I'm going to come in behind Corinthia as your co-host. I want to thank you all for tuning in. This is my second year, and well, actually my first year as a co-host. Last year, I was the mystery tech support. I got promoted, and the check is in the mail.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
So thank you all for tuning in, following us. Feel free to watch the other shows when you get a chance to binge watch. Y'all binge watch all that other garbage out there. You can binge watch this too. But thank you for tuning in. And hopefully we'll get our bearings together for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show number 3.
Okay. We got to get the party started. Get the party started. Did you hear that? We're gonna get the party started. And I just want to say you guys have been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for all of your, I'm gonna call it love and support, because that's basically what it has been. And I am just so grateful to have been able to be the recipient of all that you guys have done to support and participate with the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and just to show us your love, and because I definitely feel that about what you guys are doing. And I just want you guys to know that the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, I'm going to be scheduling the after party, but don't follow the time because we're going to pop in as soon as we can. So it might say 7:50, but that's only because LinkedIn be tripping. And so
it's really 7, right?
It's really 7, right? It's not 7:50. It just says 7:50, but it's okay if some of you all pop on at 7:50, because when I throw that link in there, like I said, whoever picks that link up first, those are the ones that will be a part of the live at that time. So it's really 7, but LinkedIn had to be posted. You have to do LinkedIn a half an hour later for their. So it is scheduled. So I just want you guys to know that all I want you to do is I'm going to throw that link in the comment section, and you guys, it's like, go for it. Go for the link. And just thank you so much. Visit the website. The art will be up on the website for a good while, because I think last year, I still have last year's artists on the website. So definitely go visit the website. We'll have the artwork up there. If the artist sells some things in the meantime from other places, they will let me know and it will be removed, or it'll be posted that it's sold. But you guys can visit that link, go to the website. But I would caution you this: do not wait till the last minute, because some things are being sold at the gallery as well. And so it's not all going to always just it's not going to sit there on the website for you just to wait until you be like, I think I'll buy it today. That's not going to happen. So Poncho sells his stuff fairly quickly, and Corinthia can't hold on to nothing. So www.thebeautyofblacknessfineartshow.com. Go back and watch the show. Click on those links that you see if you're on Facebook, and we will see you at the after party.
Bring your fan,
bring your friends, have a little
bring
fun.
your drink.
And
Take us out, Poncho.
All right.